wretched armpit of America. This is the Drunken Peasants Podcast with Ben and TJ, bringing you opinions of the news from an altered perspective.
Fuck it! Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
What the fuck you talking about, atheist?
It's okay.
You're nothing, TJ. You're garbage.
I just want to be liked.
You're garbage, TJ.
And now, here are your hosts, Ben and TJ.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast, where we DP the fuck out of the news. I am Ben, and I am here with TJ and Scotty.
No, we're not here.
I'm not here either.
We missed the show.
The minions of the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I'm elsewhere.
No, where are you?
Elsewhere.
Where?
Elsewhere.
He's elsewhere.
Where, though?
Else.
He's in the land of else.
Where?
Else, motherfucker.
Else.
Do you speak it?
Thing sucks.
Maybe he'll figure that shit out while we're reviewing whatever our first story of the night is.
All right.
Which is what, Ben?
This is a funny video that I saw earlier. It's pretty good.
Star Trek atheist. Wild Bill from
Hello, everybody.
America.
Wild Bill for America here. Danny wrote me a note saying, religion is a substitute for a real understanding of the universe. It's designed to console those who want a comforting celestial father who will keep them alive after they die. I
That's all
accept
true.
evidence and don't have enough faith to believe in fairy tales such as God.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
Danny's YouTube picture is a Star Trek badge, so I have a pretty good idea where Danny gets his real understanding of the universe.
Whoa,
But Danny's
what?
note was one of the few that
Wait,
had no
straw
spelling or punctuation
man.
errors.
So because he likes Star Trek, that must mean that that's where he's deriving his understanding of the universe.
Yeah, I guess that's what Wild Bill.
Well,
saying.
I think Wild Bill is revolving his entire life around Walker, Texas Ranger. So when you're in Texas, look behind you, 'cause that's where the Ranger's gonna be. It's like he wants to be Chuck Norris. And that's probably where he even gets his political ideology from, is he just watches
Yeah,
Chuck
you know
Norris's
what?
videos
He
and
probably just has everything to do with Chuck Norris. If we went to like Wild Bill's man cave, it'd just be like a Chuck Norris shrine. He'd be like, "Oh, Chuck, if only I could get with you. If only you were gay."
I could see
Is that where he lives, Texas?
probably.
He probably does.
I could see Wild Bill making out with
Chuck
Norris.
Yeah, so could I. I mean, just look at him.
Oh, Chuck. Oh. In a spit-swapping makeout match.
It's sad that those are so rare that they stand out.
Yeah.
Anyway, Danny, you don't believe in God, so let me ask you this. Where exactly have you looked? Did you look as far as Montana? I doubt it. And I'm quite certain
Is that
that
where
you
he
never
is?
looked behind Venus or Jupiter.
Oh,
Is
okay.
it possible that in the vast expanse of
I
the
don't know what he's
universe that
talking
an
about.
all-powerful being could
I looked behind the
exist
couch.
that
God
cannot
wasn't
be
there.
detected even with warp drive and sensors?
Okay.
You say that you accept evidence? Really? I find that hard to believe. We have eyewitness accounts of the life of Jesus Christ that would stand up in any court of law.
Whoa!
No, it wouldn't.
Evidence
Whoa,
supporting
now.
just
Hold
about
on.
Bullshit.
He's saying that the eyewitness accounts of Jesus would stand up in a court of law.
That's
Not
another
at
case
all.
of the Bible proves the Bible's right, and it proves our religion is correct.
So let me get this straight. If I got like 12 shifty guys that were bums who didn't even have homes or anything, that just wandered the lands, and I brought them into a court of law, and they're like, "Yeah, man, our buddy Jesus, he could walk on water. He could feed like 1 million people with like a few loaves and a few fish.
Give the blind sight again,
He
heal
could
them.
exorcise demons.
Yeah, whatever you need.
He could turn water into wine.
Who you gonna call? Jesus.
I think we've captured Wild Bill's O face right now.
Oh.
That looks like there's too much sadness in it.
You think so?
I think that would be his like getting a fist up his ass face. That's like his I've done this a few times before, but I'm still not fully used to it face.
Takes one to know one, huh, TJ?
Where do you think? How do you think I recognize the expression?
That was Never mind.
I know.
I'm just saying, like, that was the whole point behind the joke.
I know,
obviously.
and I'm just saying, like, it's not even a joke. I'm just saying, like, that's what it looks like.
Even if the joke is accurate, it's still a joke, TJ.
No, it's not.
Fuck you, TJ.
It's only a joke if there's an element of exaggeration.
Fuck
There's
you.
not, so.
And we have historical evidence that Jesus Christ impacted the world more powerfully than any other man ever. He actually split history. Even those who don't believe in him sign their years as either BC or AD. The resurrection of Jesus Christ
Actually, I tend to use BCE and CE, so that's not really accurate for me. But whatever.
documented by both Jewish and Roman writers. So, what evidence are you waiting for?
I think there was like
I suspect that you're in the same boat as millions of other people. You don't believe because you don't want to believe.
Right.
The existence of God interferes with their pursuits of illicit pleasures.
obviously it doesn't, because even if you're like
You
Ted Haggard,
don't want to believe, TJ.
well, first of all,
That's
even
the only
getting back to the
reason.
historicity thing, I mean, there's maybe like 3 or 4 different brief mentions of Jesus in like historical accounts, but from ancient historians that lived around the same time. So that's not really a lot. I mean, obviously not all the writings from this time survive, but the bigger thing is like when it comes to this, oh well, these atheists, they just want to be atheists so that they can just do all these illicit sins.
Yeah, it's another morality argument.
But I mean, like, look at Ted Haggard. That guy was doing meth and fucking guys in the ass, or no, he was getting fucked in the ass by other guys. And
that he was paying.
I know, and he was a Christian. I mean, being a Christian doesn't stop you from doing illicit activities. Doesn't stop you from doing things that are immoral.
But you know
Lord.
what? With them, it's the get out of jail free card. Just ask for forgiveness, please, Jesus and God and everybody, forgive me for all that horrible shit I
mean,
did.
Right. So if anything,
You know.
you would become religious so you could do stuff like that.
Exactly.
Because then it's like, well, I do all this bad stuff, but at the end of the day, I'm like, Jesus, please.
Yeah,
I am
atheists actually have to
weak.
live with their choices. Christians can just be like, wipe the slate clean, I'm good.
Hell, even John Wayne Gacy became a Christian.
There you go.
Many who hold those kinds of belief tend to worship at the altar of orgasms. The pursuit of pleasure is their reason to live, and
I want to
Oh,
see
yeah.
that. I want to see that altar.
The altar of orgasms.
Is this a real place?
Probably
I know.
pretty sticky. I don't
It
think.
sounds awesome.
I don't know if you really want to touch the altar of orgasms.
I'm taking my next vacation
Yeah.
there.
Like, I hope they clean the altar of orgasms after
Yeah,
each
regular
orgasm,
regular cleanings. You know.
because otherwise that's going to be one nasty-looking altar.
What kind of face is he making here? We always catch him at some pretty good
This is like the
expressions.
face. I mean, this kind of almost looks like a face where he's like kind of like closing his eyes and acknowledging that he's full of shit to himself for just a second.
Like, I'm a liar.
Like,
but it's okay.
I'm a lying piece of shit. But, Jesus.
damn anything that gets in the way of orgasms, anytime, anywhere, and with anybody. The existence of God would mean
Some people like to get directly in the way of an orgasm,
That's true.
like right in front of it.
Yeah. And hey, there's actually people who they get off. Well, they don't get off. They get off on not getting off. You know what I mean? Like, deny me orgasms, or just get teased to the point, and then they just stop, and it's like, oh my God. So,
accountability to him, so many simply shove that possibility aside and try to convince themselves that they are too intelligent to believe such things. And that is absolutely impossible for a God to exist in the universe without them knowing about him. Man, talk about self-delusion.
I don't think most atheists
And
would
these are the
say
people-
that it's absolutely impossible for a God to exist. There's just no credible evidence that one does.
Okay, his argument is just a giant straw man. Anyways, he just basically changes the position of atheists to whatever he wants to attack. I mean, it's so obvious. He has no real arguments. He's just regurgitating the same shit he's heard, countless other fucking theists say.
And, basically you have to say, well, atheists think like this, and this is what atheists want, and this is all that.
It's atheists deny the existence of God. It's like, no, that's not correct.
people who love to say that Christians are deluded. But Danny is right pretty much about one thing. Most religion is a substitute. Man-made religion tends to be made up to fill a void in the hearts of men and really has no more factual basis than Star Trek. Sorry, Danny, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Star Trek is a substitute for real understanding of the universe. There's only one religion that is not
fictional television show that is presented as such.
Yeah, no one's watching Star Trek. Like, this is a view into the future. I guess over the Paramount, they opened a portal and they could just see into the future, and they recorded it, and then they let everyone view it, but only for 7 seasons.
7 seasons.
At 7 seasons for the Next Generation and Deep Space Nine, they cut it off.
Then the magical future viewer went on the fritz.
Yeah, what was it? Enterprise only had 3 seasons.
Yeah, well,
so it went on the fritz, and just that's all I got for that one.
not man-made. There's only one God and only one way to know him, to understand the universe, and that is through Jesus Christ. So, Danny, if you want real understanding,
so wait.
toss.
So he basically says, like, all these other religions are made up, but my religion is real because it is.
That's what I believe.
So wait, I mean, like, if you're going to talk about historical, I mean, there's way more historical evidence that Muhammad existed than Jesus did.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Muhammad, like Jesus, it's kind of like, I personally think there probably was a historical figure that it was based on, but, there's good evidence, credible arguments to be made there wasn't. But Muhammad, no one's sitting there saying, Muhammad wasn't real. Muhammad was definitely real. So, I mean, if we're going to go by historicity argument, then, I would say that there's a stronger historical basis for Islam than Christianity. Because we know the stuff Muhammad did was real. We know that he really fucking went and conquered a bunch of people.
Yeah.
That Star Trek costume and pick up a Bible. Now, if you agree,
He just assumes the guy wears a costume. Like, the guy just said that the guy's profile picture was a Star Trek thing. So he just assumes this guy walks around in a costume.
It's not that he's just a fan of Star Trek. It's like his life is based around Star Trek.
Right. Right. Like, we all watch Star Trek, and we don't walk around in a Star Trek costume.
No.
I am wearing a jumpsuit, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's not Star Trek, though. It's like...
It would be if I put a little insignia here.
You just need a headband, and you, go out jogging.
That sounds lame.
Yeah.
Exercise. TJ's like,
Exercise.
with this message to Danny, then please consider becoming a monthly donor so that this message can reach more people. This is Wild Bill for America.
'Cause this is
Thank
an
you for
important
watching,
message.
And America bless God again.
What?
Okay.
America bless God.
So,
That always throws me for a loop when he says America bless God instead of God bless America.
Wild Bill.
Woo! Wild Bill for America. Where's his hat? I'm upset by his lack of a hat, and he's wearing a bathrobe.
With bronchitis, but I can't sit quietly
He's
after
sick,
the
TJ,
latest
you
in the
insensitive
Obama
prick.
Yeah, TJ, what
Oh,
the
I'm
fuck?
sorry.
Wild Bill has a serious illness, TJ. And you're going to sit there and denigrate his illness?
No.
You're a bad man, TJ.
Everyone chip in and we'll buy Wild Bill a bowl of chicken noodle soup to help with his bronchitis issues.
I'll donate half a penny.
If everyone chips in half a penny, we could pay for a bowl of soup for Wild Bill.
a jihad against America. It's time to change the symbol of the GOP from an elephant to a clown with a big wet yellow stain on the front of his pants. The Washington, D.C. Republicans are so cowardly that they pee themselves whenever anyone mentions their duty to impeach.
They pee when anyone mentions their duty.
They pee when anyone mentions their duty.
pantaloons.
Their duty in their pants.
A lawless
Their duty to impeach.
Right.
Okay, executive action has been taken by every single president of the United States. Obviously, some more than others. Like, I think Franklin Delano Roosevelt took the most. But, I mean, it's seen as perfectly legal, and they've been far-reaching and sweeping. Obviously, the president's not meant to be a dictator. His immigration policy, I don't really think, is a move a dictator would make, because if Obama was a dictator, he would just do whatever he wanted. Like, whatever he wanted done, he would just do. So it's like kind of disingenuous to say Obama is a dictator. If
Obama had put out a next executive order that's like, I am president for life.
Yeah, exactly.
They'd be like, whoa, there's something to this whole dictator
Or,
spiel.
this is the new law. I say it because I'm Obama. Whatever falls from my lips is law.
There are some things that seem like more valid criticisms as of overreach of power from Obama, but conservatives never talk about them.
No.
Like expanding the Patriot Act and stuff like that.
Or defending the NSA's wiretap program. Continuing to view Edward Snowden as a fugitive.
Yeah.
What's kind of funny is how these companies get a free pass. Like, you know, if you really look into it, Google was hacked by the Chinese government, you know, or Chinese military in 2012, and they basically hacked back into China, and they started participating in an NSA program. So most of these, you know, sites, even like basically the one we're streaming on, participate with the NSA in a program, because basically what they do is they give you a security clearance. And then you can basically see this kind of all this classified shit about these are all these threats to our country.
Yeah.
You know, so and we kind of have this system now where all these corporations are just working hand in hand with the government to spy on you. And Obama has been a part of that.
Right. But he's not talking about that. He's talking about amnesty.
No,
I mean, it's not even really amnesty. It's like a temporary executive order.
Yeah, he's talking about let's stop deporting all of these people who have not really done any harm to this country.
And Obama has said, to his credit, that he said, let's pass a bill. I'd rather have a bill passed. But, I mean, John fucking Boner sitting in the House of Representatives hasn't done shit. He has not. He's so afraid of having a vote on immigration, he will not put one forward.
President. Barack Obama is nothing less than a criminal, an anti-American thug running the federal government as his own personal mafia. He has disgraced the office of the president more than any other man. He has committed more crimes than all previously impeached presidents combined.
There's nothing.
Right.
Where is your evidence for that?
Yeah, I mean, if there was a way to impeach him, you don't think that they would have done it, especially if there were several different examples?
How many people died in the meaningless war in Iraq that the American public was told, what was the explanation? WMDs. None were found. Chemical weapons. None were really found. And none were used.
What about Andrew Jackson when the fucking Supreme Court of the United States upheld the right of Native Americans to stay on certain lands, and he's just like, fuck you, Supreme Court, I'm kicking them off anyway.
I know the quote he actually even used. It's basically, do not command what you cannot enforce.
What about the authorization of questionable interrogations?
Oh, and like you're talking about like rendition, where they would basically take people who were U.S. citizens or whatever, and they take them to like Syria or another country and torture them.
Yeah.
Well, obviously it's highly illegal practice, but I mean, it was kind of done always under the auspice like this is for national security. So if you really want to question this, do you really want to question the safety of Americans? And after 9/11, people are so afraid of a terrorist attack in this country that they're pretty much willing to do anything to make sure it doesn't happen again. And it's like, even if the tactics are ineffective, even if it just makes us more enemies abroad, it's like, oh well, torturing's fine because they're terrorists. And it's like, well, what distinguishes us from terrorists if we're doing the same thing or worse to these people?
You're a communist for even asking such questions, Scotty.
Crimes including obstruction of justice in the Fast and Furious scandal, bribery of elected officials, the most massive fraud in world history, costing the USA upwards of $800 billion. He has engaged in a massive campaign of lies and deception and has violated his oath of office more times than I can count. And today, Barack Obama virtually declared war on America with his illegal, immoral amnesty for millions of criminals. And to add insult, the man actually used scripture to try to justify his criminal actions.
Is Wild Bill an attorney or a lawyer?
Yes.
He must be. I mean, he worked in law enforcement. I don't think that really qualifies you to interpret the Constitution.
It's kind of questionable whether or not he actually has a law enforcement background.
Oh, really? So that's not just like...
A few people have dug into it and found that claim kind of dubious. He claims he was a Texas Ranger, but...
There's no evidence.
There's actually no real strong evidence to support the idea that he was.
Oh, man, that would make it even worse if that's actually true, that he's just a fucking phony.
Psychiatrist Charles Krauthammer has analyzed Obama and predicted that Obama would do something reckless to punish Americans for voting against his will in this last election. The Democrats have intentionally caused the massive invasion of criminals from south of the border. Americans have been murdered by these invaders, but Obama and the Democrats don't care. The only thing that matters to them is that criminals...
in Wild Bill's mind, these people who come to America to fucking
are all
get
criminals.
work because they can't find any jobs in their home country, are an invading force that's like out to kill us and shit.
And this is such bullshit. They've increased the number of Border Patrol agents on the southern border. Obama has hired way more than Bush. I mean, even though Bush was when it kind of started, Obama's carried that policy. Obama's deported more people. And he's even stated that like they don't want the criminal element. Like, well, criminals will come. It's like, well, there's criminals that already exist in this country that are fucking natural born citizens. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, we don't want a bunch of foreign thugs coming to our country, but that's not really why most people are coming over here. I mean, sure, and most people, I would argue, that would be involved are probably involved in the drug trade, which should be we should just legalize all drugs, and that would kind of end them right there. What are they going to do? You know what I mean? I mean, they might find some like human trafficking or some other things, but we all know the money is in drugs.
Communism.
Democrat. And now the lawless, corrupt Democrats have enough anti-American criminals to vote American freedom into oblivion. Phyllis Schlafly sees Obama's criminal action today as a prelude to civil war. Thanks to Obama, the USA is now closer than ever before to Civil War number 2.
Whoa.
All
the
of this
U.S.
could have been
is
avoided
closer
if the
than
Republicans
ever
had done
before
their
to Civil
duty
War?
to hold the president accountable.
Stop. The U.S. is closer than ever before to Civil War.
I think we already know what happened because we already had the Civil War.
What about the time we had that Civil War? Weren't we closer then when we were actually having a fucking Civil War?
Yeah, 1861 to 1865.
Scotty even knows the years. I mean, come the fuck on. Closer than ever before to having a Civil War.
Yeah.
We're not even remotely close to having a Civil War right now.
Serve as a check and balance to block Obama's lawlessness. But weak, wimpy, self-serving Republicans, following John Boehner and Mitch McConnell, have refused to do their duty to impeach the man for multiple serious crimes. Well, here's the question of the year. If the president and the Congress don't have to obey the law, does anyone? The USA is in a constitutional crisis. The federal government has failed. Congress could stop this madness today if they didn't have wet pants. But now we must look to the elected sheriffs to defend the Constitution, and state legislatures must take bold action to protect their citizens from America's first dictator. Yes, Obama has become the first American dictator, and unless he is stopped, open tyranny will rule the USA. Freedom will die under the jackboots of the Democrat Party.
Wouldn't he be just not even allowed to speak his mind on YouTube if that were the case?
Yes.
Like, if Obama was truly a dictator, why would he even allow such dissent as this?
Obama would have closed down Fox News a long time ago.
Yeah, no shit. Or it would be changed to Fox News, which suddenly loves Obama.
Right.
The president made another stunningly brilliant decision today.
Yep.
You know,
today on Fox News, Bill O'Reilly was found dead in a ditch with 3 bullet holes in the back of his head, and we don't find that the least bit suspicious.
Are you joking? Bill O'Reilly's so changeable. Hey, Bill, you're going to be executed. Let's say Obama's wonderful. Oh, shit. Obama's the greatest president we've ever had.
He'd be like, I always liked Obama.
Yeah, you think all those fucking duplicitous little weasels, if they were facing... If, Sean Hannity was facing the back of or fucking a gun to the back of his head, he wouldn't be like, hey, you know what? Obama's not so bad.
Not so bad. He'd be like, Obama is the greatest president of all time. I've seen the error in my ways.
They're fucking cowards.
I actually thought it was cool when he ordered Dijon mustard.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even touch that regular stuff anymore. I've been a Dijon man myself since that day.
That's a good transition to the next video. One of our favorites, Wild Bill. For America.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yep.
Why do you do this to us, Ben?
Obama, orcs, and trolls.
Hey, we're just talking about trolls.
Because,
my God.
Because if
it's already racist. It's already racist.
What are you talking about?
Obama, orcs, and trolls.
3 seconds in, racism meter.
Orcs and trolls. He's just talking about fucking Lord of the Rings, you guys.
Oh, okay.
Come on now.
Obama.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America.
Where's
here.
your stupid hat?
Still stuck at home with my bronchitis, so there won't be any squirrels in the video today. But
you know what?
I am babysitting.
It's a shame that his bronchitis didn't come with loss of voice, so we didn't have to watch this putrid fucking piece of shit do another video.
I just wish he was wearing his hat.
Yeah, and like outside with some big snow-capped peak behind him. This is not a Wild Bill video.
Yeah, I feel cheated.
Wild Bill.
Getting lazy these days, Bill.
Yeah, he's become more and more. He's becoming mild, Bill. It's just sad.
In the neighbor's cat. While I was down, I recently watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy, a very well done group of movies with some good lessons for real life. The evil demon Sauron summoned all the evil armies of Middle-earth for the war that would
I don't really think
end
Sauron
the
is a
rule of
demon.
Yeah, he's not. That's stupid.
He's a necromancer.
Right.
man. Desperate people fleeing for their lives and men fighting for survival against a relentless enemy. And here today in the USA...
I think the cat is having the appropriate reaction to this shit.
Some people in the chat room are laughing because he has Bing up as his search engine.
Hey, that's true. I didn't even notice that.
Wild Bill uses Bing. No wonder he's so
I didn't
stupid.
even see that.
Yeah.
That's
Good
great.
catch, chat.
Wild Bing. All right.
What a
gotten to the point of bloodshed and war, but it doesn't take much imagination to see
Google
Obama
is
summoning
controlled by
all the
liberals,
evil
so.
armies of America to join him in a war to end the rule of American law and order. Just as the orcs and trolls joined Sauron, Obama's being joined by the Black Panthers, the Muslim Brotherhood, the homosexuals, union thugs, a mass of illegal
Here's the thing. Those races are they're seen as inferior to other races. Like in the Lord of the Rings, an orc is a piece of filth. And so you know what I mean? So it's so fucking everything's got to be an ethnic group too. It can't be like the liberals. It's the fucking Muslim Brotherhood and the Black Panthers
and the homos.
Bill,
wouldn't the homos more be like the elves though, and they were on the good side,
so. Right?
I mean, come on.
And
Let's be fair here, Bill.
The Hispanic version of the skinheads.
The Hispanic version of the skinheads.
Burning hatred for America's God and country values, and the willingness to use violence to get their way. With friends like that, Obama's intentions towards America are pretty clear. The destruction of law and order is coming to America, instigated by the man who took an oath to protect this nation.
So
I bet we're going to start seeing that.
Obama wants to destroy America.
Obama is sitting there with at a fucking Black Panther rally with all the gays and the Muslim Brotherhood, and they're all surrounding him, and he's like, "Here's the plan, fellas. We're going to destroy law and order in America."
We're gonna start seeing that be tagged on walls and stuff. Los Vatos Locos, kind of the Mexican version of the skinheads. You know what I mean?
But the actual skinheads are okay though.
Right.
They weren't on the list of bad people.
The Mexican version.
Mexican skinheads bad. White skinheads.
This is beyond betrayal. This may well cross the line of levying war against the United States. Ferguson, Missouri is the current hot zone being targeted by these minions. They apparently intend to turn that into a war zone. Which cities and states will be next? History shows a pattern with dictators. They scheme to gain power, telling lies to the masses, using bribery when they need to, and sooner or later they send out their goons to silence and intimidate anyone who dares to oppose them. Dictators often rise up out of chaos, and it is very possible that Obama will attempt to create chaos, all the while blaming the Tea Party and Christian Americans.
Why aren't they? Okay, if Obama's really doing this and he's discovered it, why aren't they silencing him?
Right.
Because they know he poses no threat, because America's just been brainwashed by the liberal agenda.
All of these far-right people on YouTube make these crazy predictions that almost never come true, and then they just forget that they said them.
Well, and it's like the 11th hour here for Obama to start pulling some of this shit, isn't it?
In Wild Bill's eyes, he's been doing it the whole time, though. It's just he's been setting up the fucking house of cards the whole time. And he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. And, this is just phase 6 of a fucking 12-phase plan that we're going through now. pretty soon Obama's going to declare he's going to sign an executive order that declares himself president for life, and then
right.
For it.
He's going to take all the
After
guns.
years of observing Obama,
Gonna
I am
outlaw
convinced that there is
Christianity.
no crime he and the Democrats will not commit if they think they can get away with it. The national media is usually an important watchdog against the rise of tyranny. But unfortunately, the mainstream media is so corrupted.
What are these crimes that they've committed, and why?
It's been very, like all Wild Bill videos, it's been very thin on any sort of facts. It's just kind of like Obama's working with these bad people and bad stuff's going to happen and, dictatorship is on the horizon.
And I bet this did go down exactly like he said it. Like he was laying in bed sick one night and was like, orcs and trolls. I could compare orcs and trolls to all the people that Obama's raising under his banner.
It's kind of like the Star Trek video that he made. Wild Bill made a Star Trek video once too.
I think I was here for it.
Were you there?
No. I watched it at the very least.
He's trying to appeal to nerd culture, apparently.
Got
Who
it.
knows?
And I guess Obama is like Sauron then.
Yeah.
That's kind of an overly flattering comparison.
The last time
Obama's like this big towering eye in the sky.
The last time we had a president that was a Democrat, the Republicans in Congress, tried to impeach, or they did impeach him over lying about a blowjob. So if Obama has committed all these crimes, don't you think that right now they'd be, starting the investigation against him? But they don't have any of that shit.
Well, man, there's still a lot of unanswered questions about Benghazi.
Yeah. Let's dredge up Benghazi's old corpse and fuck it a couple more times.
They even had to concede on Benghazi now. I mean, like the report, even the Republican-controlled Congress put out was like, well, Obama's really not to blame.
Well, they done came to the wrong conclusion. They need to go back and try again.
But hey, guys, remember that whole Bundy Ranch thing? Because that went well.
By liberalism, that Obama could go on national television and kill puppies with a hammer, and the left-wing media would sing his praises for making the world safer for cats. As an American,
even
I'm
the
not
cat
wired
doesn't
to
care.
You know what though, dude? He had
the cat's like looking at him like, you don't speak for me.
Yeah, what the fuck?
He had to. The whole reason his cat is in this shot is for that little quip. You know what I mean? Like he decided that little quip was so good that he wanted to fucking train his cat to sit on top of his fucking computer thing.
He's like, you sit right here.
Yep.
As a slave to a godless tyrant. I have too much respect for the blood of my forefathers, not too much respect for what my dad did in World War II to stop a dictatorship from taking over Europe. But most of all, my respect for God and his commandments compel me to stand firm. Dietrich Bonhoeffer stood as a Christian man against Adolf Hitler.
My role is done.
Oh, fuck. He just keeps going and going.
Christian men and women to stand against Barack Obama. If you believe in this message and want to join me, then please consider becoming a monthly donor. Thank you for watching, and America bless God.
America bless God.
He thought that was clever. He was sitting there on the shitter one day, was like, what's a good tagline to end my videos?
America bless God.
Bless God.
Bless God. God doesn't. Okay, if you believe in God, He doesn't need your blessing.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, isn't God the wellspring from which all blessings come forth? So how do you bless? How do you bless the origin of blessing?
Shut up, Paul's ego. You crazy.
A real American hero.
Good
America
cops
bless
and black
God.
citizens.
Already an awesome title. He has very thinly veiled racism in a lot of his videos.
Hey guys, America bless God.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. Sorry, I'm still doing videos at home. My car's broke down, so I can't get to the park. But I'll get those squirrels back in the video just as soon as I get mobile again. I did a speaking engagement in Kansas a while back, and while sitting in
speaking
Chicago,
engagement?
Right? Yeah, people have him
pay
come
to see this shit.
Right?
Wow.
Yes. It must be. I wonder how much he actually, if he does in fact get paid. I wonder how much they actually pay him.
Was it like a torture convention? Like, I want to be tortured by this really boring speaker. Like, here's Wild Bill. Oh God, thank you.
Boring speakers are my fetish.
Chicago waiting for my flight. CNN was on. I was treated to the spectacle
Liberal
of a reporter
CNN.
marching with the Ferguson protesters. He was interviewing the head of the NAACP, an organization that is no longer what it started out to be. Whatever those initials stand for.
Yeah, I notice conservatives, they like to bash the NAACP and the ACLU, saying, well, at first they were both credible organizations, and now, you know, they're like liberal organizations, basically.
Liberals destroying this country.
For nowadays, I'm quite concerned the last ones stand for always accusing Caucasian people.
Oh, my God. Are you fucking serious?
Oh, snap.
Always accusing Caucasian people.
Makes sense.
He's opening wide right now. Screenshot.
Yeah, someone can Photoshop a dick in that one.
Right.
In fact, you guys should use the liquefy tool to widen his mouth further so that you can put a bigger dick in there.
Talking about racial profiling, and he gave a list of young black men who had been killed by police over the last few years. I was familiar with most of them, and the ones I knew were killed while committing violent
He
crimes.
was familiar with most
And
of
at
them,
least one,
as in he knew them all.
I'm familiar with those guys.
I'm familiar with that.
Seen him around the block a few times.
Okay, so the guy who was selling Eric Garner, the guy who was selling cigarettes on the street, and then a cop just comes up behind him and starts
Chokes
choking
him.
him.
You know what?
To death.
What do cigarettes do to your body, though?
That's true.
You know, I mean, it really wasn't he just giving them a kind of slow death?
He was given a public execution for selling cigarettes.
But the cigarettes probably were harming people's lungs, so it was kind of causing a violent act to occur in their
Justified.
bodies. Yeah, you know, so it's totally justified.
Justified.
Right. It's just because he was murdering people more slowly than most.
Yeah, I mean, come on, everyone. You know, we all know what
One of the nation's most prolific serial killers.
Yeah, there you go.
Michael Brown was killed while assaulting the police officer who was investigating him for a robbery he had just committed.
No.
No,
Whoa.
He was walking
Hold
in
on.
the street. That's why he was being talked
Even
to.
the police department says that was it Darren Wilson had no idea that it happened.
Right.
That's not even disputed.
Yeah, I mean, like, Darren Wilson had no knowledge of any robbery that supposedly took place. And the fucking idea that he assaulted him was like contradicted by almost every witness that said he had his hands raised.
So I sat there thinking what a perfect opening for the reporter to ask what the NAACP is doing, if anything, to stem the tide of violent crimes being committed by young black men that always seem to be the initial cause of these police shootings.
Always.
But much to my surprise, the reporter just let the head of the NAACP rant about how they know that blacks are profiled and so are Muslims, homosexuals, and Hispanics. And they know this how? And he says the laws must be changed.
Statistical evidence.
I was to say, like,
Yeah, it's profiling is so common in people don't realize that you're trained against doing it, but cops can do it, are allowed to fucking do it, and there's hardly any repercussions ever, if not anything. I've been profiled myself. It's ridiculous, especially because I've been profiled. There's a lot of drug use and like illegal stuff that happens in my apartment complex, and I've talked to police officers who've been suspicious of me distributing marijuana. Although marijuana is legal here, but just in general because I'm the minority here, oh my god,
Why would you need to distribute it when you can go to a store and buy it there?
This was before it was legal.
Oh, okay.
To stop such atrocities, blah, blah, blah. Really? Change what laws? The law already requires that an officer have a reasonable suspicion for contacting and detaining anyone.
That doesn't mean they're going to follow it. There's nothing to... What's to say someone doesn't... They don't have to follow that. If they have no dash cams, they can turn it off. What...
Yeah, we've already seen that the police have no repercussions
you're
for breaking the law.
suspicious, probable cause to search.
I mean, like, if there was some agency or body that would actually prosecute police officers who break the law, then that would make sense. But there's not.
They work. Yeah, there is the body. They work with them every day.
Yeah.
You know, so what
internal
a joke.
affairs. So
yeah,
I mean,
what a
like,
joke.
Yeah, the police police the police.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that works.
Legalize robbery by young black men? Is that going to be a new civil right?
Yeah.
Give them a monthly
You know
limit
what,
as to how
Bill?
much
Yeah,
they-
that's what we're going to do. Black people, as the leader of white people, which I definitely am, it is now legal for you to rob. That's what I advocate. That's what we want.
Rob all.
Us stupid fucking liberals just want to make it legal for black people to steal. You figured it out, Bill. You're a fucking... Everyone clap for Bill. He's a genius. He figured it out.
Thank you, Bill.
He wins.
Good job, Bill. You cracked the fucking case,
America
bitch.
bless God.
My hero.
They're allowed to rob, and once they hit their monthly limit, they have to stop robbing people until the first of the month.
Fuck a monthly limit.
Assaulting
They can
police
rob at
officers is going
will.
to be a new amateur sport. How about
This guy just exaggerates stuff.
Oh, my.
Black man who feels that a white police officer has stopped him not for the crime he just committed, but because he's black, shall have the right to give the officer a beatdown in the name of tolerance. And if the officer defends himself, the officer shall be charged with resisting civil rights and fired for being a bigot. Is this the kind of world the NAACP is pushing for?
Yep.
Now, are those? There are those.
That's the NAACP and me. We're all pushing for that.
Yeah, actually, TJ's the new president of the NAACP.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Who will say, Bill, you have no right to speak on this issue because you're white. You can't possibly understand.
I ain't saying
guess
that.
what? I can speak on these issues. I worked in a black neighborhood as a deputy sheriff for Broward County, Florida back in the 80s.
You did not. You're a liar.
That's like, I have a black friend, but I'm not racist.
No, Bill, the reason you're not allowed to speak on these issues is not because you're white, it's because you're mentally fucking retarded. All right?
TJ, you need to take that back.
That's ableism.
No, TJ.
Can't hear you.
Oh.
No one can hear your stupid ass, Scotty.
Wild Bill is a very intelligent person.
Talk mo
TJ.
gooda.
And he defends America and God. And you just need to understand that he's just trying to make a valid point that police are unfairly targeted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? All these cops did was murder innocent people. Is there anything wrong with that?
Nothing at all.
There you go. Come
District
on.
2 in the area of Martin Luther King and Broward Boulevard. And I got to know a lot of the people. Mrs. McDonald was a friend of mine. I met her when she walked up to my patrol car one night and said, Mr. Policeman, can I talk to you? I said, yes, ma'am, and stepped out of my car. She told me she was walking the streets trying to find her crack addict son. Another deputy, Steve Sharla, had tried to help the young man and even got him enlisted into the Marine Corps. But drugs won out and the kid was back on the street. And just for the record, Steve Sharla is also white, but you'll never hear stories of white cops going out of their way to help black families. Those stories don't fit the agenda.
The agenda. So a bunch of people did some digging into this guy's background and pretty much discovered that he was never in law enforcement and he's just a liar.
Really?
So, yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean, I don't know. I guess that their expose could have been wrong, but I've never heard him argue against the points they made, or try to address the discrepancies in what he's saying.
I mean, if he came forward with evidence, or like some states, like on your license, they'll be like retired law enforcement, or you can prove that you're law enforcement. It's not difficult to do. So I mean, all he'd have to do is simply release like one document, like here you go,
show us your birth certificate. Your
thing Miss
Kenyan.
McDonald said to me that night broke my heart. She said, Mr. Policeman, I'm just waiting for my son to die. I talked with Mrs. McDonald.
Well, I can make that happen right now for you, man. Where is he?
Where's he at?
Wait
so
here,
I shot her, son.
You just wait for him to walk through that motherfucking door and we'll put a bullet right through him.
Yeah.
Many times over the next few months. The last time I saw her, she was laying on her living room floor with her intestines spilled on the floor after her son took a butcher knife to her.
Okay.
And the NAACP.
So, based on what you've heard, like, this story is utter bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, TJ, because you said he's not really, he was never in law enforcement.
That's what I've fucking heard.
Okay. I don't know if I don't know that, but if you heard that, I'll take a look at it. But yeah, if that's the case, then what he's saying is a total bullshit story.
Do some digging.
Right.
I mean, but like he's already shown that he'll just play fast and loose with any fact,
right,
and just outright make shit up. So it's not beneath him to lie.
Wild Bill made a video that we agree with.
I don't like it.
Is such a thing even possible?
Yes.
So you guys are not being facetious. Wild Bill actually made a video, and you guys agree with him.
Yeah.
I think Ben and TJ have officially lost it, everyone. You guys are fired.
I'm gonna play it, and you tell me what
Fired.
part. I'm gonna play it, and you tell me what part you disagree with.
All right, all of it. No matter what he says, even if he says Scotty is a genius, I disagree. I'm not a genius. I'm a super genius.
Camera shy cops.
I was thrilled when they started putting video cameras in cop cars. People were finally able to see some of the craziness that cops see. They captured evidence against the bad guys and also ensured that the cops were on their best behavior. Good reasons to have video cameras. Video cameras should be running at every event where conservative Americans, Tea Party or Tea teams...
I'm in love with this tree.
Yeah.
Do you take, Wild Bill, do you take this tree to be your lawfully wedded wife?
We getting hitched, I tell you
to
what.
To have and to hold. He's got his arm around. He's like,
yeah,
he's like sitting there like, yeah.
Encounter either law enforcement or elected officials. Good cops should have no problem with that.
Pans back.
Really.
The tree's
I
got a
can't think
cowboy
of a
hat on
single
it,
good
too.
reason for cops ordering people to turn off their video cameras, and I cannot think of a single legal statute that gives them the authority. The encounters that I have...
Welcome to Illinois.
Right, so do you disagree with anything he said so far?
On the face of it, no, but in the actual practice of it, it's not applied the way he's talking about.
Scene showed the cops using some flimsy excuse that the video was interfering with their duty. Really? How? The presence of a camera does not stop them from doing anything within the bounds of proper law enforcement procedures. If they are concerned that the camera will catch them acting improperly, well, good. I was a cop for 20 years, and believe me when I say that good cops want the bad cops to be caught and removed.
Then America only has 3 cops left.
Wow.
We have 3 cops. Sounds good.
So with the camera still on, ask 2 questions. First, why does it need to be turned off? And 2, are you doing anything illegal by videoing? They won't be able to answer that. Now, the Supreme Court has ruled that the government cannot interfere with First Amendment activities unless they can show a compelling reason for it. And
did he say reason?
Compelling reason.
Yeah.
Elmer Fudd.
A reason.
I'm hunting weasons.
Weasons.
Weason season.
And making a cop nervous doesn't count. If, however, you feel like standing your ground, I would tell them that my camera is collecting evidence for a possible civil or criminal proceeding and that it is a crime to tamper with evidence.
Now prepared to get the shit kicked out of you.
Prepare for taser.
That's what I'd tell the cop.
Stop resisting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't tase me, bro.
People have said that to the police, when they're filming them, like, I'm just filming. There's nothing illegal about this. Shut up!
Yeah. Stupid bitch.
Get on the ground! You have no rights! Die! Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Stop resisting! I'm not fighting! Shut up! Yeah, you need to stop resisting.
Okay.
He's unconscious. Oh, he's still struggling.
The thing is, too, is that they act like everyone is resisting. They say that they make sure to say that so they can book you on that, too. Like, you were obstructing justice and resisting arrest. Like, people literally go limp, and they're like, stop resisting.
Yeah, that's all they have to keep saying is stop resisting. I saw some cops beat a naked guy in the middle of the winter.
Oh, man.
This naked guy was running around this hotel. He was just wearing, like, a jacket, and he was running around. And he must have been on something, and someone called the cops. And the cops came, and they just kept saying, stop resisting! And they just beat the shit out of this guy.
Stop resisting!
Yep.
Well, of course.
That's what I learned. They can just say, stop resisting, and they can just keep beating the shit out of you, even if you're naked.
All you have to do is watch Cops to see that.
Right.
Because you'll see them apprehend people that are totally not resisting them, and the entire time, the cops screaming, stop resisting! Stop resisting!
Yeah.
Stop resisting!
Police usually get, like, one chance. Most people get one chance. Like, comply with everything instantly, and if you do, then nothing happens to you. If you do anything but, like, what's going on? Stop resisting, sir!
Oh, that's the fucking question, too.
Yeah. Exactly. You hear something like that, like, hey, buddy, we're here to fucking protect and serve you, fucking goddamn piece of shit. Get on the ground. I just want to ask you, shut up!
Shut up.
Oh, there's videos like that where they're just someone asks them or says something to them and they just assault them, and it's just like that's fine.
They're just doing their job to keep you safe.
You quit whining. You have no rights. Trying to protect America from the evildoers who want to do us harm. Atheist.
Dark times.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. Well, a new presidential election is rolling around, and the candidates are jockeying for position.
Candidates. People, how can you be incredulous about the word candidate? It just means someone that's running. It's like, do you think they're not really running or something?
Apparently not.
These so-called candidates.
That's how he made it sound. He made it sound like, they're not really candidates somehow.
I'm skeptical about the fact that they're running for election somehow.
All this, the presidential horse pucky dance, because that is the
What is a
approximate
pucky?
I think it means
Pucky
shit.
Is a poop.
Is it a poop?
It's a horse poop.
It's a horse poop. Okay.
This
I
nonsense.
just like hearing you say
Each candidate tries to be a clone of all the other candidates with just a little variation here and there, but never enough to offend anybody.
What would
Oh,
you
heaven
say,
forbid.
Wild Bill?
Well, I think the USA is ready for a different kind of candidate. One
Yeah.
that is not bought and molded by the Capitol Hill gang. Enough of the mealy-mouthed politicking. Maybe it's time for a candidate to break the mold.
Tell us the real
A few
truth,
people
Muddy.
have
Benghazi.
Yeah, he has a
Impeach
Benghazi
Obama.
mug.
Wait, is Benghazi like an adverb?
It is now.
Benghazi impeach him? Like how does
Benghazi? It's a
you
request
fucking
of
waterboard
Benghazi. It's like,
Obama on his
hey,
way out?
hey, Benghazi, would you mind impeaching Obama for me? Please?
I do not understand that.
Benghazi, impeach Obama. It's like, okay, those words in that combination really don't make much sense, but okay.
You're going to get Benghazi impeached.
We actually decided that Ben's official last name is Ghazi, so
Benghazi.
he's actually
You'd
Ben
have to
Ghazi.
change that to that. forever.
It's not a change. It's
I'll get a
what-
landline
that's
phone
his,
just so I'll be in the phone book.
That's his
under
birth
Benghazi.
Sweet.
Asked me to run for office, and if I ever did, I would intentionally start a media firestorm.
Good.
First of all, I would declare that I am a Christian patriotic American, and I am not ashamed of this nation's Christian heritage.
That's never
That's
happened before.
what?
So dick.
That's so outside of the box. We never see that. That's true. What?
I mean, the only one that comes to mind in recent memory is George Bush, and that was like a whole term and a half ago.
Long ago.
It was
long ago, and it was
nothing
far
even
away.
happened during his presidency. It's very uneventful.
Nothing. I've a Christian running for president of the United States. It's unheard of.
Doesn't make sense.
Frankly, it is unheard of. Ben is gone, so I can't move the clip along.
And
There
the
it goes.
first duty of any
Left.
president is to pray for his nation.
He's back.
Which I would do publicly in the name of Jesus. There are a few who would be deeply offended by that.
I
Do we
am
care?
deeply offended.
Annoyed, not offended that you're a Christian.
Yeah.
I'm more like, well, you're not correct. And then it ends.
No, not really. The second part of my campaign would be starting an ongoing $5 million reward for any congressional staffer who comes forward with information leading to the arrest and conviction of any member of Congress for felony political corruption.
So, Congress is gone overnight, basically.
Well, assume that half of them will probably be like one half not corrupt, the other half. That's a lot. That's $5 million per every time you convict one.
Yeah. Holy shit.
They're all gonna be gone though, and you're gonna spend all this money.
It's a lot of money.
That is a lot. That's too much.
I'm going to offer $5 million to anyone who usurps the democratic process to get rid of people I don't like.
But can we double up? Like, can you get a bunch of it? So, like, Al Franken comes out of it with, like, $100 million extra because he just got everybody.
Yep.
Thanks, Ben.
John Boehner would hate my guts. I would also launch a committee for the repeal of stupid laws. Tens of thousands of laws.
The repeal of stupid laws.
The repeal of stupid laws. No more will murder be illegal.
Dumped on our heads not to help this nation run smoothly, but laws that stomp on freedom and enterprise. And I would also launch a judicial review board to revisit some of the stupid rulings of federal judges. For too long, the tyrants in black robes have considered themselves untouchable.
So fuck that. I'll make even more untouchable judicial branches. What the fuck?
Why are they tyrants exactly?
Because they made rulings he doesn't like.
They're tyrants. I'm going to appoint a magical court that's above them to get rid of
Right.
them. It's like, what?
A magical court that makes no wrong decisions.
Somehow I will find all of the people who are even-handed and fair.
Yeah.
And they will not be subject to the same corruption we describe happening in these other people.
He knows how to find them. It's all the people who agree with him. It's fucking easy.
Do you agree with my values? Yep. All right,
I agree
you in
with his
charge,
choice of
buddy.
shirt. It's a solid shirt. I'd buy that shirt.
How about the hat?
I give that shirt a 9 out of 10.
If the hat didn't have that weird belt thing on it.
You know, the hat is wearing him. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, clearly.
I'm impressed by the width of this hat, though.
Yeah.
It seems like that's a special order. He's like, hey, you got any wider hats?
Give me extra 3 inches on each wing.
He's scared to make it too big, though, because then it'll look like a sombrero, and he's afraid of looking like an immigrant, so...
It's a good angle, too. You think he was like, I want it to look like I'm about to take off.
I want it to look like my hat could fly away at any moment. Just be like, woo!
That's exactly what hat planes sound like.
Exactly.
That needs to change. Any judge that is ignorant or contemptuous of the Constitution would be referred to Congress for removal. The
But you
ACLU
fired Congress
would hate my guts.
for $5 million a head.
Yeah. I like how someone in the background is also flying their hat plane. So that's good. Hat plane business is booming.
Hat planes is the new big thing.
It's one of
Everyone's
those
doing it.
enterprises that the government is putting down.
Yeah.
I just
All
want to
the
sell my
cool
hat
kids
planes.
are doing
Destroy
it.
drones. More hat planes.
My hat plane is powered by solar power. Fucking hipster.
The Mexican border is a greater threat to the USA than Afghanistan, so I would redirect the military to use all necessary resources to shut down the Mexican border and to establish whatever bases they need there.
Wait,
And
hold
for-
on. Shut down the Mexican border? Like
Shut it
completely?
off.
Like no one in, no one out.
He doesn't know how the economy works at all.
Hit the
We
switch,
need
boys.
those. We need people to do menial jobs so that we continue to have cheap things, like on farms and stuff.
Lies.
We need that. That's why there's an acceptable amount that they let through, because they know that our economy is contingent upon the fact that we have illegals here from Mexico doing shit Americans won't do for cheaper than the illegals do it for. Like, it's important.
That sounds like a bunch of goddamn communism.
Communism. Socialism.
You stop with your fucking communist rhetoric, you fucking red piece of shit.
Sorry. I didn't mean it.
Serves you
It's
right.
okay. You're forgiven.
We'll nuke Mexico instead.
You
That's
are
my second
forgiven.
plan.
It's a beautiful
The,
plan.
Patriotically challenged
totally
liberals
feel it.
who whine about the militarizing of our border. Any fool should know that the first duty of any military is to guard the borders of its own nation. Foreign aid, cut off, pending reviews of every nation on the list. Any nation that has undermined American sovereignty would be ineligible for aid. Hey, Mexico, did you hear that? And also deeply concerned.
Ooh, shots fired.
The whole country of Mexico just happens to subscribe to Wild Bill.
Yeah.
And they all heard it.
Hey, Mexico, you hear that shit? It's like this was front page news in Mexico. Wild Bill condemns Mexico.
I don't think he understands the globalization of the world economy either, because he just shut that off. We no
He
longer
does.
have a Congress. We have a more powerful judicial branch that's terribly dangerous. We have no Mexicans here, that's a burrito famine. And then we have no global trade anymore. Like, this guy has ruined everything in 3 minutes.
It's beautiful. though.
Greatest president of all time.
Because he has good
Like a
Christian
week.
values.
And then Russia takes over. Because it's their last ditch effort. And like, I don't know. They're all in Mexico. We could just take it now, I guess.
Rusev becomes president.
Rusev.
About how government handouts has damaged America's work ethic. Any person who is able-bodied and receiving welfare handouts will report to a work detail 5 days a week.
Good.
All those grueling labor
Lazy
jobs some say
fucks.
Americans won't do. Hey, problem solved. Work builds character.
There you go. Hey, see, he addressed your issue there.
Oh, he's got
Problem
it.
solved.
Wait, is he
We'll
talking
just-
about the jobs that Mexicans would have?
Yeah, he's just saying we'll force the welfare people to do it.
Oh, do you still have to pay them though?
Well, you just pay them their welfare.
Pay them welfare.
Just pay them welfare?
Yep.
Just welfare?
Yep.
Also, how are the people like? Let's say people in Detroit. Not a lot of orange picking jobs in
Yeah.
Detroit. How do you
move to fucking?
They
orange
gotta
picking
move.
country, boy.
They gotta move to
Are you
orange
gonna-
picking
What
country.
are you gonna pay for their move? No.
They should build factory
What's
farms
it?
in the. They should build factory farms in the abandoned neighborhoods in Detroit. There you go. Problem solved.
We'll build these transport ships.
Yep.
Can ship them there.
Yep.
200 at a time. We'll chain them together so they're nice and snug.
Yep.
They'll be safe. Don't worry.
On the ones on the bottom would be hilarious.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a beautiful day for America.
Trust me, this nation needs a new infusion of character. Oh yeah, I think America's ready for a different type of presidential candidate. Enough of the usual presidential horse pucky dance.
I'd like to announce my support for Wild Bill for president.
Yeah, I think that he's really the one who's bringing the revolutionary ideas to the table that America needs for future change. If we don't listen to what Wild Bill is saying here, our country is basically doomed.
I wonder who his running mate would be.
Those trees.
I was gonna say like a frisbee with a smiley face painted on, but
That
the
is
trees
his
work.
Second choice if the trees don't want to go.
There's sometimes squirrels in the back of his video, so maybe a squirrel would be his running mate. Where's
I hope he
secret?
gets
What's
shot.
secret
Those-
squirrel doing these
squirrel
days?
would do
We can
better.
fucking get. We can get secret squirrel. in
Secret
there.
squirrel.
Yeah.
Well, including myself, know what you're talking about.
I get it. I get the reference.
Everyone understands what I'm talking about here. I need to be liberal.
For some reason.
People say you should not be critical of others unless you've tried to see things from their perspective. So today, I'm going to try to
That's
see
a liberal
things
hat.
from the liberal point of view.
So that's his liberal costume. He looks so liberal now. Where the fuck is Ben going? He's leave me alone. Don't know what to do. Don't know what to do.
Our president is so focused that when the poor
I like how when he's a liberal, he immediately starts like crying. Just like, because you liberals are always like, really emotional, like a bunch of pussies. I think our president is. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's kind of fair because if I was doing an impression of a conservative, I would start by crying. Be like, our president is a communist. I hate him. He's a Kenyan, and his birth certificate is fake, and he's trying to destroy America. I hate him. It's not because he's black, though. It's not because he's black. I'm not racist. I don't want to live around black people. I don't want to see black people. And if black people are killed by the police, even if there's no justification, I'm okay with it. But I'm not racist. I'm not racist.
misunderstood Muslims were killing Americans in Benghazi, the president went to bed so he would be well rested for the big fundraising event the next day. After all, what does it matter?
That's us. He's got us down, dude. He's got the liberal mindset figured out. Wild Bill.
I hate having a small bladder.
Your bladder sucks.
I know it does.
Your bladder's a fucking wuss.
It's the worst on road trips.
Ben's bladder is the size of a thimble.
It is.
If he even tastes a drink, little drop of something.
Hey, who's that guy on the screen there? He looks really liberal.
Some kind of liberal, I think.
Oh, shit.
That's a liberal.
I can
you
tell.
You can tell he's liberal because liberals often look as he does now.
He looks like someone that would drive a Prius. Probably someone that voted for Gore and then Kerry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then he
could tell.
he supported Dennis Kucinich.
Yeah, but then
At
when he
one
didn't get the
point.
nomination, he was like, "Oh well,
fuck."
That's a liberal, dude.
People love my bladder. I'm getting a lot of bladder comments in the chat room. You're welcome. You're welcome.
They want to fry your bladder
know.
up and eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Fried
It'd
bladder.
It'd probably work better as food than it does as a bladder.
That's good.
That's for sure.
Let's hear some more of what Wild Bill the liberal has to say.
We must eliminate guns in America. That way criminals will no longer feel threatened and they will stop committing crimes, especially after we start.
You know what's funny? I know he's like putting on a show, but this is the most passionate he's ever been in any of his videos.
He's more passionate as a liberal.
Yeah.
The criminal welfare system, where the criminals will get a government check for the amount they used to get from crime. Doesn't it do your heart good to help humanity?
Yep.
Businesses that are successful only succeeded because they somehow took food out of the mouths of starving people in Africa. Nobody knows how, but what other explanation can there be? And that is why we are expanding the American welfare system.
Yeah. So this is pretty accurate so far. He's
This
got
is-
us, dude. Dead to rights.
This sounds just like the conversations we have, like over the summer when we're barbecuing in your backyard.
Yeah, it's like,
and we're like, "Oh my god!"
You know what we got to do, Ben? We just got to give the criminals money so they stop robbing. And you're like, hell yeah, TJ.
I agree with you, TJ.
I agree. You know, the only reason any business around here is successful is because they're stealing money from Africans. That's right, TJ. You're correct again. That's us. Spot on, sir.
To cover all the poor people of the world. And yes, that is actually in the works. We must eliminate the death penalty because it's cruel and inhumane. Unless it's directed at an unborn child. That's different.
Wah, wah, wah.
If it hasn't been born yet, it's not a child.
You're not a person till you're in my phone book. That's a Bill Hicks quote.
And we don't talk about that. Oh, anytime a Christian expresses an opinion or quotes from that book, he's shoving religion down our throats and trampling on our freedoms.
You know, I don't think so, honestly, as
Yeah.
long as, like, the president isn't, like, leading... Well, I guess they do still have prayers, like, in the halls of Congress and shit like that.
I kind of consider...
And we don't even complain about that. How often do you hear us complain about that?
We've never complained about it. I don't even care. Like, to me, it's just like, if I hear someone talk about the Bible, I think it's bullshit, so I just view it as like, oh, well, let's have a discourse with this person, and I'll go and say, like, you know, I think that what you're saying is a bunch of bullshit, and, you know, I'm not sitting there like, I advocate that this must stop. Like, I hope it stops because they realize that it's bullshit and stop doing it on their own. I'm not advocating that someone do something to stop them from being religious.
Of course, it's different when we ram our opinions down the throats of school children. When we stomp on people's freedom, it's for their own good. Richard Nixon was a criminal because he might have known about the Watergate break-in.
No, he knew about it.
He knew about
There were recordings of him talking about it.
Yeah, he knew. That's not some ambiguous, like, maybe he did, maybe he did, maybe
It's
he
fucking
didn't.
crazy. Like, out of all the presidents, he's the one president you can go out there and listen to secret recordings of his phone calls and shit. You know, because the CIA was actually investigating the president at the time. I wonder how often that happens now and we just don't hear.
Every day,
the
Ben.
bugged phone calls. I wonder if like every fucking phone call in the White House is recorded somewhere.
No one can record our president.
Nope.
Obama
But
speaks in
Obama's not a criminal
subsonic
because if he
languages.
supplied guns to the drug cartels to kill cops, there must have been a good reason. And if you doubt that, you're a racist.
Yep.
Just because a person has died is no reason to take away their right to vote. We liberals are proud to fight
Hold on, what? How about just because a person has to work on Tuesday from the hours of 8 a.m. until 7 p.m., why not deny their right to vote?
Yeah, what about, like, when it comes to who's really fucking with elections, I mean, like, the party that does all the gerrymandering is the Republicans.
Yeah,
The
and they
party
try-
that does all the voter suppression is Republicans. The party that, like, actually will send out false election dates to minority voters in order to confuse them so they don't know what day the polls are actually open is Republicans.
Right.
And yet they're going to act like, oh, it's the liberals that are always messing with elections to win.
They try to eliminate early voting. Early voting, state to state, is totally different. And some states don't even have early voting. And every time we have an election day in the United States, it falls on a Tuesday from the early morning until the early evening. You know? So if you have something else going on during that time, you don't get to vote in certain states. And there's very few states that have early voting, but the ones that do, usually Republicans are trying to get rid of the early voting.
Fucking Republicans.
Discrimination against the dead by casting their votes for them. After all, they can't walk. Oh, man, I cannot do this.
You're right, you can't.
Take that,
Okay,
John Lennon.
you know, it's funny. It's like now when he's pretending to be himself, he seems like he's acting more at this point. Man, I cannot do this. Did
You know what's
notice that?
funny is, like, in order to make fun of liberals, he has to literally make shit up. But if I want to make fun of conservatives, I can say things they've actually said, like Obama is a Kenyan, Obama is a socialist, Obama's birth certificate is fake.
Obama's second birth certificate is fake.
Yeah. Fucking pregnant, women have a way to shut down pregnancy in the case of legitimate rape. Shit like that. They've actually said that shit. I've even heard right-wing conservative radio hosts get on the air and say that Obama fucking is planning to let Ebola sweep through the nation to weaken us, or there's going to be, white death camps. These are all things they've actually said. So you almost can't exaggerate their stupidity, but the only way he can make liberals look foolish is to get on here and literally make shit up and exaggerate positions and distort them. And of course that's what parody is, but it's actually impossible to parody conservatives because they're so fucking stupid you can't even exaggerate the crazy shit they say.
The best parody of you ever was Jesus Freak.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm TJ, the amazing atheist.
It was a brilliant one. So spot on.
It's no wonder psychiatrists consider liberals to be mentally ill. I think
Hold on. What? You got a bad case of liberalism. Take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
It's even in the DSM, dude. Liberalism. A mental disorder.
That was one of Michael Savage's books, Liberalism as a Mental Disorder.
Yeah, I think Michael Savage is a mental disorder in and of himself.
It's weird because his real name is Michael Weiner, which I guess I'm not surprised. Why he changed his name.
Interesting fact about Michael Savage: he wrote a fictional a novel basically, where the main character is like somewhat based on himself.
Well, no, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
But the character in the novel, all throughout like his 20s and stuff, deals with these homosexual urges that he has to turn to God to overcome. So
the one thing I know about Michael Savage is he has a PhD in natural medicine. So a lot of his early books were like different herbs you can take to overcome cocaine addiction or like yeah. So he was a very new age kind of guy. I don't know.
But I guess that didn't work for him as much as the hate-filled rants.
Neither did the last name Weiner.
Weiner. Ben, don't you wish your last name was Weiner?
I thought it was pretty funny, like the one guy, I think he was a congressman, his last name was Weiner, and he got in trouble for showing his wiener.
Yeah, that was pretty great.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I remember a while back we were watching one of Wild Bill's videos, and he was talking about how he did like a speaking arrangement. We were like, who the fuck goes to one of those? And it's amazing that they even have them.
Was it like a narcoleptics convention or something?
Something, but I have a video of one of Wild Bill's lectures, if you can call it that, speeches.
Let's see it.
Okay.
I like the background.
I'm getting the signal here, so I'm going to skip ahead to the fun part.
How appropriate that we are here right after the Martin Luther King holiday. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream, and it was a good one. He dreamed of a day when skin color would not matter anymore. A day when character would be more important than skin color. But when we look at what's happening in the USA today, it's pretty easy to see that Dr. King's dream got hijacked along the way. I believe that racism would have died out in this country a long time ago, except that some people figured out that racism can be very profitable.
Okay. So
yeah, you. I mean, isn't that kind of obvious? He's into all that. He's a race baiter. He's always
he's standing up on stage making a speech about it. So
I know that's what I'm saying. Like,
but the problem with what he's saying, I mean, it should be obvious, I guess. But I mean, if you just look at the fucking like wealth disparity between just white people on average and black people on average in America. I mean, it's pretty tremendous. And white people in America really don't even have that much when you compare them to like the wealthiest fucking 0.1% of the population, which control just like so much wealth that it's almost insane. I think they said that by like 2016, 50% of the wealth on the planet would be controlled by the top 1%.
So shocking.
Both financially,
but yeah.
Both financially and politically. And now, those who are most vocal about Martin Luther King Jr. being their hero seem to be the most race-driven people in America. The left have mastered the art of turning every issue into a skin color issue. Character be damned. Manufacturing racism for political purposes is a big business in the USA.
All right, so, I mean, either you have to believe that our justice system is racist, or you have to come up with some other explanation for why black people are so disproportionately arrested, so disproportionately charged, even of the same crimes.
They must
as
all
white
be
people,
criminals.
and so disproportionately sentenced harshly for the same crimes as white people.
Well, they are in a bit of a vicious circle after all. They don't exactly sit in the most, I could say, beneficial economic situation. It doesn't really, sorry.
I have almost no idea what
I'm
you
sorry,
said.
this all thought I thought it would be a hell of a lot easier in my head. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
And manufactured racism has been used to hurt the Tea Party from day one. And I think it's about time we did something about that. There's
the Tea Party.
Okay, so hold on.
Look how much diversity we see here.
Hold
now.
on. Let's see. Can we spot a black person anywhere in this crowd?
Some are hard to tell, but
I can definitively. Then we'll say.
Okay, I would say at the very minimum, 99% of the crowd is white, and it looks to be mostly middle-aged or older.
Yeah,
if it's Tea Party people, well, there you go.
I mean, it's a bunch of Tea Partiers.
Yeah.
So basically, like a bunch of fucking old white people are gonna listen to this guy talk and be like, "Yeah, that's the problem.
we're not racist. It's
all
yes,
them
we are.
black people that black people
They're
keep
the real
saying they
racists.
discriminated against by us, and that's discriminated against us."
Find that if Martin Luther King Jr. was alive today, the liberal left would spit in his face because he would be such a threat to their political
If Martin Luther King Jr. was alive today, he would be a Tea Partier. He would side with the white middle class establishment. That's who fucking Martin Luther King Jr. would be fucking. That would be his corner. I'm sure. That sounds like him.
That definitely sounds correct.
Flawless logic.
I could just see
Wild Bill.
Martin Luther King Jr. just wrapping his arm around Wild Bill for America. And
Yeah,
like,
buddy.
Yeah.
You're my guy, Wild Bill.
You know me, man.
Seriously, what's up with the right wing in America and this victim complex? It's like they try to constantly just change around the entire setup of it,
They
portray themselves as the victims instead.
Oh, they love to be persecuted. That's like they get off on it. They're like,
they think
it's bad.
Any sort of like progressive shit happening in America, like we're gay marriage. We think it's actually there's nothing wrong with that, and they're like, oh my god, it's an attack on my values.
Yeah, white Christians are actually the oppressed group.
So oppressed.
Yep.
It just seems a way to justify their own aggressions.
Yes.
We are the people who practice Dr. King's dream.
Bullshit.
It is the Tea Party where people are not judged by the color of their skin. And it is Tea Party
Why would
Americans
you need to judge them? Everyone there is white. Judge them how? And even if they're not white, they already agree with all the rhetoric. So it's like we include Nigger Joe because he is yes sir massa.
It's basically what Herman Cain.
I mean, like that's basically what it is. Like
they got a black president, maybe we'll try our black president. He just says all the white things.
This is a joke. I mean, they're not a racially inclusive group. It's so obvious. Most of the people in the group are racist. They're afraid of every other race. Like they're a xenophobic group. They're like, we shut all immigrants out. It's
character.
Is it because all the immigrants are white people? Yeah.
So today, I am officially announcing that the Tea Party is taking Dr. Martin Luther King away from the liberal left.
Yeah,
they're taking him.
Don't fall for none of them liberal
the
lies.
Man for far too long, and it's time to call him out on it. From this day forward, Dr. Martin Luther King is officially a Tea Party hero.
A Tea Party hero.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. I think Martin Luther is just rolling in his grave at this point.
Yeah.
This is pretty bad.
Yep.
I'll give him one thing. I didn't actually believe he did these events, but that's about it.
He pulled a decent crowd here.
Yeah?
He's probably one of several dozen speakers.
Oh, I'm sure, but I mean, there's still like at least, it looks like maybe 100 or 150 people in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, someone showed up, so I'll give him that.
Oh, he gets a
standing ovation.
Mild Bill.
I guess I'll clap for that.
Go back to the home, Grandpa. Everyone there is literally ancient.
Yeah, like old 75 and older crowd.
Where am I? Just keep clapping.
And to you race-baiting promoters of
clap
division
through
and
this
hatred,
speech, and then we
you're
can
not
go to the
getting back
buffet.
until you renounce your shameful skin color politics and start practicing the politics of character.
Yeah. Fuck them liberals. Saying that any historical figure would have been on your side is kind of weird to me anyway.
I'm pretty sure Julius Caesar would have supported the Tea Party.
Right. It's kind of strange in the first place, but I'm pretty sure in this instance that, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 99 excessive amounts of nines sure
Dude,
that Martin Luther King Jr. would not be a Tea Party.
I'm pretty sure Jesus and Muhammad would have supported the Tea Party. They'd be like, it's not so bad. Maybe even Buddha will get on the action.
I could actually see Muhammad supporting the Tea Party, but once he learned how they felt about Muslims, he might
at least if he chose someone
change his mind.
Like someone else famous, at least it would just be delusional. It's almost like he just did this for a bet or something, just to piss all over Martin Luther. It's like he did it for a joke or something.
I don't know. He's just not. The sad thing is that he doesn't joke.
Yeah, he's not a very bright person. Yeah. He really believes this rhetoric. That's the thing. That's like people think like, oh, this must be a joke. Like, no, these Tea Party people are serious. That's why they're so scary.
He's what we refer to as a piece of shit.
Yeah,
commonly known here in America as a piece of shit. There's lots of them.
All right, so everyone, all 3,500 of you watching right now, hit the like button, please. It shares the video with people that follow your likes.
Force them to watch
the
show.
It spreads us
At
around
gunpoint.
like a disease.
Lock them in your basement and whip them until they watch the show. If they don't like the show, whip them harder.
It watches the drunken peasants.
Please, I still want to watch anymore.
It watches the Drunken Peasants podcast. It watches the Drunken Peasants podcast.
And up
Work against
next
the hose.
is a video that everyone's going to like. Play Wild Bill.
No, it's not. Let's talk about something else. Sinning with Islam.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here.
Shut up.
And last Tuesday at the Church of the Ascension in Fountain Hills, Arizona, Muslims met with church members. The advertising brochure said that a panel of Muslim speakers will answer your questions about Islam and discuss the challenges of being a moderate Muslim in a society that tends to lump all Muslims together into one group. What is wrong with this picture? A supposedly Christian church hosting a delegation from a violent, false religion.
Okay.
That's a very nuanced position, Wild
Right.
Bill.
Wild Bill, you know.
So it's not okay to find common ground.
What sort of Christian would hear anyone else out? These are obviously false Christians.
Well, Wild Bill has it right, you know. He's saying their religion is bullshit. And, you know, hey, man, they want to come to his church? Not his fucking church. Well,
Yeah.
probably isn't his church. Or is it his church?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, hey, it's someone else's church. He needs to be outraged on behalf of them.
Wild Bill is actually
They're
a member
not
of the church.
They're
of
not.
Gale.
They're not enough like fundamentalist Christians there.
Definitely not.
You know, it's too bad. You know, Wild Bill. It's really interesting how Wild Bill can tell other people what they should do. It's like I'm sure he says, "Well, I believe in freedom." Well, it's like, well, it's an optional event at another church. So if they want to put on the event, who really gives a shit?
Kenyonism.
I mean, to me, it's all a bunch of bullshit to begin with. But if we're splitting hairs here, I mean, who really cares?
Let's see which group of people
Yeah.
is more full of shit.
Precisely.
Dedicated to the total destruction of the Christian faith. Blood-spilling jihad is often preceded.
No, actually, most Muslims respect the earlier Abrahamic religions.
Actually, the
So-
Quran specifically says to respect Christianity. You know, it does say not to think too highly of pagans, but
right.
Christians, you're supposed to allow them. I don't know if it says to respect them necessarily,
Right,
but
right.
it says allow
to
them.
tolerate them. Respect really wasn't
Right.
the right word.
Tolerate that their beliefs.
Right.
Yeah, make them pay a tax, basically.
Yeah, and actually, when Muslims have conquered Christian lands in the past, they don't kill all the Christians. They just tax them, basically. You know, you have to pay a special tax because you don't believe in Islam. So, I mean, it's not exactly like they have had the best history on the subject, but they're definitely not dedicated to the destruction of Christianity.
No.
By deception jihad. In countries that are too powerful for Muslims to come roaring in with bullets flying and machetes hacking, they take their time. Americans are too well armed and too resistant to tyranny for Islam to launch a frontal assault, so useful idiots are being recruited by Islam to propagandize America into dropping her guard. There are a lot of useful idiots in America spreading
Pure speculation. That's nothing. I mean, there's no facts to bear that out. That's just basically like his opinion said with the authority as though it were fucking some fact. Like, this is what's going on. I mean, he's honestly going to sit there and say, like, oh, there's a concerted effort on the part of all Muslims to do this, like, subversive, slow-motion attack against us where they just erode away at the edges of our culture until the next thing we know, we're living under Sharia law.
Yeah, they're gonna slowly legislate Sharia law under our nose.
It's just a horrible example of the slippery slope argument. You know, okay, first it's this, then it's that, then eventually, you know, the fucking Muslim flag waves over the White House, and you know, white people are enslaved and led to the FEMA death camps.
You know, I don't
With
even
a bomb
know.
at the head.
I don't even know if he's still in the House, but there was only one openly Muslim congressman ever. His last name was Ellison, I think.
Yeah, from Minnesota.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it's because a bunch of like Somalian people live in Minnesota. So
Yeah.
like his district is like pretty much all Somalians who are mostly Muslim.
Right. So and those are the people who make the laws, you know.
Sure.
And I didn't see him sneaking in any secret Sharia legislation.
Oh,
on us.
sure he did.
I believe now in the Congress they have like one person who's a Buddhist and they have like two Muslims. And mostly just I mean the vast majority, like 90-some% of Congress is like, or like 85% of Congress is like Christian.
Right.
So It's not really in danger of happening.
Oh my God, there's so much danger. It could happen any second now, Scotty. Today,
I'm
we're
not worried
fucking
about it.
Today we're a secular republic.
I would actually love
Tomorrow,
to see religion removed from
Muslim
politics.
theocracy.
Yeah.
Muslim theocracy, Scotty.
That's not going to
Imminent danger of a Muslim theocracy could happen any day now.
Is that the same as the no-go zones in Europe?
Yes.
Okay.
Wild Bill, right now he's the one warning us, but a couple weeks from now he'll probably be wearing a turban.
That's true.
Going, Allah!
Yep.
Praying towards Mecca.
Yep.
He'll be sitting out in the Wendy's parking lot waiting to behead anyone who orders a junior bacon cheeseburger.
Yeah.
What'd you get? I got a chicken sandwich. Oh, okay.
All right. Yeah, you're cool.
Is there bacon on that chicken sandwich?
No. No.
Oh, it looks like they put some on here on accident. Oh, shit! No!
Muslim myth and the religion of peace nonsense. You will never see one of these useful idiot meetings in a Christian church that knows and honors God. The Bible
When you're in
absolutely
Texas, look
prohibits it.
behind you.
I noticed on the church's
'cause
website that
that's
part of its
where the
program
moron's
is training
gonna
their
be.
members ever more deeply into the mystery of Trinitarian life. The Christian doctrine of the Trinity, that Jesus Christ is the eternal Son of God. What do you want to bet that the pastor of that church doesn't know that in Israel?
Well, it teaches that he's the Son of God and also God. He's himself, but he's also everything else too. Which
I was always told that when I was a kid, everything is God. So, I don't understand how Jesus was more God than anything else.
They like to say that Jesus was both fully God and fully man. Like he was
100% two different things.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Well, that's religion for you.
God has the power to fucking
Well, and also
subvert
look at the
math.
Trinity. They say these three things create the one God. It's like that defies.
It's kind of like the Triforce.
Yeah. Well, it's three things still equal one somehow.
Well, that's how it works, Ben. It's like the Triforce. They're each their own triangle, but then you put them together, and they're a bigger triangle. So,
All right, Bill.
think of it like
people
that,
pay
buddy.
to see Bill speak. It's like if people go, or maybe it's free for all we know.
Sure.
In all fairness, there are people that pay to watch other people poop on each other as well.
That's true.
So, let's look at the standard of our fellow human beings in general.
Are you among them, TJ?
No.
Sure you're not.
We're going to play a quick video here by a guy that makes YouTube videos. His name is Wild Bill.
Okay.
He's the typical Western cowboy guy. He wears a cowboy hat, and we're gonna play the video and we'll stop and comment on it as we go along.
All right.
He has great theme music too.
Yeah, you're in for something good now.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. Won't be any squirrels in this video, but there's usually dolphins out there somewhere, so watch close. People say you're not supposed to pick on the handicapped.
I can't even tell there's water.
Loudmouth atheists, I just can't help myself. Besides, picking on them is cheaper than paying to go to the zoo to watch monkeys. But here's
Yeah.
Wow.
You're mentally handicapped and you're monkeys, TJ.
Yep.
Yeah.
way you can have fun with atheists. Allow them to recite their memorized spiel about how there is absolutely no evidence for God, and then ask them about life.
Wait, hold on. Why do I need a memorized spiel to say that? There's no evidence of God. It doesn't. Is that like something he would have to memorize? Like write it down on a cue card, look at it every night for like 12 hours?
I feel like writing on my hand.
Yeah. You have to rehearse.
I'm an atheist. There is no evidence. Oh, sorry, this part got smudged. Of dogs? Good? There's no evidence of good. Oh, no, it says God. Sorry. No evidence of God. Yeah, it's not a spiel, you know? All you have to do is say that, and anyone who says there is, be like, okay, present it to me.
Well, he's going to tell you, TJ. God, ignorant fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Here
I'm probably going to miss it.
I have yet to meet one of these atheists who isn't absolutely convinced that there are alien civilizations out there somewhere. They have genuine faith that out there somewhere are Vulcans and Klingons and whatever, and someday we're going to meet up with them, and we're all going to play with our spaceships.
Okay.
Sweet. All right. Where do I sign up?
I believe in the possibility of life on other planets, but I I would say that more than likely the chances of us meeting them someday are pretty slim, unless they somehow find the way to travel, very fast, for a very long period of time. I don't know. This guy's so full of shit.
How can you say that?
Yeah, Wild Bill. He's full of shit.
He has a hat. It's charming.
Yeah. He's very folksy.
He's got a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Does he live in Texas? Does he live in Texas?
I don't know where he lives, but I'm guessing.
I think someone said he lived in Florida. Actually.
He doesn't have a Texas accent at all.
No, he doesn't.
But he claims to have been some sort of cop at some point.
Fuck that. He was Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yeah, basically.
The show is based on his life.
Be careful when playing this game, because if you point out to them that there really is no evidence for the existence of such civilizations, they will sometimes attack with religious zeal. You see, in the world of atheism, also known as spiritual retardation, it is absolutely impossible for God to exist in spite of thousands of years of eyewitness testimony, archaeological.
So he's saying there's thousands of years of eyewitness testimony. Now, we know that the writers of the Bible were not eyewitnesses.
No.
Because...
That's garbage.
Yeah. I mean, the people who were there supposedly to witness the events of the Bible, they weren't standing there, ready to write things down all the time. And who knows if they even could write, know?
Bullshit, a court stenographer followed Jesus around everywhere, right?
But Moses had tablets, too.
Yeah.
I was just say, if neuroscience has taught us anything, it's that eyewitness testimony is the most valid and best form of evidence possible.
Yeah, people don't lie either.
No.
It never happens. And no one's ever made up crazy, fanciful stories, and no one's ever gotten shit wrong.
No.
It's just if you believe in that the
Memory is
Bible is
perfect.
like divine shit, then you believe in human infallibility, not God's infallibility.
Right.
Historical and literary evidence. And even though there
Literary
is
evidence.
no such evidence.
There's also literary evidence of Harry fucking Potter.
He said archaeological, though. He said, I would like to know where the archaeological evidence is.
We found a Jesus fossil.
Yeah.
There he is.
The Jesus fish?
We know it's Jesus because he's in a T shape.
Shape of a T.
For extraterrestrials, atheists say that it is impossible that we are alone in the universe. Ah, yes, atheists.
I wouldn't say it's impossible.
Yeah,
I would just say it's astonishingly fucking unlikely.
Right.
The universe is kind of a big place.
And while you're out of the room, TJ, he said that atheists are sure that someday we're going to meet, we're going to be visited by the Klingons or something like that.
Well, that'd be awesome.
That would be pretty
no,
sweet.
it wouldn't. They would fuck us up.
I know, but it'd still be awesome.
It'd still be like, damn.
Dude, I mean, like, of all the possible ways the world could end, Klingon invasion is probably the best. I would take that over fucking some lame-ass meteor or nuclear war or some super virus.
It's like the horror
Bring on
movie
the Klingons.
2012.
Oh,
Everything.
we can get Klingon porn. Think of
Whoa.
that. Mind blown, right?
Yeah. I'm.
Everything in Star Trek leads me to believe that Klingons fuck pretty violently.
Yeah,
too.
they do actually.
They like break bones and shit.
Yeah, like
TJ's like,
the
yeah,
woman
give me
like
some
punches the
Klingon.
guy in the face to like initiate it or something. Yeah.
They
like it rough.
Everyone's
Hey, got their
punching and
preference.
fucking beating the shit. Well, they're a warrior culture,
Yeah.
so they got to fight and fuck at the
You
same time.
you need to pitch this idea, Mercedes, to someone.
This is gonna be fucking hot.
I'm sure Klingon porn already exists, but
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to look for it.
Proudly marching themselves into hell while telling us how intelligent they are. Spiritual retardation. But
I'm marching to hell now, guys. Bye.
Occasionally, God Almighty reaches down and rips the blinders off of one of these atheists and totally changes their life, gives them hope and purpose and an eternal home in the eternal kingdom. How do I know this? Because he did it with me.
Wow.
And that's one reason.
You know, heaven doesn't sound like fun to me, like the way Christians describe it.
hold on. Oh my God!
Oh, are you converting now?
The
TJ?
veil has been lifted from my eyes.
Can you see?
I
TJ?
see the truth.
You have been blind.
I see the truth.
You have been blind.
Hail
brother TJ.
Satan! Hail
wait.
Satan!
Wait, wrong.
Yeah.
Change that to God.
No, I had Satan lifted the veils from my eyes, and now I realize that he's my Dark Lord Master.
You're marching to hell then, TJ, with your spiritual retardation.
No, well,
Enjoy hell,
I'm going to
buddy.
be leading the march in hell.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's better than
if you
being
worship
part of
Satan
it.
in life, you get to stay in the nicer part of hell.
The nicer part.
Yeah.
That's nice. It's like the VIP bottle service club.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's what porn. That's what porn is. 'Cause
And
we're
you get
all
to
just-
get your picture taken with Satan. You know.
They get, like,
it's like
Oh, go
it's
ahead.
like AVN. It's like AVN with Satan.
Yeah. Be like, yeah.
AVN with Satan.
Is there an open?
Yeah.
Is there an open bar in hell, TJ? Or do you have to pay?
I'm not sure.
You don't know.
I'm not
Okay.
a hell expert.
Well, get back to me on that one.
All right.
Why I endure the filthy hate mail from these people, I will never stop encouraging them to seek the one true God who, through Jesus Christ, opened the door for them to be reconciled to their Creator. But of course, I'm going to have a little fun along the way. I love to show people my atheist imitation.
You know what really
you know,
sucks? One of these days, probably not even that long from now, Wild Bill will be walking down the street or something, and he'll be like masturbating into a fucking peanut butter jar or some shit, and he'll die of a heart attack.
This will create life.
He'll die of a heart attack right then and there, and he's gonna die, and then he's gonna be non-existent. He's not gonna go to heaven or hell or anything. And the thing that sucks is you can't gloat to him like, you were wrong, bitch. Ain't no heaven. Stupid fuck.
I know why you're bringing that up, because me and you were talking, you're like, what if you killed someone you really hated? It'd be like, you couldn't even gloat when they were dead. You just be like, well, I killed you. It's like, I was like, well, maybe you have to shoot them and then torture them and like they toy with them or something. He's
Yeah,
like,
that's why you gotta
Yeah.
be. You gotta. It's better to just brutally torture someone forever than to kill them. I think that's the moral lesson we can
That's
derive.
why Satan is your dark lord.
Yeah. You know, and that's Satan has got. I used to think it was okay to just kill people. Now I realize
Torture
that if
them.
they're dead, all their pain and suffering is over. It's better to just torture them while they're alive.
and that's why TJ's joining the CIA. So.
Well, yeah, I got it from Satan and the CIA, because Satan actually founded the CIA in the 1920s.
Illuminati. We're gonna.
That's why I'm here. Actually, I've come to convert you. The entire porn industry is nothing more than Illuminati based. I read it on a website.
Did you?
Everything is Illuminati based, though.
Yeah, there's this guy we watch from time to time that we play here on the show. His name's the Vigilant Christian.
Mario.
Yeah, and everything is like a secret Illuminati message. You know.
Please tell me you're not bringing this up because we're about to play.
No. I don't have him lined up today.
Thank
but he's even said that credit card debt is satanic.
Oh, totally. That's
Yeah.
why the porn industry and the banking cabal are all together, and we're just trying to get your credit cards for porno debt, so we can get your souls for Satan forever.
Oh, okay.
Neat.
Well,
That doesn't sound so bad, really.
Yeah, that's not
When you
so
put it like that,
I'm on board.
No.
I could deal with that.
Let's
better than spending all my life worshiping some cosmic
TJ.
asshole that wants me to behave.
You're a Jesuit.
Let's move on to Ryan Wiley.
No, Ben, we have to play all of Wild Bill's video because otherwise we'd be taking him out of context. What if he says something at the end? What if at the end of the video he says, all that shit I just said, I was just kidding, guys? You know? What if he did that?
Yeah. We'd be taking him out of context.
That's
is Ryan Wiley
why
ever
our
dead?
show is not to be taken seriously. If you cut America into fourths, then I would have lived in every fourth.
I see. That's interesting.
Yep. I'm awesome.
So up next here we have a video from Wild Bill.
I can't do an Irish accent though. It's impossible. Anyway, Wild Bill.
Yeah, Wild Bill. This is a pretty strange video.
Strange even for him?
Yes.
Okay.
Same music though.
Tony's Liberal Cat.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here, and yes, I am still babysitting that liberal cat. How do I know it's a liberal? Well, it broke my Impeach Obama mug. But what you don't know is why I have the cat. My neighbor Tony was diagnosed with cancer, terminal cancer. He was given 5 months to live, and that was 4.5
cancer of the
months
terminal.
ago. Since he was too sick to work, he was evicted from his home and is now living in his truck. And that's why I have
Hold
the
on.
cat.
Wait.
Apparently they don't do well in...
So you took in his cat, but not him?
He's Wild Bill, TJ. He's like,
Wait, but his friend has cancer and is dying and has nowhere to live. And Bill's so concerned That he's letting his cat live with him while his friend lives in the truck.
Yes.
Wild Bill ain't a millionaire, TJ. His
But I mean-
friend needs to get a job and support himself.
Yep.
Isn't there a couch to sleep on? Or
Nope. No. The cat gets the couch.
Oh, the cat gets the couch. Well, the cat clearly is the most important party there because it's going to continue living and it's going to need, more
Yeah,
stable
it's gonna need somewhere to stay.
living conditions. I mean, some guy with cancer, he's going to be dead soon anyway. What's it matter where he sleeps?
True.
Vehicles. Now, a dog would be perfectly content to sleep right next to you in a truck. Unconditional love and selfless friendship. Dogs are clearly more conservative than cats. Oh, and Tony told me that when his cancer began, the cat started avoiding him. Interesting. I see Tony pretty often, and he's in a lot of pain. A few days ago, he was shaking so bad he couldn't hold a cup. Hospice doesn't have a room for him, and I really wish I could afford to put him up someplace, but the best I can do right now is a few bags of groceries. I'm asking
How
for all
about
my internet
your
friends.
house where you're living?
I mean,
like,
I don't know the circumstances.
You don't. He seems well off enough that if he really cared about this guy, he could fucking clear some space somewhere. Put an air mattress in the living room. I mean, am I crazy here?
I just don't know. I mean, that could be a possibility. I just don't know what his house or setup is like, so I'm not going to...
Unless there's already 15 people living in a one-bedroom apartment, I don't see how it would be that big of a fucking deal.
To pray for Tony. The clock is ticking down and he will pass into eternity in a matter of days.
Tony.
And when Tony leaves this life, he has no place to go but down. He's a hard-hearted man who has lived a rough life. In prison, he ridiculed and cursed the guys who read their Bibles. But now that death is coming at him like a Mack truck, he's willing to listen. I've told him the gospel message. He knows that the Son of God died on the cross to pay for his sins, and that if he will believe in Jesus Christ and turn from his sinful life towards God, he can be completely reconciled with his Creator, and when he dies, he will have an eternal home with God in a magnificent, never-ending kingdom. But Tony just can't bring himself to make that commitment, and the clock keeps ticking. Now, one of the rough passages of the Bible is where Christ tells us that most people will never turn to him and will die in their sins and be lost forever in hell, which is a prison created not for people, but for Satan and his minions.
So you see how he's slowly changing what he's talking about.
My friend has cancer. His cat is a liberal. He's going to hell.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clock's ticking, TJ.
Tick tock,
What
tick
a
tock, tick
horrible
tock.
fate. And once a man enters hell, he will never get out. It's hard to watch Tony bullheadedly march down that path. And it's hard knowing that many of the people I interact with are also bullheadedly marching down that same path to hell. That's why I challenge
On a highway to hell.
The liberals and the unaware to wake up and realize that their life clock is also ticking down
Wait a
and
minute.
will one day stop.
Wait a minute. That doesn't even make any sense. There's plenty of people who are liberal who are also Christians.
No, they're false Christians.
Oh, so they're G-Man Christians?
Yeah.
If you agree with G-Man, then you're a Christian. If you don't agree with G-Man, then you're not a Christian. So it's basically like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I see.
You get it, Scotty. You bright.
Just think about when they least expect it. This is Wild Bill for America saying, think about it. Thanks for
Just
watching.
think about it.
America.
Well,
bless God
excuse
again.
me, TJ.
And it just occurred to me that this cat is probably going to live here forever.
Aw. Well, probably not. Probably just till you or the cat dies.
Yeah.
I like Wild Bill's shit. He's all like, I feel real bad for him. Oh, well, cat can stay.
Yeah. Yeah, the cat can stay there.
This video is very deceptively titled as well. It's like Tony's liberal cat.
Yep.
You're all going to hell. It's like, what does that have to do with the liberal kitty?
Well, he's saying you're going to hell if you don't change your ways, is what he's trying to say.
I know.
It's bullshit.
I'm just saying that the title is really misleading.
Yeah, the title of this video is Tony's Liberal Cat.
Well, there is a cat in the video.
And it is apparently a liberal.
Yeah, he claims it's a liberal because it broke his Benghazi mug.
Yeah, the cat was like, Impeach Obama. Fuck that shit.
All right, so we're not going to play all of this next video.
Poor Wild Bill. He's such a hapless looking fuck.
All right, so we're going to move on to Wild Bill for America.
Oh, yeah. Atheist droppings.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. In response to my video, Taking on the Atheists, Exaru writes, "Hey, Jethro, why not shut up and let your God take us on?" Well, he's going to, but first he commanded me to give you fair warning to believe in Jesus Christ, the Son of God, because that is the only thing that will save you on Judgment Day.
All right.
Yes, because as we know, people in the world are not aware of Christianity. Like, what?
Krishna what now?
Who? And they did who with what and where?
Krishna?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
I'm just following orders. Bordy writes, "Show me evidence for God, and I will be in church on Sunday. If you quote scripture to do so, kill yourself." Typical.
You quote scripture, kill yourself. Obviously, the guy's being facetious.
Maybe not.
Even if he's not, I mean, it's
still a good point.
The worst, atheists constantly demand evidence, but refuse to accept any evidence. They are truly the blind leading the blind.
Okay, what evidence?
Okay, Bordy, you want non-biblical evidence?
Okay, yeah, that'd be
The
great.
entire creation. In fact, God himself says that because of what is clearly seen, you have no excuse.
Cop out.
Typical argument from creation. Look at you. Look at the wonders around us. God.
Look how pretty the sunset is. God made it. Look, see? Look at it, man. It's great. What about flesh-eating bacteria and, like, mosquitoes and syphilis?
And plagues and disease and famine and war and all these other horrible things.
Well, you know,
well,
if only Eve hadn't eaten that fucking apple, you know how that bitch is.
Yep.
Ben Collier says, "I wouldn't mind one of those mugs, Bill. It would look great on the office desk." Well, Ben, you can get the mugs and a lot of other stuff on my Cafe Press site. I'm really bad about reminding people of that. I'm going to see about putting a link to it in the videos.
Might be a good idea.
Red Wolf started his note with filthy insults, then went on to say, "Ronald Reagan was a retarded country killer. He's the one taking gold backing away from the dollar, so we go kill small countries that have oil influence. Try reading the Constitution."
Constitution.
He had 14
I like
spelling
that.
and punctuation errors, as well as just flat out being wrong. "I am truly sorry for what the public schools did to you. FDR took us off the gold standard, and I don't have time to explain who he was. Sir, if you can, go back and find a private school, Christian if possible, because if you don't get a better education, you're going to be a Democrat for the rest of your life."
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, you can't blame the public school for someone being retarded.
FDR, let's see, the only president to serve 3 terms, president during World War II.
I believe he was actually elected 4 times.
Yeah, not to mention a total badass, but he only served 3 because he died in his...
Right, he served 3 terms.
But yeah, he was a total badass, by the way, FDR. And also, getting us off the gold standard was a good thing. I'm just going to put that out there. The gold standard sucks.
Oh man, the fucking libertarians are gonna jump all over that.
Well, they can jump all over it. They can jump all over it all they want, but
that's what I see a lot. Anytime you say anything pertaining to economics on the show, there's all these
the
fucking
libertarians.
Yeah, TJ doesn't know shit about economics.
You don't know the fucking gold standard. That's because the currency was backed up by something of real value. It's like gold doesn't have any real value either. It only has perceptual value, the same way that fiat currency does.
Oh, and because of your filthy language, you are blocked from my channel. This is Wild Bill for America, doing my best to stand for what's right.
Well,
thank you.
You can say one thing for that video. Short. It's quite mercifully short.
Next video is Mild Bill for America.
Testosterone deficient America.
Yeah. He's getting more creative with his
Wild Bill
titles.
for America here.
Stop.
It started back in the 60s when the left began...
What is going on with that shirt?
Yeah, I know.
Take us off the screen for a second so they can see this fucking
Started
shirt.
in the 60s.
I normally wouldn't make you do that, but this is an instance like this. And the fucking irony is it's in a video called Testosterone Deficient America.
Well, Wild Bill's an old guy.
Okay,
come on.
maybe he's gonna say in the video that he's joking around with that
TJ.
shirt.
He should probably drop one more button, like get some gold chains, show some like chest hair. Like,
You guys are ageist. Wild Bill has a normal testosterone deficiency. There's no big deal. You guys might have it when you get his age too. Calm down with that, you guys.
Wild Bill's trying to pick up chicks at the park, man.
He needs to bring a dog. All right, he only has his cancer friend's cat though.
Yeah.
He could bring that though.
This is my friend's cat. Friend has cancer.
He gets to sleep in a car.
He sleeps in my car, in my driveway. No room for him in my trailer, so anyway, come back to my place.
Their attack on American values in earnest. Now, for some reason, this wonderful nation, representing freedom and prosperity to the world, is hated by certain people. And those people, driven by the same hatred that powered Nazism, communism,
Hold on.
and other isms.
Every other video, you're talking shit about America. You don't like the president. You don't like anyone in the fucking government, pretty much. You think the entire country is like too liberal, and like, you criticize pretty much every social advancement that's happening anywhere. So when you talk about people who hate America, you talk about your fucking self.
Yeah, you should be.
Because I mean, like, it seems to me like you don't approve of much that's going on.
He approves of his bullshit vision of America. That's really what he's saying. He's like, they're all sitting around America. You should be like how it used to be, more closed-minded and white.
That have left a trail of dead bodies are out to bring down the USA. And what was the quote? To fundamentally transform the United States. Now, I'm going to be going up to Panama City to speak to the Association of Underwater Demolition Veterans, the group that eventually gave us the Navy SEALs. I've been thinking about these Vietnam veterans and how the USA is different now from when they served. Something is missing from mainstream America. Something has been stolen from the USA, and I believe that is manhood. The sissifying of American boys and the emasculation of American men is one of the most sinister schemes of the enemies of freedom.
It's like that street preacher from earlier. Like, you men need to learn to train your bitches.
The enemies of freedom, TJ. So, TJ, you may not have realized this, but you're an enemy of freedom.
Okay.
You just hate freedom. Like, you see freedom, you're just like, kill it.
You hate capitalism, so
gun down freedom wherever.
TJ
it
is the
fucking
enemy
stands.
of everything. TJ, you're really just an enemy of America, dude.
I dig it.
The human body doesn't have enough healthy blood cells. It dies a slow death. When a man doesn't have enough testosterone, he becomes a liberal. And when a nation has too many testosterone-deficient men, insanity sets in. We now have young men cutting off their wee-wees and calling themselves Susie. That is nothing but bat crap crazy. Insanity from testosterone deficiency is everywhere. Including the White House. It's time for manhood to make a comeback in the USA. The Boy Scouts of America has been the world's #1 program for training boys to become men of excellence.
Ruined it.
We all know what the enemies of freedom have done to the Boy Scouts. There are two things that the evil ones fear.
Turn it into a gay
True
pride
grit
parade.
and amazing grace. Men who remember what it means to be an American man. And men who
People knew who
recognize
they
and
were
honor God
then. Goyles were goyles and men were men.
They were good Christians.
Man, I remember back.
They went to church. And they knew their neighbor's name.
Back in the good old days when we were just men, any conflict you had could be solved by arm wrestling. Just lay your arm. You disagree with my arm. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Told you the sun goes around the earth, stupid.
their lives, their families, and their nation. Men who know when it's time for a showdown with the testosterone-deficient freaks.
You are wearing a
our
purple
children
shirt
and
covered
nation.
in flower
If you agree with
leaves.
this message, forward it to others.
Or is it
and
blue?
please consider becoming a monthly donor. This is Wild Bill for America. Thank you for watching, and America bless God again.
There was no testosterone involved in the selection of your shirt, so you might want to get yourself checked for liberalitis.
America bless God, TJ.
I like how he literally places America above God to the point where it's like God needs to fucking seek America's approval, motherfucker.
You know, this next guy, we haven't had him on the show for a while. Kind of missed him. It
better not be the Vigilant Christian.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's Wild Bill for a mark.
Woo! Toilet paper jihad.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. Wild Bill for America here. You know, every once in a while, we get a little glimpse into why so many Muslims are in such a bad mood. The Daily Caller is reporting that the Directorate on Religious Affairs in Turkey has issued a fatwa, or an Islamic religious order, that it's now okay for Muslims to use toilet paper. Many of you know that in Islam, the left hand is considered unclean, and for good reason. That is what they use to clean themselves after they take care of business.
You know, honestly, and it's interesting that he brings this up. You know, I know in our society, toilet paper is considered the best way to clean. I don't agree. I don't agree that your hand is the best way either.
You go with the three seashells.
Wet wipes all the way.
You go with the three seashells.
Wet wipes all the way, motherfucker.
He doesn't know how to use the three seashells. What
Three
a fucking
seashells.
moron. Yeah. The three seashells, Ben. It's the best way to wipe your ass.
What is it?
You three seashells.
That's stupid.
No, it's not. You just have three seashells, and you know.
I don't know why, like, wiping your ass with a dry piece of paper. I mean, I don't know.
You know, those wet wipes, though.
Right.
They've been giving sewage treatment plants problems.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't be flushed. That's part of the problem.
So you think you should just like have like a bag of like shitty wet wipes that you keep next to the toilet?
People do that with diapers. They throw diapers away in the garbage.
That's true. Very true.
And to the surprise of nobody, this shakeup of Islamic tradition has some Muslims madder than hell and ready to kill someone. The angry Muslims are declaring that paper is for writing, not wiping. Stand by for the stinky
You can't really
finger
write on
jihad
toilet
that
paper that well. You know?
Right. And if you can't write on it, how can you wipe your ass with it? It'll just fall apart, man. You have to like take toilet paper and like fold it over like 20 times, you know.
I don't think you can get your ass that clean just using your left hand, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we keep going back to the Europe trip, but I'm kind of excited about the bidets, honestly, you know.
Ben just wants to
take an ass bath,
shot up
you know,
his ass and shit.
Get nice. No, it doesn't. Well, I mean, I guess some of them
do.
shoot. A lot of them are just like little bathtubs, though. Basically, mini bathtubs.
Ass baths.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Doesn't that water get nasty though?
Well, it drains.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never used one.
It looks just like a little bathtub. It looks like a toilet / bathtub, you know, and you fill it up and then you do your business and then you open the drain and it goes down the drain.
Neat.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You like it.
I don't like
is sure to follow. Isn't the threat that someone might use toilet paper justification for killing them? Well, actually, in all fairness, it's more justification than Planned Parenthood requires for their killing.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. What a fucking...
What a weird connection.
Right, you know, and so out of left field. I don't think, I mean, like, I don't buy, I mean, unless I hear it from a more credible source, I'm not buying that, like, the Muslim world is in a fucking tizzy over toilet paper.
No. I mean, I'm sure there's other things they care a lot more about than what people are wiping their ass with. I don't know.
The Daily Caller went on to explain more about Islamic peeing. Apparently, centuries-old Islamic law requires devout Muslims to pee sitting down, both men and women. And for some reason, Barack Obama came to mind. Why is it that Obama and peeing like a girl just seem to go together? Probably started when America saw him try to throw a baseball. Almost sprained his limp wrist. Now, under the Islamic code known as...
Obama could kick the fucking shit out of you. Why don't you shut up? I mean, you're some fucking fat, out of shape, old ass motherfucking.
Yeah, maybe you were tough at some point, dude.
I mean, Obama, like, you could clearly see just from like his build and physique. And also, he's like a fucking ninja. Did you see that fucking interview where like a fly landed on him and he's just like, BAM! You know?
No, I didn't.
How many times have I've tried to swat flies tons of times and just like, you know, they fucking fly away. They're like, ha ha.
Do you remember when George Bush...
Slow, human.
Do you remember when George Bush dodged that shoe in Iraq?
Yeah.
It was like coming right for him and he was like... He was like a fucking cat, dude. That was the most impressive thing he did as president.
Yeah. What was George Bush's crowning achievement as president? Well, he dodged a shoe. It was pretty impressive.
I guess that's like a huge insult, throwing your shoes at someone there.
Yeah, in Islam,
Yeah.
shoes. I mean, I think in a lot of, I don't know. I think in Islam, it's maybe this is India. I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's India. You're not. It's insulting to even show someone like the soles of your feet because it's like, oh no. So if you're an Indian, guess what? Bitch.
As Kadahul Hajar, Muslims are forbidden from peeing while facing Mecca, and they're not permitted to look at their genitals. Beware those zippers, guys. That's a mistake you only make once.
Okay, I love how he's talking about all the those Muslims do all this stupid, crazy shit. It's like, don't you realize that to an atheist like me, you look pretty much the same? That you do a bunch of crazy, stupid shit like, oh, you can't say Jesus Christ because he's taking the Lord's name in vain. You know? Or, gay people can't have the same rights because the Bible says no.
Kadahul Hajar, rules for peeing. Now that's something men can relate to. And since we're not Muslim, we can face Mecca when we tinkle. And wouldn't you know it, when I stand in my bathroom, I'm facing Mecca. Coincidence? I don't think so. So today
it's not a coincidence. I would say by definition that's a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I don't think the guy that built your house was like,
make sure that when he pees, he's facing Mecca, because that ought to tick off those fucking Muslims. I mean, he's saying it's not a coincidence. Maybe he specifically built it for that purpose. He's like, the toilet used to be in a totally different part of the fucking house. He's like, no, I want to piss facing Mecca. God damn it.
American men are taking Kadahul Hajar for ourselves, and we can pee facing Mecca. Now, as the president of the confirmed Bachelor Club of America, I have authority to write man laws. So as of today, American man law now includes American-style Kadahul Hajar.
This should be fun.
Peeing towards Mecca. That way, when your grandchildren ask, what did you do in the Great War of Terrorism? You'll have something to tell them.
The Great War of Terrorism? That's what you call it?
The Great War of Terrorism.
That's what you call it.
I mean, I don't give a fuck about Mecca one way or the other,
I couldn't even tell you what direction it's in from here.
If I piss towards Mecca, whatever, if I piss away from Mecca.
I would say where we are, Mecca from us. Well, I mean, the world is round, so I guess anyway you're facing towards Mecca technically, but it would be like southeast we would face.
Yeah, man, fuck. I don't give a shit.
And I don't even know what direction southeast is from where we're facing right now.
I mean, Mecca's a piece of shit. Who cares?
Be taking me to task for being irreverent towards Islam. I say this: one cannot be irreverent towards something that is inherently blasphemous. Islam is slaughtering people around the world simply because they are Christians or Jews. Islam is crushing freedom wherever it can.
Because, it's not like America ever killed any Muslims or anything.
Never.
It's totally been one-sided.
Not like Christians never killed any Muslims either.
I mean, but America's, we're not a Christian nation, but we're a predominantly Christian nation.
Ordained by Jesus himself.
I would presume that many of the soldiers and, I pretty much know that a lot of the politicians that were involved in this decision-making described themselves as Christians. And George W. Bush even said that, he prayed to God for guidance.
God was
whether or not
bomb those
to
fucking Muslims.
So I don't see how you can say, oh, well, these Muslims, they're just killing Christians and shit. It's like Christians kill Muslims too. I don't see your fucking point. You guys are both a bunch of violent assholes that believe in irrational fairy tales. It's funny that you think you're any different, Wild Bill. You notice he never responds to these videos we make of him?
Yeah, I know he knows about it.
You're
There's no way.
Such a fucking pussy, Bill. Why don't you fucking respond, you goddamn bitch? You want to talk all this tough shit, but every time you get criticized, you fucking tuck your tail in between your little fucking... Fuck you.
Islam is a greater threat to humanity than UC Berkeley. And if I can make a few people smile by poking fun at it, so be it. This is Wild Bill for America.
So you did make me smile, but it was at your stupidity.
The University of Berkeley.
Probably not your goal.
He was talking about how that's a threat to humanity, a university.
Yeah, Berkeley, man. Fucking, that's
known to be like the hippie university, like progressive, like liberal.
Look, I honestly hate those people, a lot of those Berkeley type motherfuckers myself, even though I consider myself liberal and progressive on quite a few issues.
Yeah.
Mostly, liberal across the board, progressive on most things. But, even those people even annoy me. But I wouldn't say that they're like
a threat to humanity.
A threat to humanity or something. That's just stupid. I would say that Wild Bill's a bigger threat to humanity.
Yeah. All right.
Might bore everyone to fucking death.
All right, so
next one here is Wild Bill talking about the second Holocaust coming up.
The White Holocaust.
Yeah, Wild Bill says that there's going to be a Holocaust number 2 coming up.
I'm not surprised.
Coming soon to an America near you, Holocaust 2, brought to you by Obama and the Muslim Brotherhood.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America.
Hi, Wild Bill.
Today, I have something serious to discuss. In World War II, my dad fought to stop the Nazis and their horrible Holocaust where millions of Jews and Christians were tortured
And he was very
murdered.
disappointed when I grew up to be one.
Out of that Holocaust came the rebirth of the nation of Israel. Their motto, never again. But unfortunately, the world seems to be moving rapidly towards Holocaust number 2. After years of blood, sweat, and tears by our military in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Obama administration simply gave it all away. And now the most brutal Islamic massacre of all is sweeping that area. ISIS is shocking the world with its public throat slitting, decapitations, burning people alive, cutting children in half, revealing the true face of Islam for the whole world to see. Entire Christian towns are being...
No.
The true face of Islam is ISIS.
Just like,
hey guys, we've been hiding this, but ISIS was. I think the other day we were watching a press conference where all like the Muslims in the world gathered around, like, hey guys, gotta tell you, ISIS kind of represent all of us. Sorry,
ISIS,
and we're all like,
duly appointed representatives of Islam. But also, like, ISIS is nothing new, man.
No.
All throughout history, there's been crazy militias of people with wild-ass agendas cutting people's throats and slicing babies open and what the fuck ever else. That's always been the case. Look all throughout fucking human history. There's always groups like that.
There's always someone looking for a cause.
And wiped off the map. Hundreds of thousands of Christians are fleeing their homes, and the world is shamefully silent. Barack Obama.
What? No, it's not. It's been all over the fucking news. The world has not been shamefully silent.
Shamefully silent, to the point where I believe he is quietly cheering on the slaughter. Why is there no American push to bring these persecuted Christians to the USA?
Obama's like, he's in the Oval Office late night. Yeah, go ISIS, go, good job, kill him.
Yeah, ISIS.
Just kill him. Fucking kill him.
Kill them all.
Mr. President?
Kill all those Christians.
Nothing. I'm good.
Yeah.
Kenyanism.
Probably because Barack Obama and the liberal left are working feverishly to bring Islam to the USA.
Come on, Islam!
Holocaust number...
Islam's already here. It's
working feverishly, man.
I mean, like...
Obama's like fucking sweat pouring off. Give more Muslims, more visas for Muslims. Come on, just bring them in.
We will stop at nothing until America is a Muslim state.
Until America is 99% Muslim, Obama will not be satisfied.
Number 2 is beginning, and the new Nazis
Ayatollah
are Islam
Obama.
And the liberal left. The persecution of Christians in the USA is catching fire as militant homosexuals target Christians. Right now, open harassment and wrecking Christians financially.
What?
Militant homosexuals.
Militant
DJ.
homosexuals are targeting Christians.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever met a militant homosexual?
No, I have not.
Ben, have you?
all the time.
Oh shit! So Ben actually has met some.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure that might exist in some form somewhere, but that's not a problem.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Unless you're a
MO.
lunatic.
But believe me, they will enthusiastically join the violence against Christians as soon as they think they can get away with it. Jewish students are no longer safe on American campuses. How could the USA fall to such deplorable moral standards? I'll tell you. By walking away from the Judeo-Christian roots that founded this nation. Now is the time for the men and women of faith to stand up and be counted. These are the days when your Christian testimony should be heard everywhere. When our nation spits in the face of God,
Shouldn't they be like?
He basically wants you to be an obnoxious douche everywhere you go and talk about Jesus.
Shouldn't he be happy getting all this persecution? Shouldn't he just be like, it's the end times, and that's why we're being persecuted, and soon the rapture will take us all away.
I hope it does fucking happen soon.
And only Nicolas Cage will be left on a boring-ass plane.
They can take Nicolas
We
Cage as
cannot
well.
remain silent. A silent Christian is a defeated Christian. And every Christian in America should be thinking about Mark 8:38, where Jesus declares, "For whoever is ashamed of me and my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, the Son of Man will also be ashamed of him when he comes in the glory of his Father with the holy angels." Are you going to let the enemies of God intimidate you into silence? 2 Timothy 1:7 says, "For God has not given us a spirit of timidity, but of power and love and discipline."
Yeah, that's always been
If
the
you're
big
willing
issue,
to take a stand
you know?
for Christ,
Christians being too passive and, about their faith. It's like, it's time to take a stand for Jesus. Like, that's all you motherfuckers ever do. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they act like
They act like we've been timid and shy long enough. It's like, when have you ever been timid and shy?
Not within recent memory.
I do not recall the Christians ever being
maybe when Christianity was a new religion.
Who the fuck is that? Get out of here, scumbag.
No, I was setting up the image slideshow for later.
Dude.
He's garbage. He's garbage.
Dude, what the hell?
Go away.
Dope, bro.
I'm wearing a Ben shirt. I'm cool. I could just interrupt
I
the
wish
show.
I was Ben. But Ben won't show his face. Ben, please show your face.
Show your face.
I like the people that they think they're really clever. Hey, Ben, you going to the London meetup? Yeah, I'm going. Oh, you wearing your mask? Huh? You wear your mask all night? Huh?
Huh?
And Ben's like, no, I'm not going to. Oh, got you, Ben. Tricked you.
Oh shit! I didn't even
What
realize
you gonna
it.
do now, Benny?
What you gonna do, Ben?
Yeah. So Wild Bill's stupid.
Yeah.
I suggest that you join
Part 1
the
million.
National Black Robe Regiment, a group of Christian pastors who are taking a stand. This is Wild Bill for America, and you know where I stand. Thank you for watching, and America, bless God again.
America bless God, everyone.
Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to club a child to death.
But I think it's his release out. He's a very controlled person.
Wild Bill for America.
Finally.
Oh, God.
America bless God. Bruce Genocide.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. I just got home from a few days on.
He does not look right without the hat.
I'm fucking scared. Who is this guy?
This does not even... Yeah.
Ben, are you sure you downloaded the right video?
Oh, man. He's...
I don't know.
He looks like fucking Captain Kangaroo now. What the fuck? Get the hat back, bro.
Captain Kangaroo.
Look at him.
Maybe he's trying to soften his image.
No. Is he fucking transgender too? What's going on here?
The road and came home to the spectacle of a nation celebrating and cheering the shameful destruction of a man's life. How could America's moral standards fall so low so fast? As America's leading liberalologist, I am working to cure liberalism in our lifetime, and the destruction of Bruce Jenner might be the object lesson America needs to wake up and get off that dead-end road of low moral.
Wait a minute. So conservatives are all about freedom and liberty and the right to do whatever they damn well please, or against someone transitioning to different gender because that's what they want.
The fucked up thing is that Caitlyn Bruce Jenner is a Republican, is a conservative.
Oh, yeah.
Probably agrees with a lot of shit Wild Bill says.
Yeah, sure.
Except for this kind of stuff. It's interesting.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Wow, Bill. I can't get over the lack of the hat. It's still bothering me.
Oh, TJ, you're an idiot. You're a lovable scamp, buddy.
I thought the hat was surgically attached to his head, honestly.
Well, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Get over it.
No, I can't.
Then kill yourself.
Nonsense. Those who are spiritually and emotionally disabled by liberalism are cheering Bruce Jenner for having the courage to
Rick
whack off his
Santorum even
genitals
fucking
and start prancing around.
praise Caitlyn Jenner or whatever and shit?
I think Obama did. I don't think it was him.
I thought it was Santorum even said some positive
Santorum?
shit.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure.
If you can show me something, then I might
Fucking
believe it.
look it up.
Not interested in looking.
Well, then don't fucking say it's wrong, bitch.
Well, then don't say it's wrong. It's like, well, I'm not going to do it in the
motherfucker.
middle of the show. Okay.
I saw it, bitch.
You're shifting the burden of proof. You're shifting the burden of proof, TJ.
Why don't you look it up then,
Everyone
TJ?
out there can look it up and see.
Oh, you're lazy. You lazy sack of shit.
What the fuck? You have your phone right there. Mine's all
You're
the way
shifting the burden of proof. You made a claim.
Okay.
You made a claim. You need to back up your claim.
When TJ said mine's all the way over here and he like pointed at it, his finger was like 5 inches away from it.
But it's not on it.
You're shifting the burden of proof. You made the claim.
I would have to lean forward.
Oh no, that's almost like a sit-up.
Yeah, I don't do that.
He doesn't train core on
Leaning
Mondays.
forward, that's like
Core is Wednesday, Ben. Come on.
Oh shit.
He does his one sit up on Wednesday.
Like a woman. I don't think courage is the word for it. The entire nation is watching Jenner, including a lot of impressionable young people. To call him courageous is a serious
I want to be a
disservice to
woman now,
America's
because
youth.
Bruce Jenner.
Now that
Thanks,
Jenner
Bruce Jenner.
has entered the wacky world of transgenderism, studies show that he is 25 times more likely to commit suicide.
Yeah, because of assholes like you stupid fuck.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Why do you think that is, Wild Bill?
There's something seriously wrong with these. Like he, she's. I can't stand it. It's like Wild Bill, you're a moron. Just shut up.
Just what America's kids need. Another push down the road to suicide. Thank you, Hollywood.
What?
Again.
Thanks, Hollywood.
You know, it wasn't
Thanks,
long ago
Bruce
that doctors
Jenner.
were
You're
required
gonna
to
make
give a woman
kids
a
blow their
psych eval.
brains
She even
out.
wanted to get breast implants because of the possible negative image concerns. Wow, what has happened to medical ethics? Now, I'm going to hack off the liberal left by injecting some common sense into this debate.
Yeah, okay. Good one.
You're injecting common sense. No, you're not. You're just fucking an ideologue. You're an idiot, and you have no idea what you're talking
my
about.
stupidity jizz
Yeah.
right into your brain.
No, Scotty. No, Scotty. Because of this, kids left and right are going to be whacking their tallywhackers off and committing suicide.
Mom, Dad, I'm cutting my dick off, growing a fucking pair of tits, and jumping off a bridge.
All in one day.
'Cause Caitlyn fucking Jenner, motherfuckers.
Doesn't matter how many body parts get whacked off or how much lipstick and paint gets smeared over the whiskers. There are still 30 trillion cells in the body permanently imprinted with that Y chromosome that says male.
You know,
what these sicko
the funny
doctors
thing
are doing
is that if like a fucking really hot transgender chick came on to Wild Bill and he didn't know. Even if he did, he'd be like, ooh, yeah. Your dick wouldn't know the difference if it's fucking convincing, Bill.
Wild Bill knows.
He knows it.
Wild Bill that looks up and sees a mile away. Just some freak that wants kids to kill themselves.
I can clearly see that you got Y chromosomes.
Wild Bill does a fucking DNA test on all potential partners.
Is surgically condemning their patients to a life of mental illness, or more accurately, a life of spiritual and emotional hopelessness. Bruce Jenner will never be female, and he may never, ever be able to go back to being completely male.
I'm pretty spiritually
what a
hopeless.
horrible way to live your life.
I don't think that's what she wants, dude. It's like,
oh my god,
this dude's such a fucking ignorant wretch.
I hate this guy.
I don't even know why he fucking cares. He's a fucking idiot.
I don't like it when
I like
chop
freedom.
off their balls.
I don't like it when other people do things that I don't have to do or be a part of in any way because it fucking destroys the moral fiber of some vague nebulous concept of America that I have that died years ago.
Is it worse than living with the Kardashians? I don't know. And I
wouldn't mind
ever
living with
intend
the
to find out.
Kardashians. They're
the
pretty vapid, but their asses
bipedal
are huge,
creature,
so
formerly known as Bruce,
it all works out.
might be enjoying the spotlight.
Did he call?
It's a creature.
The creature.
It's an animal.
The creature from the Trans Lagoon.
Formerly known as Bruce.
Yeah, I wonder why trans people are committing suicide yet again.
Yeah, can't figure it out.
They're creatures.
Why?
Why
do these disgusting
These
creatures
fucking
keep killing
farm
themselves?
animals?
This guy
Kill
really
him.
is a fucking puke, dude.
Yeah,
He really is a piece of human garbage.
If an anvil fell on him tomorrow, I would not feel any sadness.
I would feel sad for the anvil to have to hit him on the head.
I feel kind of sad for our show for not having this sort of material to work with too.
I would stand up and do the Cabbage Patch if an anvil fell on this
Cabbage Patch.
sickening fuck.
Later, the hoopla is going to die down, and Bruce will be stuck with what he has done. The book of Romans in the New Testament warns about the lifestyle of, quote, men committing shameless acts with other men and receiving within themselves the due penalty for their error, unquote.
Yeah.
Error. That's a pretty mild word for it.
Are you criticizing the word?
Whoa. Did you actually just criticize the Bible?
It's like this book that I base my existence on. I actually think it was too soft on this issue.
It's like, okay, if you believe this the unerring word of God, you should be like, well, the Bible went far enough. The Bible went however far you would want it to go if you believe in it.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
Like the Bible wasn't harsh enough here.
This dude's so fucking stupid. He's criticizing his own big book of fairy tales. Like, it doesn't really. It should have said, "Killed all the faggots." You know, it's like what?
I believe Jesus should have railed against the disgusting tranny faggots personally, but that's just me.
He did get around to that one. Damn Romans.
Love your neighbor and fuck them queers.
Quers.
Damn quir.
Goddamn queers, man. Ruining America, man. You seen them queers?
Bruce Jenner done chopped his wee off, and now all the kids gonna kill themselves.
That does pretty much sum up this video.
He should die.
Yeah, fuck him. I'm sure you guys will be interested in this next one because Wild Bill has announced who he's supporting for president. of the
Okay, everyone
United
take
States.
a guess. You already know, Ben?
Yeah.
Scotty, you guess.
Mike Huckabee.
You say Mike Huckabee? I'm going to say Ted Cruz.
Oh, Ted Cruz. That would have been a good one. I'll stick with Mike Huckabee.
It might be even some crazier fringe candidate I've never even fucking heard of.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. People are always asking me who I'm for in the next presidential election. Well, normally, I just ignore what I call the presidential horse pucky dance because it's usually a bunch of flip-floppers trying to impress people by promising stuff they have no intention of delivering. But this time around, there appears to be one guy who has been consistent in saying and doing the right things, and that is Ted Cruz. I have not yet met Ted, but I have met...
Yeah! TJ knows.
Well, I knew you were right. It said cruising for America.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
his
true.
dad several times, and I can tell you this.
I didn't even notice.
Ted Cruz was raised right. His dad is a man of honor with great respect for God and the biblical foundations of this nation.
Didn't we rip into one of his dad's
he's
videos
like
once
a
on the
pastor
show?
or something.
Yeah, we played one of his videos once, I think, and
he's crazy.
He's fucking totally a lunatic.
And has no problem speaking boldly for faith and freedom. The USA desperately needs a president who was raised with those values. Now, you can tell a lot about a man by his friends and his enemies. The worst politicians in Washington, D.C. despise Ted Cruz. He poses a serious threat to their gridlock politics that block any decent changes from being made.
Ted Cruz, that'll end gridlock.
Right.
Gridlock done.
Yeah, gridlock's over with. Ted Cruz is here, guys. Here I come to save the day.
When I think consensus builder, I think Ted fucking Cruz.
Yeah, not divisive asshole.
I believe the plan of the bad Republicans is to put up milquetoast, semi-liberal candidates who will not put up a fight. That way the Democrats keep the White House and the Republicans keep the Congress. That way they can just keep playing their gridlock games, enriching themselves while driving the USA over a cliff. I place a lot more hope in state elections than I do federal ones. But with Ted Cruz leading the pack in the presidential race, this might be a worthwhile battle to jump into. 2016 is the make it or break it year for the GOP. If John Boehner and the other rhinos succeed in forcing weak politicians on the ballot, then millions of us will finally walk away from the Republicans in disgust.
You're able,
with men like John Boehner.
The primaries are voted on by just Republican constituents. So
I got
what are you
faith in
talking
the
about?
states.
John Boehner can't, like, we're going to get this guy in there. Like, they can't, there's no way for them to do that.
Exactly. So I mean, I think there's like 12 Republicans running right now. I mean,
Donald Trump is running.
Donald fucking Trump is
He
running.
does it all the time. He sucks.
He wants publicity. That's all it was. I saw them fact checking Donald Trump, and like there were so many. It was just hilarious. Like, this guy's a moron. He has no chance. He just wants to sell some more shit, like some more reality shows and more books.
When I said that he had no chance of winning, some people were like, I don't know.
The people do that every fucking time.
I don't know, TJ.
Well, I do know. There's no chance in fucking hell. No chance.
In the Republican Party, America has lost hope and respect for our federal government. Ted Cruz might be the last best hope for the Republican Party to avoid self-destructing. This is Wild Bill for America. Thank you for watching, and America bless God again.
America bless God.
I still want to know what the fuck that means.
I mean, America, this country blesses God. TJ, we bless you, God. Bless you.
God just sneezed.
God sneezed.
All right, next one. Next video here is Wild Bill, and it's entitled Obamaism. Obamaism versus the good guys.
Obamaism. I didn't know Obama was an ism, but he is.
He is an ism.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. Obamaism, a new word that basically means opposition to anything and everything American, especially...
An opposition to everything and anything American. Like, what a fucking broad definition. Like Obama's there, like, and I hate America. I'm opposed to anything and everything about America.
I hate America.
So wait, so the president of the United States of America hates everything about America.
Yep.
Okay.
And we know he's not really American.
Probably wish he was the president of France.
Kenyanism. Disgusting display of Kenyanism going on.
The traditional moral standards and Judeo-Christian principles that founded this nation. Obamaism is forcing Americans down the road of immorality, and we must all choose which path we will take.
I choose neither of them.
So what
The
does
road of immorality.
Yeah, what does Obama do that's so immoral?
He's going to tell us, dude.
Okay.
Will we take Obama's road and embrace every form of sexual perversion and the...
Hold on. Is Obama
Every form of sexual perversion.
Is Obama having like BDSM parties in the Oval Office or something?
Obama's like, it's okay to rape dogs.
Yeah.
Everything is permissible.
Everything is kosher here. Kosher, TJ?
Obama's next State of the Union address is just going to be a list of things that are now okay to do in America.
It'll be a list of things that he's, shoved up his ass and stuff like that.
And now I'm going to have the amazing atheist come up and shove a banana up his butt to show Americans the way.
Yep.
Consequences? Or will we walk the road that God has commanded us to walk, committed to honoring and obeying God's word? So what will...
I would say Obama's road sounds cooler so far.
Civil disobedience look like when honest, decent Americans are forced to take a stand against Obamaism and the immorality that it brings? Obama's war on the Christian church is in full swing. It is unbelievable that homosexual marriage has actually gone to the Supreme Court.
How is it unbelievable?
You act like it just happened out of nowhere.
And
it's unbelievable,
and
guys.
Did Obama make it go there? No.
Yes.
Yeah, Obama really...
It's all Obama's fault.
There was like some states that voted on it, and there were some judges that ruled on it.
Right.
And now the Supreme Court is going to rule on it, and Obama lended his support like after the fact. That's about it. Like, yeah, that's good. Whatever you want, America.
Which way's the wind blowing? Oh, blowing this way. I support it.
What do the polls say? 51% in favor. All right, I'm for it. Damn it.
Him being for it doesn't really change anything.
No,
though.
it doesn't. Actually, you know what? That's not true. It did change something.
What did it change?
After Obama came out in favor of gay marriage, like the black community in general had like a huge shift immediately. Like, okay, Obama says it's okay, we're okay with it.
But
now.
that still doesn't change it going to the Supreme Court or
no.
Like
I mean,
that.
it might change it in a few polling pictures. That's about it.
I think what really changed was the equal protection clause and the way they interpreted it. But that's another issue entirely.
But it has, and America has to deal with it. Now, if we had a trustworthy Supreme Court, there would be no problem. But this is Obama's court, and that means that...
Wait a minute.
Okay, no. Obama. How many of them did Obama choose?
I believe he appointed two.
And what? Like, there's 2 or 3 appointed by Bush.
The Chief Justice was appointed by Bush. John Roberts is a conservative.
And then there's Scalia too, right?
Yep. Most people say the court actually leans conservative at this point.
Not conservative enough for Wild Bill.
Obama's court.
Wild Bill wants it 9-0 every decision in favor of your religion. You know.
They're there to uphold the law of America, not the law of God. Those aren't the same
will
thing.
probably
There's
lose.
no difference.
If the Supreme Court issues a ruling making sexual perversion the law of the land, it will trigger a massive upheaval of American society. It will literally signal the end of First Amendment.
Excuse me, you guys can't peddle that line of bullshit anymore. That's what you said would happen in all the states that legalize gay marriage, and they did, and it never happened.
They need to go move to fucking Saudi Arabia if they believe this fucking horse shit.
Yeah, or go to Russia. You like Putin so
That's
damn much
that's another
anyway.
great place. Yeah, go to Russia. They pass laws against that stuff there. You'll fit right in.
They even there was even some conservative politician that apologized to Russia for gay marriage.
Sorry about gay marriage. You know, it's kind of our fault. I guess.
Sorry, Russia.
That's funny because when Obama first got elected and he went around the world meeting with leaders, they called it his apology tour.
The apology
And now they're apologizing to other countries.
Right.
Freedom of speech and freedom of religion, and may well trigger a vicious conflict between the followers of God and the militant sexual anarchists. All across America, men and women of
If
faith
we're
are
anarchy, why would we even care about government if that's like the case? Like, I'm an anarchist. Like, why would I even give a shit about the government?
Sexual anarchy.
Yeah, sexual anarchy as well.
So basically,
anarchy of all kinds.
Wild Bill thinks there's going to be some kind of like big war versus his type of people and the gays.
Why are they even worried? These fucking nut jobs have all the guns. Fucking Wild Bill owns an arsenal.
I can see some fucks like Wild Bill like shooting up gay clubs in the future.
Jesus.
That's going to be like the next wave of mass shootings is like Wild Bill types shooting gay people.
Not in my America, die!
Yeah, like people dressed like cowboys, basically.
We real men. You sissy men die.
When I lived in the Southwest, it took me a while to get used to the fact that people dress like cowboys when it's not Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
You know? It's like, whoa, people actually still dress like that.
Yeah, this is normal.
I mean, like, what style of clothing has lasted so fucking long as that? That, you know, the people still fucking wear.
Yeah, you don't see motherfuckers wearing cod pieces anymore.
Right. I mean, they're in Albuquerque, I used to see fucking Western wear stores all the time, like boots and big hats and belt buckles and all that garbage.
TJ's fucking bringing cod pieces back.
Yeah.
Hashtag TJ's cod piece.
I'll see if I can find one.
That should be a substitute to the Drunken Peasants t-shirt.
Yeah, buy TJ's cod piece.
far, and if they cross this line, we will no longer comply. The goal of Obamaism is to force churches and businesses.
What compliance is expected of you, Wild Bill?
Yeah, like, you have to be gay married now, Wild Bill? I didn't realize that.
No one needs you to do jack shit. You just sit back and look ugly. That's all you got to do.
That's what I don't get
Be
about
like
this issue.
Be like Calvin Coolidge.
Yeah, be the
Wild
great
Bill.
refrainer.
Yeah, be the great refrainer, buddy.
Just refrain, Wild Bill. Come on, refrain.
To hire people of low moral character, to expose American children to perversions of all kinds, to allow civil and criminal prosecution of Americans who dare to uphold the biblical values that our nation was founded upon. There is no doubt that the backlash of the militant homosexuals against the church will be vicious.
I think the term militant gets thrown around way too much.
They used to say about atheists a lot. Too.
Militant.
And also the church again. The church. Like, are you referring to the Catholic Church? Are you referring to a church? What church?
Whatever church he likes.
Right. The church.
The church.
And probably violent. When the Wicked Seize a City is a book about the homosexual takeover of San Francisco. It tells what they did to pastors and their families. This would be a good time for America to read that one.
So there's this untold story of gays taking over San Francisco.
Gay squads came in heavily armed.
And they killed pastors.
And pastors at church.
You can't
I might object to homosexuality. Gay squad here. Get down, pastor.
You can't even open a church in San Francisco.
The gay hit squads were going through the streets, killing everyone on the
If the
street.
gays see a church, they fucking hit it with their cocks.
They're going to
until it
change
falls
the
down.
name, too.
Flamethrowers, dude.
Because, San Francisco, St. Francis. They got to change it to Cocksuckerville or something like that.
Well, no, they like calling it San Francisco because they view it as like an act of defilement. Like, yes, we destroy San Francisco every time we stick a dick in each other's asses. Yeah.
The fabric of society is crumbling.
Yeah. Fuck you, society. Oh, yeah, I might just be fucking my gimp right now, but really, I'm fucking America. Oh, yeah.
That's right, because they're all
I'm
just
exposing children to perversion. Oh, so sexy.
They're all just leather men.
Yeah, like today in school, kids, we're going to watch two gay men fuck. We're just going to watch them suck each other off. Look at that. Look at how he sucks that
God
kid.
bless the new America.
All you boys pay attention because you're going to be doing that in the future. We'll have a lesbian couple in tomorrow so you girls know what to do.
Right. And this is mandatory going forward, everyone.
Yes, and as you suck dick, you have to hate God with all your heart.
The countdown to Obama's departure may well be the most dangerous time for American freedom and moral standards. And the Obama legacy will be the destruction of moral standards. Truly a shameful time in American history.
Yeah, it's totally shameful.
Okay, so...
You know what the funny thing is? We've made about 1 million videos about this guy. He's never addressed us.
No, and he knows
and he
about
never
it.
will.
No, of course not.
It's funny to me what a
Yeah, I've
chicken
always
shit he
wondered
is.
why
Because,
he
if this
doesn't-
guy... Yeah, I mean, like, if this motherfucker had any balls at all, he would come and defend these positions on the show. But he'll never do it because he's just too much of a fucking coward.
The alleged gay takeover of San Francisco had to have happened before Obama was president. So what the
way
fuck is he
before.
talking about? What the fuck is he? Yeah, like
you're viewing. Your problem is you're viewing Obama as a new thing, but really Obama has been a force throughout history. Only now he's coming to the surface. You see. He's like a cicada, He only emerges.
Well, also conservatives
from the
just hate
ground
San
every so
Francisco in
often.
general. It's like the city that bans plastic bags, and and it's always pretty much on the cutting edge of anything progressive. You know what I mean? That's always like trying new shit. As far as liberalism is concerned, so these conservatives hear about that's just where a bunch of fags live and a bunch of hippies, and we hate this place.
Okay, then don't fucking go there. Stay where you
Exactly. It's like you don't have to go there. It's a fucking city. It's
Yeah, like the
not even a
existence of
state.
San Francisco is not like tearing down Raleigh, North Carolina, or some shit. That shit's still there. You can still hang out in
Pretty
in
far
fucking
away.
The South
Georgia
still exists.
or,
Yeah.
But they're
Baton
attacking the
Rouge
church.
or whatever fucking shithole town in the South you want to live in.
I want to live a good conservative place filled with good white folks.
But listen up, America. There is always hope with God. He has given us a promise in 2 Chronicles 7:14. God says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land." Wow. Just what the doctor ordered.
Just what the doctor ordered, a magical solution to all of life's problems. God, please help me. Okay, I made it all better.
That's all you got to do, buddy. Just pray.
Remember Rick Perry's prayer rallies and Bobby Jindal's prayer? We're going to pray the problems of the Louisiana away. The problems are still fucking there. God didn't just go like, budget deficit? Not anymore. Here's money.
You know what, though? Not enough people prayed.
Oh, that's why. Not enough. God couldn't hear him. God's like, can't hear you. Can't hear you? No, I'm not hearing you guys.
It's like one of those annoying people in a band that wants the crowd to be more enthusiastic than they actually are. I can't fucking hear you.
Can't hear you, Cleveland. Can't hear you.
Still can't hear you guys.
It's like okay, maybe you have hearing damage at this point.
Yeah, it's like
you're in a band. I mean, it's understandable if you have hearing loss. Come on, man.
Like by the second time we give you the cheer, just start the fucking show. Same for God. You know, if an arena full of people praying isn't enough, fuck you. You want too much attention.
America, what are you waiting for? This is Wild Bill for America. Thank you for watching. And America, bless God.
An actual
again.
real solution.
Yeah, as an American, I'm also waiting for him to make sense. Like one time.
He's like smiling like, I really showed them. Ha, you godless, militant, sexual perversion fucks.
That's the best part is just looking at his content smile like, yeah, I did a good job
Wild
with this
Bill
one.
knows. Oh, yes, he does.
What I said made total sense.
To no one.
All right, here's another video that's similar. It's entitled, Why Hasn't God Judged America Yet?
Oh. Finally.
Yes. I know you've been waiting.
Wild Bill.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. And I'm here to tell you about a nice success story at a Colorado high school.
Wow.
Florence High School has cowboy church every Sunday morning, and over 100 students enjoy worshiping and learning about God. The students love bringing their personalized Bibles to school, and every morning the students meet for a morning prayer session where they join hands and honor God. So many students enjoy that morning prayer that the group sometimes blocks the whole front entrance. But wouldn't you know it, one teacher decided that he has the right to not have to see or hear such things, so he found a lawyer who is willing to spit on the U.S. Constitution.
What? No. You know, okay, here's the problem. These schools are publicly funded, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So why is one religion being allowed to dominate, even blocking other people from getting into traffic with their religious assemblies? Like, hey, if they want a personal thing, like every morning I'm going to pray, you know, I'm in school, fine, whatever, I don't care. It doesn't need to be run, doesn't mean organized. That's silly. I mean, if these people have religious beliefs, they're allowed to keep those beliefs. They just need to keep them private and to themselves.
Together, these two men are suing to put an end to that student group, to turn Florence High School into yet another secular cesspool. The teacher, Robert Basvitz, and the attorney, Paul Maxon, apparently don't know much about American history, and they clearly don't care much about the students. The public schools were established by the Founding Fathers for the express purpose of teaching the Bible to American students as the best way to give those kids a good start in life. So here's a question for that attorney. Mr. Maxon, if the men who wrote the Constitution insisted on those things in the schools, how can they possibly be unconstitutional? Mr. Maxon bases his lawsuit on half of the first sentence of the First Amendment, that the Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. And
Look at him.
I mean, why does this keep happening to us? Why do we have to do this?
What do you mean?
Why do I have to listen to this shit? Fuck you, Wild Bill. The Founding Fathers started the public education system
to teach people the Bible.
They could teach students the Bible. Is any of that true? Is a single part of that true? I'm willing to bet no. I mean, what the fuck? And is he fucking orgasming here?
He's like, evil atheists trying to destroy our public schools.
I'm coming. Wild Bill's coming for you, America.
Literally.
That's his face when he realizes TJ's watching. He's like, oh, yeah, TJ. TJ's watching.
And he completely ignores the second half that clearly states that government shall not prohibit the free exercise thereof. Any attorney who is that ignorant of the Constitution or who just doesn't care about it should be stripped of his law license. America has suffered enough from frivolous
Legal
lawsuits
expert, Wild Bill.
Any lawyer who would even bring this case should be disbarred.
By unscrupulous lawyers. The school has no right to stomp on those students for simply doing the right thing in accordance with the U.S. Constitution as written and practiced
Nothing
by
in
the
the U.S.
founding
Constitution
fathers.
says that
Enough of
you
this
should learn
bigotry
the Bible
against
in
the founding
school.
principles of this nation.
Show me the
I
part of the
strongly
Constitution that
encourage-
says that,
If they
you
want-
fucking lying sack
Also,
of shit.
there's plenty of private schools where they can go and do all that stuff, and that's fine because it's a private school.
Has this even been ruled on? I mean, these people might win. I mean, if this is a private assembly, there's a good chance that the fucking teacher will actually lose the case. So
Yeah,
what does
who
Wild Bill
knows?
care? I mean, this has to go before a court and be decided.
Florence High School to fight for their freedom every step of the way. And if the court turns out to be as ignorant as that attorney, then it's time to rebel against tyranny.
What does that mean? Wild Bill, are you advocating for the overthrow of the government?
Probably.
Time to overthrow against.
They all have the same line. You know, it's always very vague. So it's like, oh, I was just talking out. We need to have a peaceful resolution to this problem. You know, a constitutional amendment. That's what I was talking about.
And what do we do with a teacher who is so cold-hearted towards students learning how to be decent human beings and respecting God?
What a nice
It's my
straw
personal
man.
belief that students should be protected from bigots, not taught by them. This is Wild Bill for America.
She's a bigot
Thank you
now.
for watching, and America bless God. Again.
I'm a bigot for actually wanting to keep church and state separate and have like prayer rallies and stuff in our schools that are paid for by taxpayers. Oh, you're a bigot.
Wild Bill.
Wild Bill.
Wicked ways.
This is a video about TJ.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for
Hi,
America
Bill.
here. And I owe an apology to all my internet friends and enemies. I made a serious mistake when I attempted to quote 2 Chronicles 7:14 in a previous
You
video.
fucked up, Bill.
I thought I could do it by memory, but I left out a critically important part. So,
You fucked
here I
up.
sit in the middle of the night to make my apology. Now, for those of you who are atheists, liberal, or Kardashian, you probably have very
Did you
little
say
knowledge of
Kardashian or Kardashian?
I think he said Kardashian.
Okay.
Remember, I think he made like a video about Star Trek and how he hated it or something. Anyway,
He probably hates the Kardashians too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hates them all.
the most important book in the world, the Bible. It's not just a book of warning, it is the most powerful source of truth and hope on earth. And here's
Yes.
where I messed up.
Obviously.
Here's the correct
most powerful
quote.
source
in
of truth
2
and hope.
Chronicles 7:14, God
You know what's really
tells
funny?
us,
We went to Europe. I don't know if we ever mentioned that to you guys, but we went to Europe, and every time we went to one of these museums, these art museums, and we went through like the Christian art section, it was always like hope was not the message. The message was like life is misery and pain and suffering, and you are worms.
Basically.
Worms.
You know, another one was like, it showed people having a good time, and it's like, avoid this. This is bad. This is temptation.
Yeah, like
be pious.
Show like some people partying and the devil's like in the background, like, "Mwahaha."
Don't do that.
Now I've got you. You should be suffering somewhere. Then God loves you.
Well, TJ, the Bible is the greatest book of truth.
if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. I left out the part where God says to turn from their wicked ways. If America wants to be healed of the evil that is overrunning this nation, then America must turn from her wicked ways.
Yeah.
To receive the promise of God, America must stand with God on the homosexual issue, the abortion issue, and the Islam issue.
Yeah, fucking God don't like none of that shit. God don't
Those are
like
the
baby
big
killers,
two.
he don't like gays, and he doesn't like them fucking Muslims.
Abominations before God, and any nation or person who embraces those things
is under the wrath of God. The USA,
Wrath of God.
Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom are all suffering from governments that have brazenly embraced these abominations, and as a result, all 4 of those nations are facing the same problems, not the least of which is a national government.
I would say, like,
what about all these like majority Christian countries in like Africa and Mexico and shit? How come they're not faring any
I would say
better?
the countries he just mentioned are all very decent countries to live in.
Right.
No, I think there's a great place for Wild Bill. It's called Saudi Arabia.
No, he doesn't like Islam though.
You know what though? He'll learn to like it. He's like,
I think he would. You know, a lot of these Christian conservatives, I think they'd be a lot happier if they just converted to Islam and moved to the Middle East.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
they
really,
would.
it's really life more at their speed, honestly.
Homosexuality punishable by death. Wonderful.
Yeah, they like it. Everything they share a lot of common core values. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He needs to get on and move there.
They want religion and government. That's pretty much throughout the Middle East. They want, you know, supremacy for them and their own. So that's pretty much the case in the Middle East because they can just say we're Muslims, so we're better than everywhere else. So really, it sates all their needs and desires.
I mean, you pretty much own you can have multiple wives and you own them pretty much too in most of those countries. We're referring to like Saudi Arabia and like Yemen and places like that.
Just like the Bible wants.
Yeah.
Controlled by the promoters of evil. I just had dinner with Kevin
Get your
David and his
evil here.
lovely wife. They are from England and are very active in fighting Islamic aggression against their fellow citizens in the United Kingdom. Not only do they have to fight hate-filled, abusive Muslims, they also have to fight a corrupt government that seems to be controlled by Muslim radicals. Kevin looked me in the eye and asked for my honest opinion about why these things are happening. I flat out told him that these problems are threatening our nations because
the devil done did it.
So TJ, when we were in England, did you feel almost like you were in, you know, a Muslim theocratic dictatorship?
Yeah, I felt
the
like
whole time.
I felt like I was like, is this London or
We all
Mecca?
felt
What
like
the fuck
that.
is going on? You know.
We were woke by the call to prayer, and TJ was like, I better pray now. Oh, shit, I'm scared.
I thought I was in fucking Agrabah from
Sharia
Aladdin.
law everywhere you look.
Was in effect. Yes, it was.
Yeah, I saw a woman get beheaded in the streets. It was horrible.
Is Jacqueline still there?
I'm still
No,
here.
she's dead.
Okay.
She's
I
dead.
died.
You
No,
can
I'm-
jump in, Jacqueline.
This guy is like talking about how hateful Muslims are when he's sitting there talking about how gays are horrible and abortions and
Yeah, all of them lack self-awareness.
everyone else sucks except for us, and they're hateful for being pretty much the same, only on a different religion.
Yes.
As our people have turned their backs on God, shoving respect for God out of our schools and government, and now they are getting exactly what they asked for, a nation devoid of God's blessing. Now, God may have withdrawn his hand, but he's not gone. Let's break this promise of God down a bit.
Okay.
2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name. Who are the people called by the name of God? They are the men and women who worship the one true God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of the Bible. And his name is not Allah.
Thank you for clarifying. I would have been confused.
Was it Allah? It's not Allah. Oh, okay. Shit.
Show me Allah.
I mean, they didn't call him God either.
Yahweh?
Yeah, I mean, like...
Well, what's funny is we were talking about Malta one time, and people in Malta, a lot of them are Catholic, and they call God Allah, even though they're Catholic.
Sure.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's one of the people that's like, Catholics aren't really Christians. He
probably is.
Whatever. It's just it's a way that another language...
I know. They're idiots.
Humble themselves and pray. Now, effective prayer is always humble because when you come into the presence of God, you see yourself from God's perspective, and we have nothing
How
within
could you see yourself
ourselves to
from
be
God's
arrogant.
perspective? Wouldn't that make you like God like that? Like, you know, like I could see myself from God's perspective.
I went to God just to see.
And that also is a crazy statement because
And I was looking.
you're an idiot.
Yeah.
It's when is that ever going to be appropriate?
And will turn from their wicked ways. Now, there are two things required for salvation: believing in Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and repenting of your sins. In other words, turning from your wicked ways. Nations can do the same thing.
TJ.
It has happened before
That's
in
what I'm
both the
talking
UK and the USA. National revivals where
I
the
want to
entire
listen to
nation...
Antichrist Superstar while listening to this video now.
No way.
It syncs up.
All right, so
oh man, I should like sync Wild Bill singing it. That'd be cool.
I think this is Wild Bill.
Wild Bill.
Yeah.
Wild Bill for America.
Yep.
The marriage of church and state.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. You know, since marriage seems to be such an important issue lately, let's talk about one of the most important marriages in history, the marriage of the Christian Church and the United States of America. They are...
So... Thomas Jefferson, one of the architects of America, probably only second to maybe Hamilton. He said that the First Amendment existed specifically to create a wall of separation between church and state. That's where the very concept comes from, is from Jefferson. Separation of church and state. That's what he said the First Amendment was meant to create. So there is no marriage between the Christian Church and the United States of America, nor should there ever be.
The real definition of marriage, TJ. The real definition.
Well, it doesn't even make any sense when you think about it. It's like, okay, at the time...
So is the church the girl, or is America the girl? Because this is traditional marriage, right?
Right. The real definition of marriage.
So which one is fucking which?
I have no idea.
I would. Is the church fucking America, or is America fucking the church? I think the church is fucking America.
But the United States rebelled against a country where that was the case. The fucking king and the church were basically one and the same thing.
That was the wrong Christian church.
Oh, the wrong Christian church. But a bunch of people who rebelled against those ideas and principles.
Actually, I mean, at least in England, the Church of England was controlled by the king.
Yeah.
After Henry VIII.
Yeah.
And, I mean...
So he could get up to marriage antics.
But I would say most Protestants accept the Church of England. They're not considered not real Christians like Catholics are. So.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Inseparable, even though certain people are determined to see the USA and the Christian Church get a divorce. When Christians fled the persecution in Europe to come to this land, the first thing they did was to plant a cross on the shore of the Atlantic Ocean and declare that in this new land...
So what?
Yeah, so... How do you even know that they did that anyway?
But even if they did, it's like, so
saw
what?
it in a movie.
The people that were already fucking here didn't give a shit about crosses.
They did later on.
Yeah, they sure did.
They were forced to give a shit.
Yeah.
You love this cross? No. Do you love this cross? Yeah, sure I do. Why not? Love it. Love it.
People would be free to worship without the heavy and often vicious hand of government interfering. In this world, it seems like there's always somebody determined to stomp out faith in God. Not just in their own life, they're determined to stomp out faith in God in everybody's life.
Yeah.
They are.
It's okay for you to go around preaching your shit and saying people need to believe or they're going to go to hell, all that. That's all fine. But if anyone questions you, they're trying to stamp out God.
There's a difference, stupid, because he preaching the damn truth.
Oh, it's the truth.
He preaching the fucking truth. You just trying to lie to people, make them believe
so
in
atheists don't see what they're saying as the
ideas,
truth,
man.
or basically what they've found through...
Nope, just an excuse to sin and hate God. That's all that is.
Sinful lifestyles in violation of
sinful
God's
lifestyles.
law.
That's what it is.
There is no live and let live with the anti-God crowd. They actively hunt down people of faith for the purpose of persecuting them out of existence.
Oh yeah, that's all we do.
We hunt them down like, after the show we're going to go out with like some bows and arrows and find Christians. It's like, what?
Good Planet of the Apes up in here.
Yeah.
Fuck that, man. We're gonna get
on a human hunt.
We're gonna get some guns. We're gonna have guns and fucking trucks and tanks, and we're gonna be like, time to round up some Christians to kill real quick.
Gonna persecute.
As you all remember, the Christian Killing Act of 2015 recently passed, so it's legal now.
That's why TJ is always so busy, because TJ goes and like hangs out outside of churches and persecutes Christians.
I'm just like, hey, you Christian? You a Christian? You love Jesus?
That's what he spends most of his spare time doing.
And then if they say yes, I wallop them with a sock full of quarters.
And I drive by I'd say at least 5 or 6 churches regularly, and I see them packed. You know, if religion is really under such threat in America, it doesn't really appear that way.
Kill them all.
The number one reason for the forming of the United States of America was to protect people from the God haters.
Yep.
The founding fathers
That's what it was.
wrote
No,
in the
hold on. That was the fucking, if you read the Declaration of Independence, it says right there.
God haters.
This is to end the tyranny of the God haters.
He's obviously never read, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, which detailed grievances against the crown.
You think that was the real reason, just because they didn't like how the crown was doing things? No, it was against God haters,
If this was, if this nation was established as a Christian nation, why did they let people of other religions come in so freely?
Yeah, and why did they say in the Treaty of Tripoli that this is not a Christian nation? And why didn't they enshrine Christianity in the Declaration of Independence and in the Bill of Rights of the Constitution? Why is there, there's mentions of a vague creator, but there's no Jesus, there's no, God specifically by name?
Dude, Jesus and fucking Moses were chilling at the Continental Congress and were like, yo, guys, make sure you put some mentions of us in here. And they're like, oh, we don't know about that, Jesus. We really would like to, but we just don't know. That's, then Jesus was like, you know what, just say creator. We'll be okay. That's how it all went down.
Everyone will know.
They wanted to be vague because, we shouldn't, make it, shove it down their throats. They're already all Christians anyways.
Yeah, it's just taken for granted that people are Christians. The founders didn't even think they needed to put that.
Constitution, and the very first one listed in the Bill of Rights was protection of the Christian faith from the God haters.
The God haters. Protection of the Christian faith.
Could you imagine, going down to the beach and you see fucking Wild Bill there with his tripod, and he's talking to the fucking camera? Oh,
I'm sorry, but
I'd be in the background laughing.
He's about to read the First Amendment and act like it supports him, but like I said, Thomas Jefferson, the guy who actually had a hand in writing it, says otherwise. So
shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. That means that there is to be no national denomination like the Church of England.
Right.
The enemies of faith have wrenched that completely out of context, trying to say that the name of God shall never be heard anywhere in the public square.
No.
They are as wrong as they are evil.
No, you're as wrong as you are evil, you fat tub of shit. I just keep waiting for your mustache to crawl away.
It's 2 caterpillars.
It doesn't even want to be part of your face anymore. It's like, I can't... It heard what the lips beneath it were saying. It's just like, I'm inching out of here.
It's like Moses parting the Red Sea, huh, TJ?
Totally ignore the second half, which says, nor prohibiting
I feel sorry for all the people who wanted a nice day at the beach and got an earful of this
free
shit.
exercise of what? The Christian faith as delivered once for all to the apostles through Jesus Christ, the Son of God. The United States was not established for Far Eastern mysticism or for the brutal, violent, totalitarian religion of the Middle East. The USA was formed for the free and open practice of the Christian faith.
No.
Every single state...
You have no evidence of that. That's not accurate at all.
And
You're
it's kind
such
of
a fucking
ridiculous.
lying sack of shit.
It wouldn't even be freedom of religion to begin with. It's like you can practice any branch of the Christian faith you want to. It's like, how is that really
That's
freedom?
not what it says. If that's what it meant, that's what it would fucking say, you imbecile. He's so fucking dumb, and he's such a liar. It's just sickening.
The Constitution recognizes the God of the Bible. In the USA, the church and state have been married from day one.
No.
And it's time for those of us who love God and our country to celebrate the marriage of church and state and work to get it back in proper order.
No thanks.
I just wish his mother had the fucking right change for that abortion back, 60 years ago or whatever the fuck it was.
People messaged him and asked him why he wouldn't come on our show, and he said something ridiculous. So he knows who we are.
He knows. He's a pussy. Wild Bill is a big, fat, blubbering vagina. He won't come on our show. Come on, Wild Bill. Come on the show. Get your ass spanked in public. It'll be good for you.
They all say the same thing. It's like, oh, well, they're just a bunch of, heathen, godless assholes. So why bother?
God will be on your side, so you should prevail, Bill. You should fucking prevail, dude.
Yeah, coming on the fucking show.
Come on the show, Bill.
You live in a fantasy. If you think
Come on the show, Bill.
Oh, Wild Bill from America.
Oh, I love this guy. He's like
Mild
the
Bill,
nicest guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
He's gonna seem like it after this fuck.
That's true.
Arrest warrants for Obama and Hillary.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. Did you know that Egypt has issued arrest warrants for Obama and Hillary Clinton? I guess the left-wing media forgot to report that. Apparently, their illegal attempt to
Is this? I'm sure that is. If that was true, that would have been everywhere. Surely.
Right. They just forgot to report it.
Oh, okay. It's been the communist news in this country is obviously so it's covered it up. The communist news in the US and the UK has covered it all up. No mention.
Exactly. The tentacles reach very deep.
There are also countries that have convicted Dick Cheney of war crimes. Too.
Well, the Illuminati controls a lot, so it's hard to really get any real information.
They pretty much filter everything we see and hear.
Yes, he is. He's exposing.
Yeah, I want Mario to report on this so we can find out the truth.
It's where I get all my news from.
That's the government of Egypt has gotten them in trouble. The Muslim Brotherhood is the largest terrorist organization in the world, and Obama and Hillary Clinton are joined with them at the hip. Apparently,
at the hip. Obama's inviting them over for tea. Like, how can we fuck up the Middle East a little bit more?
Hillary Clinton is a Muslim.
Yeah, like on the night when the rainbow was on the White House in the backyard, Obama was having this big barbecue with the Muslim Brotherhood. Like, we did it! We perpetrated this scam on the American pig dogs.
Fist bump.
Now they'll all turn gay and breed out of existence, just like we planned, Obama.
I mean, Muslims are really pro-homosexual. Like they really are. They love them. They love a good old butt fucking. And yeah, it's just a fact. I mean, it's obvious in countries like Iran and
Saudi Arabia. Yeah, they love
exactly.
all the time.
They love the gays all the time. Wall to wall ass fucking every day. Except Sundays.
If you actually go on Saudi Arabian's Craigslist, that's pretty much all it is. Just let's hook up. Gay butt sex.
And even when you, it's kind of annoying when you walk outside in Saudi Arabia because all the rainbow flags keep getting in your way and shit.
Oh yeah, you're just like pushing them aside.
Yeah, you gotta like wade through.
You see like random people trained to lampposts covered in bukkake. That's the life. That's the Saudi life.
That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's how it is there. You have to accept it. Different culture.
Money to donate. And they're also bloodthirsty murderers. Shortly after Morsi took over Egypt with Obama's help, our Benghazi compound was attacked and the attackers were heard on security tapes saying, "Mr. Morsi sent us." Well, the people of Egypt took to the streets and took back their country, and Morsi has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for ordering violence against the Egyptian people, and Obama and Hillary are listed as his accomplices. Now, normally I don't put much stock in foreign arrest warrants for American citizens, but I believe
But
in this case, because I hate these people, I do.
They should be executed right now.
Yeah, like I normally don't trust no foreigners, but I can make an exception for Obama and Hillary.
Extradite them right now. Come on.
I'm hoping that happens.
Do it.
I'm praying that happens. Me and Mild Bill
We should turn them into the Egyptians, and then we get to have what
Then we get a fucking pharaoh, dude. We're gonna have a pharaoh in America.
Sweet.
I love these guys. It's just a fucking double standards. Like, I mean, obviously he like. The problem with Egypt was like the government that was in Egypt before the Muslim Brotherhood took over were pieces of shit. That is a fact.
Right.
But the Muslim Brotherhood were also pieces of shit. Like, I don't like. None of it was good. But he's literally just siding with them because he hates Obama and Hillary.
It's kind of like a more exaggerated version of America, where anyone who is even in striking distance of being in power is a piece of shit.
I wonder what he would say. I wonder what he would say if the Iraqi government issued arrest warrants for Bush and Cheney. Would he be like, "Yeah, well,
that's invalid.
Yep,
some foreigners."
Legitimate charges against Obama and Hillary.
Legitimate. Oh.
Do I think they should be handed over to Egyptian authorities?
Yes.
No. But I do believe the evidence is sufficient to remove them from office and to vigorously investigate their ties.
I was going to say, like, take them before the Hague or something, but I guess that'd be too liberal. I mean, like, they just be removed, impeach them. That's enough.
He just wants Obama to be in Guantanamo Bay or something.
Well, he's a Muslim, so he'll fit right in.
Send
right?
Obama to Gitmo with his terrorist pals.
They can't send it. They're closing it down. They can't send any more people in. They have to make a new one.
Aw,
Just for
shit.
Obama.
Don't close Gitmo. It's my favorite place.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh used to talk about it like it was a fucking like resort. He'd call it Club Gitmo.
Easy life for them there, you know. They're just putting their feet up, reading the Quran all day, praying on their prayer rugs. Nothing else. Nothing bad happens.
They got jacuzzis.
They get to play
Exactly.
soccer.
Yeah,
Really?
there's
Yeah.
soccer there. Come on, they're fine.
An Xbox in every room, every cell an Xbox.
Yep. You know,
Unrestricted internet access.
They even have a music program and everything.
We were watching a show, and it was about Norwegian prisons, and they did have a fucking recording studio in their prison. That like,
In the UK, they do have games consoles and TVs and stuff like that in their cell.
yeah, these guys were living in like small apartments together. it was strange compared to what you would get here for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't go as far as them, but we still.
You don't get to share an apartment there. You get to share your butthole.
To Islamic terror groups. But truth be told, I wouldn't shed a single tear if Egyptian commandos snatched both of them during one of their fundraising events and hauled them back to Egypt to stand trial.
There's Egyptian commandos that are prevalent everywhere in the US and get through customs with no problem at all.
Egyptian command. That sounds like the plot for Red Dawn 2. Egyptian commandos kidnap the president and take him back to Egypt to pay for his crimes.
It's going to be like doing a speech somewhere, like say Mississippi, and then they're going to parachute in from above. Unchallenged.
Yeah, and then I think, kidnapping the president would probably be grounds for war.
Oh,
and of course,
not if it's Obama, because he's being impeached anyway, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're like, the American people just shrug and say, let them have him.
Yeah, whatever.
We don't give a shit. Take him.
Ted Cruz.
Glad he's gone.
Ted Cruz president for life now. Donald
Good
Trump
fucking riddance.
Donald Trump would be the VP. And then once Ted Cruz dies, when Donald Trump stabs him in the back, then Donald Trump be president and everything gonna be fixed.
I believe they're both guilty, and frankly, the United States will be a better place from that day forward. We, the people, should take heart from the Egyptian citizens taking back their country from terrorists who took over their government. If they can do it, we can do it. The federal government...
You can't even fucking compare what's going on in Egypt to the US's current... You just can't fucking... They're just two completely different fucking things.
You can do it. Yeah, you're right, because things are worse here in the U.S.
Exactly. Things are just going on a slippery slope in the U.S., a slippery slope straight to hell.
Obama has started the black KGB, and they're going around rounding up all the white citizens.
Can them their queers get married in Egypt? No.
So obviously things are worse here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Ben makes a good point.
Exactly. I know what's up.
Fucking queers getting married here in America. That just shows that, the moral downfall of our great nation.
Of the USA has become a serious threat to the Constitution and our freedoms. Get ready, America. We may soon have to walk like an Egyptian to restore the rule of law.
Oh, come on.
This guy's so full of shit.
Come on. Come on.
It may be a manic Monday after that happens.
USA. This is Wild Bill for America. Thank you for watching, and America bless God again.
And again.
Because he isn't at the moment. Because he fucking hates you guys.
Yep. Next video is Wild Bill.
I love Wild Bill. He's so wild.
Best YouTuber ever. Oh, there's no intro.
Bill for America here.
What the fuck is with that?
Catching up on the news, and
I
I
love
thought
the
I'd
Wild
check
Bill
in
intro.
with you guys. I want to see what's happening in the world. Mr. Morsi, the guy who Obama helped to take over Egypt, is now in prison because of his terrorist schemes.
What?
And he's refusing to eat prison food because he's afraid somebody poisoned it. Oh yeah, he definitely knows Hillary Clinton.
What?
Megyn Kelly,
I'm
America's
lost as fuck.
disappointment of the week, is saying to Trump, if you can't get past me, how are you going to deal with Vladimir Putin? Well, Megan, I'd say he did get past you.
Do we know the story between Trump and Megyn Kelly?
I thought he was yeah, kind of. But I mean, I thought he was supporting Ted Cruz. Is he now a Trump supporter?
Seems like it.
Neat.
And think about it, Putin and Trump seem to be cut from the same cloth. Maybe you should be a little more worried about how the girly man in the White House is dealing with Putin.
Girly man.
Okay, Ferguson,
You
Missouri.
are girly man.
The 1-year anniversary of the race riots, and a young black man opened fire on the cops and got shot for it. Gee, who could have seen that coming?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, you open fire on the cops, you're going to get shot for it.
Unless you're me. Cops see it's me.
Even,
they're like,
when they shot off,
"That TJ."
even if they shot at you, the bullets would just bounce off you anyway.
Of course, because I'm Superman, as we
So
saw earlier.
loudmouth Louis
Ben's just
Farrakhan
Batman,
wasn't there
you know.
taking on the cops. Now that takes a combination of
I guess you're
stupidity
Aquaman,
and
Scotty.
testosterone.
I'm
and
Seaman.
Louis
Seaman.
Farrakhan only has one of those.
Seaman.
Tennessee. Once again, lesbians faking a hate crime against themselves.
Lesbians faking a hate
These
crime
two brilliant
against themselves.
specimens torched their own home and tried to blame it on their neighbor. I wish I could have been in that courtroom when they were told
Lesbian
that the
hate
insurance
crime
company
would be a
doesn't
good
have
band
to pay
name.
them a dime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or a song name. Lesbian hate crime. Yeah. Goes like that.
Have you noticed how often homosexuals do this?
Yeah.
Faking hate crimes against
All the time.
themselves.
Every day, every
I bet
second,
somebody
every
could make a
day.
fortune selling do-it-yourself hate crime kits to some of these fruit bats.
We should do that. We should do like
Yeah.
we
Three
should put together
cheers
an
for the
official drunken peasants hate crime kit.
Are you tired of a lack of real hate crimes? Your neighbor's not discriminate enough. It's just the neighbor just waving at them like, there's got to be a better way.
Fake a hate crime. You know, you go into the yard, you grab a stick, you hit yourself in the face with it a few times, and you're bloody. Call the cops, like, my neighbors beat me because I'm gay.
My neighbor's like, they cut down this tree and put up a KKK sign because I'm black. All these fake hate crimes that go on.
The rest of his video is all silent.
Well,
So
it's a refreshing change of pace.
let's move on.
I like this new change. This is a good new direction for him.
Everybody, Wild Bill for America here. I'm just catching up on the news, and I thought I'd check in with you guys.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening in the world.
Hey,
Mr. Morsi, the guy
does it
who
seem
Obama
like there's a little less pep in Bill's step?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
He seems drugged.
You know, honestly, it looks like he hasn't had enough coffee yet. It's barely drank.
Yeah, maybe that's
No
like
theme
the third
song this
pot or
time.
something. You know, he seems like he's worn out.
Yeah, there's no theme song anymore. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, Bill's really letting himself go, guys. I think we need to have an intervention
Yeah,
for Bill.
he's gonna be dead soon.
We need to
I think he
make up
thought it
news-
was.
You
I
need
think
to
he
make
thought
up,
it
like,
was easy.
News
Shut up!
stories.
Shut up!
He's gonna fucking do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Fine.
Make your
I was gonna say it looks like he just thinks he can put the hat on and get all the pep back and the energy back from earlier, but it's gone now. It was never the hat. It was in you the whole time, Bill.
Someone needs to tell him the hat and the polo shirt are from totally different genres of clothing and should never be worn in the same room.
That's it. It's canceling out his power.
helped to take over Egypt, is now in prison because of his terrorist schemes. And he's refusing to eat prison food because he's afraid somebody poisoned it. Oh yeah, he definitely knows Hillary Clinton.
What?
Does Hillary Clinton actively poison people and she's known for it? Like in circles? You're like, wait, did you eat that? Did Hillary make that? Yeah, this is biscuits and gravy. I love biscuits and gravy. Hillary made the biscuits and gravy. We can't eat it. She also
That's
makes
just
home
well
style.
known. There must have been some crazy in that cowboy hat he found. 'Cause when he put it on his head, he starts to flail around. Yeah. I don't know. Why are you turning lights on, Ben? You're hurting my eyes.
America's disappointment of the week is saying to Trump, if you can't get past me, how are you going to deal with Vladimir Putin? Well, Megan, I'd say he did get past you. And think about it, Putin and Trump seem to be cut from the same cloth.
That's a good thing.
Isn't that
for Bill.
bad?
No. In Wild Bill's perception, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Wait, does he
at all.
like Vladimir Putin? And the only reason he doesn't like him is because he's from Russia and not the America?
No, he just likes him. I think.
Just likes him.
I think it's
If Trump is
he
like
hates the gays. That's all
Oh,
that
that's
you need.
good.
That's all you need for the conservatives to like you now is I hate the gays. So if Hitler was around...
Maybe you should be a little more worried about how the girly man in the White House is dealing with Putin.
Putin.
Okay, Ferguson, Missouri. The 1-year anniversary of the race riots and a...
Whenever you guys talk about poutine, at least one person writes me like, what the fuck is poutine?
Yeah.
Sounds gross.
Do you just send them back a let me Google that for
And they
you?
usually spell it P-O-O and then a space and then the word teen. So I'm assuming they think it's some sort of like Lolita girl covered in scat.
Don't Google that one. You do if you're into that, but that's not what's going to get you what deliciousness awaits. Although it would look sort of the same because it's like curd gravy.
Yeah.
Just without the girl.
Should serve poutine on a teen covered in poo.
You've ruined part. Yeah.
You've ruined both the scat fetish and the food at this point. No group is happy.
I love that. Piss off everybody.
A young black man opened fire on the cops and got shot for it. Gee, who could have seen that coming?
I don't
Notice
know.
that loudmouth Louis Farrakhan wasn't there taking on the cops. Now that takes a combination of stupidity and testosterone, and Louis Farrakhan only has one of those.
What?
Stupidity, I would assume.
This is even more rambly and less polished than normal.
You know,
I don't know.
He's the leader of the Nation of Islam.
When you listen to someone like Wild Bill, you almost have to like put yourself in the context of his strange alternate reality that he lives in. Otherwise, the things that he's saying are just perplexing.
He's brought forth to this world out of Bill O'Reilly's testicles. I'm pretty sure. I think not his child, just like his semen turned into a person, and it turned into that guy.
It was
and
a
then
growth.
And then they put a cowboy hat on it, and they're like, "We're good."
This is a person. This is Wild Bill.
Tennessee. Once again, lesbians faking a hate crime against themselves.
Once again, it happens all the time.
The lesbians, you know.
God damn it.
They're
Fucking
notorious for
lesbians.
faking hate crimes against themselves. They just do it left and right. That's all
Well,
they
they just want attention.
That's all they're even good at.
It's always just scissoring and hate crimes.
Yeah.
Those are the
At
two
the same
things.
time, often they're like scissoring.
They're
and they're
scissoring like,
"Ah,
stop
black
committing
people."
hate crimes. Stop it.
Quit it.
Hate crimes against scissoring. Maybe they scissor with like a black man's head between their two vaginas, and then he suffocates to death, and they're like, "Yeah, scissoring hate crime, scissored to death because you're black." That's how they do it.
I know it's hate crime because you explicitly said it.
Because they explicitly said it, you know. They probably threw the N-word in there, but I'm not going to because I'm classy.
These two
Sometimes
brilliant
In a
specimens.
sexual situation, you just throw out the N-word. It just happens. You don't know.
It happened to Hulk Hogan, man.
Yeah.
You know, he's sitting there, he's fucking his buddy's wife while he watches from a hole in the wall.
Oh, TJ, come on, it's not
Next
primitive.
thing you know, he goes on a racist
TJ,
tirade.
They weren't so primitive. He had modern recording technology. He was watching on a monitor.
True enough.
You know,
you're right, Scott.
come on.
I didn't mean to besmirch Hulk Hogan's buddy.
Thank you.
With the hot wife that he can't fuck, so he gets muscular guys to do it.
And watches.
Yes. But, you know, that's his life, and it's beautiful in its own way.
Torched their own home and tried to blame it on their neighbor. I wish I could have been in that courtroom when they were told that the insurance company doesn't have to pay them a dime. Have you noticed how often homosexuals do this?
Yes.
Light their homes on fire?
There's always
all
the time.
Light their homes on fire all the time?
Well, they do call them flamers.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to go there, too.
You know, California does have a lot of wildfires going on right now. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
you know.
Fabulous.
Gays always light their shit on fire.
Damn it, man.
Thank you, Ben.
I thought I
Great
was
comment,
talking effortlessly without even trying to talk there.
You know?
Oh, my.
And they fuck each other in the arse, so it makes sense that would lead to arse-un, you know? Right. Yeah. I did it. I went there.
Faking hate crimes against themselves. I bet somebody could make a fortune selling do-it-yourself hate crime kits to
Someone get on that. Scotty, write that down.
All right. Do it yourself hate crime kit.
All right, I'm done with Wild Bill.
Yeah.
Fuck him. All right. Let's see.
Ben wants to fuck him.
Yes. So here's Wild Bill for America.
Woo!
Oh, finally a real intro.
Liberals and children and guns. Oh my!
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. Let's talk
Hey,
about
this is
children
intros
and
back.
guns. When I was a little boy, that was a good thing. We shot cans off the fence posts and Dad tossed clay pigeons up in the air for us.
Yeah!
We all had our favorite cap guns modeled after our favorite TV heroes. And yes, our
Then
favorite
Columbine
games were war
happened.
games. We ran and played all day long, blasting away with our cap guns and yelling, I got you, which was always answered with, no, you didn't. And even though we had pretend guns.
Is this life, or are you describing like something you saw in a children's cartoon? Because, you know, he sounds rather idealized.
Oh yeah, this is his idealizing 50 years ago. It's like when I was a kid, or however old he is, we'd run around and play all day with guns, and it was just a normal part of life. And now liberals want to take our guns away.
Well, he was saying cap guns, which whatever. I had cap guns when I was a kid.
Yeah,
too.
Sure.
And I was smart enough to know the difference between
But
the two.
he was saying they fired real guns too. Obviously not at
Sure.
each other, of course not.
Well, only occasionally.
Only when they got really pissed off.
Only if, one stole one's girlfriend or something like that.
Gunfights with each other, none of us would have ever taken a real gun and spilled real blood with it. Today, that has changed, and I think I know why. Liberal stupidity has invaded our schools.
Yep.
Little boys are marched off for punishment and mental health counseling if they so much as point their finger like a gun.
That is
Remember
true.
the kid who was
Yeah.
suspended for chewing his pizza into the shape of a gun? And how about the little deaf boy named Hunter? The liberal idiots at school told Hunter he had to change his name because when the little deaf boy said his name in sign language, he had to point his finger like a gun. What
Time to
these
change your name, Hunter.
Yeah. Why are you pointing your finger like that?
Most
Yeah.
of the shit he's saying about American schools right now actually is true and also bullshit.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if
retarded.
it's necessarily liberals that propagate this shit 100% though. Maybe it is with the gun thing, but there's plenty of like crazy shit conservatives impose upon the schools as well.
Creationism.
Yeah, and also just like strange rules of etiquette. Like when I went to school in Louisiana, they said, I couldn't have long hair. That it's like, oh, it would distract other students. Like, no, it wouldn't. They really
Yeah,
wouldn't
they
at
always
all.
use that. It's a distraction thing.
It's a distraction.
It was also
I'm
a
sorry,
state
your
law.
ability to express your individuality distracts others.
I always wanted to say that having to pray in class was a distraction, but they made me do that anyway.
I was gonna say in Louisiana it was even a state law because it was in like your student handbook that like you had to say sir or ma'am to any teacher, and it was actually like it was like no, you could be punished by the school, but it's actually illegal. So you're actually violating the law of the state. It's like what the fuck? There's a state law. You have to be like yes sir. It's
Yes,
like,
sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've
Sir, ma'am,
noticed.
sir, ma'am.
I've noticed that a lot of people from the South do the yes, sir.
Yeah, because as a kid, if you don't do that, you'll literally get yelled at. Like how disrespectful you are to this adult. It's like so you're just supposed to. It's not even about respect. It's just about like we want you to follow these formalities, and if you're not, then you're disrespectful. It's like not everyone's raised the same.
Ridiculous educators are doing is turning weapons into the forbidden fruit. The more they freak out about weapons, the more the boys will be curious to try them out. And then
That's not why.
Weapons are pretty freaky, though. I would say, like, if people actually have weapons, it may be a reason to freak out in some situations.
Yeah, like if I was to just like take a fucking handgun and just like set it on the table in front of me, like
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think everyone in this room would kind of be like, "Why did you just pull out a fucking pistol?" and
I
just set
think
it
like
down?
Ben and Scotty's demeanor would probably change slightly,
Oh yeah, I mean, well, imagine if we were talking, I just pulled out a gun, and I was like, do you agree with me? I mean, how are you gonna feel then? You're gonna agree with what the fuck I say? Like this guy's crazy. So I mean, obviously, weapons do change any situation.
But it's this thing he's saying about like, oh, it's the forbidden fruit. Like, oh, the adults prohibit guns, and then the kids are like, ooh, guns.
Sure, that'll happen sometimes, but I don't think every kid is just that gullible or like, oh, I can't fucking have a gun.
I don't think it is because it's a forbidden fruit. I think it's because guns are fucking fascinating to a lot of people. It's just like sex is not appealing because it's the forbidden fruit. It's appealing because you have a genetic drive to do that.
Well, I'm saying with guns, I can see that's happening somewhat. Like, you're not allowed to play with this gun. You know, kids are. You tell them they can't do something, they naturally want to do it.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. So I could see that point, but I don't think it's to the extent he's talking about, where everyone's like, "Well, I'd have to get my hands on guns." A lot of people.
But he's saying that's the problem. Is like, oh, the forbidden fruit mystique.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that is maybe to a small degree, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Other liberal idiots provide entertainment for these kids, movies and video games that glorify gun violence, where kids see problems being solved with blazing guns and blood and bodies everywhere.
Yeah, but
those two things.
I like how conservatives that share his opinion will attack violence in media, but it's okay. Like it's all about the violence in the media that caused the shooting, not the accessibility of weapons. Also,
no, never.
It's pretty strange that they're more concerned with fictional violence than they are with real life violence.
And even more so about sex being in.
Oh yeah.
You know, I was
never do that.
You know, when I was in conservative school districts where they had these same anti-gun sort of things in the schools, I don't think it really is a liberal thing. I think it's more of just like they want to control the kids, and they're actually fucking terrified after events like Columbine that, you know, the kids are out of control, and especially if you're the weird kid, which of course I was. So it's like, oh, you get kind of singled out, like, oh, this is the one that might do something, you know?
Right.
So I think that actually it has to do with that paranoia too, not just, oh, you know, the liberals hate guns, so they're trying to make kids scared of guns.
They're idiots. It's like the 1984 mentality. It's like, well, you might think about committing a crime, so that's enough. It's like, what? You're just profiling people based upon, like, if you think they're normal or not.
But I don't disagree with Wild Bill too much yet, honestly, on this one.
You and Wild Bill should go hang out, TJ.
Do you want to keep listening to Wild Bill, or do you want to move on?
We could do whatever you want.
We'll let Wild Bill finish, and then we'll move.
We'll let him fish.
We'll let him fish.
Go
fish,
Wild Bill.
He's right near the water, so it's easy.
Like, go fish.
Get your
go
pole.
Fish.
A recipe for disasters. Kids who have never been taught proper gun safety. And then when a kid follows that path and shoots up a theater or a school, the liberal idiots who caused it yell that it's the NRA's fault.
That's not what happens.
Yeah, the National Rifle Association.
You think that, like,
the number one,
like, surely the mystique and the taboo of guns is what causes people to go and shoot up a theater?
It's not mental illness.
That's like completely batshit crazy and wrong.
Look at the Sandy Hook massacre. Look at the Aurora, Colorado shooting in the movie theater. Both those guys were nuts. And I mean, one's dead and one's was sentenced to life in prison, or was it to death? I don't remember. But the guy is crazy. I mean, he's clearly insane. It's like, why does this guy have access to weapons?
Indeed.
Organization for teaching gun safety and responsibility gets the blame when it's really liberal stupidity that contributes to gun violence more than anything else.
So stricter gun
here's
control
a Wild Bill bullet of truth.
Is the cause of gun violence?
Yep.
No, the policies we have now are for loose gun laws. That's not true at all.
By the way, everyone, Sargon
is dead.
Will be available in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Sweet.
Came back to life.
Yeah. I have to get those videos back, or those articles back up that he wanted, though. Here, I'll just put this back up.
We have handed our children over to idiots. What youth need today is gun education. Boys especially need good men to take them out and teach them to shoot. With all the Second Amendment groups, Tea Party...
So gay. All right, son, we're going to go in the woods, and I'm going to teach you how to shoot.
I don't think we should mandate, like, in school, like, everyone needs to learn how to shoot a gun and handle weapons. Like, that should just be a requirement if you want to own a gun. Not everyone wants to own a gun.
What do you mean? Anyone who's a true American wants to own a gun.
Okay, now having a purity test. You're not a true American unless you have 10 rifles.
That's true. What's the point of having a Second Amendment if you're not going to use it? If you don't feel so insecure that you need yourself
what are your feelings
surrounded by guns,
what are your feelings on the Third
Amendment? You're not a real
TJ?
American. The Third Amendment. What is that? Isn't that where no British soldier can take quarter in your home or some shit?
What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I approve because I noticed that there's not been any soldiers taking quarter in my home. So.
I'm a big proponent of the Third Amendment.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want them to. I wouldn't want to like come home one day and there's like some soldiers just sitting around on my couch playing with my Xbox.
So as you haven't seen that, has that ever happened to you in your life? You or Ben? Soldiers come to your house?
Ben is busy, Scotty.
Oh, Ben is busy.
Ben is
Okay.
doing things.
Sorry.
I protected his freedom by being a Third Amendment proponent. So
Yeah,
I'm doing a really good job.
Major proponent of the Third Amendment. That's really the most important one.
Yeah, the first and second, I'm not really too interested in those ones.
Third Amendment. That's where it's at.
That's where it's at.
We'll play Wild Bill for America.
This is Tim Black's friend.
Yeah, you guys will get along.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. Let's take a look at the news.
Okay, let's do it.
Train wreck Hillary, desperately trying to become president, is so intimidated by honest questions that,
That
she
should
is
be
now
her new
banning
name.
people from her campaign.
Desperately trying to become president, Clinton.
Yeah, it should be.
I mean, I can't even, I want to disagree with him, but he's right. Hillary is a train wreck. And
I was going to say, this is the first Wild Bill video that I've completely agreed with the first 10 seconds of.
We hate Hillary. Me and Scotty do. I
Dude,
don't know
you
I don't
love
know how,
Hillary.
I don't
Come
know how
on.
Ben feels, but,
Hillary Clinton is a terrible human being.
I agree.
Everything that comes out of her mouth is a fucking lie.
So we
human being. I'm
so
leaning more
glad
towards
everyone's
robot.
on the same page with
Robot.
this. Yeah,
dude.
Scotty's right. I wouldn't even say robot so much as like cold, unfeeling reptilian creature
I don't think
from
she
the
should.
nether void.
Oh, she's a terror.
I don't think she should be running again. She had her shot. She lost.
She sucks.
She's pretty. She's getting older now. I don't know. But it's funny. I'm saying she's getting older, but I'd vote for Bernie instead, who is older.
I'm voting for Bernie Sanders.
But she's been around too long.
I just don't understand. I don't understand. I guess I don't realize how deep the roots of Bill Clinton go, because I just don't understand. Like, I understand why she's running again. She's a political figure, whatever. She wants to run. I don't understand why she's so fucking popular. Like, why is she the front runner of the party? She's not a fiery speaker.
I do like Bill Clinton a lot, though.
Increasingly, though, Bernie Sanders is gaining ground on her.
Well, I hope he continues to, because honestly,
She sucks. She
if
sucks.
If the
Bernie
Democratic
Sanders
Party
just pulled a hit in Iowa.
Yep.
Good. But if the Democratic Party nominates fucking Hillary Clinton,
we're done.
We're like, I'm just gonna have to vote for fucking Donald Trump. I'm gonna have to go back on my not voting thing.
You know what? You know what, Ben? Not Ben. You know what, Paul? It's really funny you say that, because yesterday I came to the conclusion that I would prefer Donald Trump be president over Hillary Clinton.
Absolutely,
100%.
100%.
I've listened to both of them speak. Donald Trump is insane.
Oh, yeah, he would just ramble.
He's completely fucking insane.
His press conferences would
But
be
you
hilarious.
know what? At least I know what the fuck he thinks. At least I have some general idea what he's about.
Even if it's bullshit.
My idea behind it is this.
And it'll be funny, too.
If we're gonna flush the country down the toilet by giving people the choice between fucking Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, if we're gonna flush that toilet, we may as well flush it with a cherry bomb. You get my drift? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
We may as well get an explosion out of it, And like, nobody can deny that 4 years minimum of Donald fucking Trump in the White House would be amazing.
It will be.
It would be a great
this
time.
This show will be 10 million times easier.
Like, future human cultures will look back fondly on America because we didn't go out simpering like pussies, electing Hillary Clinton to flush us down the toilet. We put a fucking reality TV star failed businessman on the throne of our country. It's amazing.
Idiocracy will
dude.
come true, dude. We'll have President Camacho soon with monster trucks.
Train stops unless they first sign a pledge that they're going to vote for her. Real life is catching up to Hillary. She has never done an interview where the interviewer did not first sign an agreement that no tough questions would be asked.
That doesn't even make sense.
And now that people are
hold
beginning
on.
to zero in on her criminal actions,
I don't think that's
money
true.
laundering.
They might. There might be
she-
certain questions that she prohibits, but I mean,
That's basically what he's saying. She scripts her interviews. She gets to look at the questions ahead of time, and
she scripts. But she's scripted. She's scripted from the
Well,
word
yeah.
go. That's why I hate her, because she's completely fake.
Yeah, that is why. But some of the questions could be about Monica Lewinsky or some shit like that, which she probably says, "Hey, I don't want to talk about that shit anymore. It wasn't even involving me; it involves my husband."
Yeah, I mean, I actually would agree with her not being asked that, honestly.
Do you remember when she lied about being under gunfire and she didn't realize that there was like footage of her being there?
Yeah, getting off there, somebody a helicopter or some shit.
Yeah. I think she
remember
was.
that, yeah.
She was somewhere in like the former Yugoslavia area over there.
She's a horrible human being.
She should just get some After Effects nerds to like add gunfire.
And all these politicians want to seem like they're tough. Like, I was under fire. It's like, okay, you were that. Even if that happened, it would be incidental, and it was like no threat to your life. So,
well, she said she was actually under.
Oh, I know. Yeah, she lied. Obviously,
she's a liar.
But
I mean,
plenty of politicians have done that.
They're all
yeah,
liars.
they're all liars.
They're all liars.
So Wild Bill, do we keep going? Or
Keep him going. He'll probably generate more bullshit.
Taking bribe from terrorist nations, on and on and on. Hillary's fallen apart like the amateur that she is. She is incapable of functioning around real people. How in the world would a wimp like that ever deal with Vladimir Putin? I think one of my life's goals is being realized.
I have a lot of concerns about Hillary being president, but her dealing with people is really not one of them. I could just imagine, like, that's one icy lizard demon bitch.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'd be more scared of her than Putin, honestly. I think she could eat his eyes out and then stick out her fucking snake tongue, like.
Yeah, the things I don't like about her have nothing to do with her being a wimp.
Yeah, he's not hitting the nail on the head on that one. The thing I don't like about her is I have no idea who the fuck she really is. Here's a list of things I am 100% sure about when it comes to Hillary Clinton. Number 1, she wants to be president.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's the fucking
the
list. That's the entire fucking list.
And Paula Dean is her sister.
American politics does not get the honor of being America's first female president.
Okay.
And of course, the net is buzzing over Kim Davis, the court clerk jailed for daring to be Christian in Obama's America. She's in jail even though she broke no law. Now, why is it that
oh my God.
I knew it would come eventually.
using to issue marriage licenses to people who cannot
She's
get
not
married?
jailed for being a
It's
Christian.
jailable
Pat
offense.
Robertson was saying the
But
same
many
bullshit.
crimes of Eric Holder,
That's been the line of these Christians the entire time, is that if gay people can get married, we're being persecuted. It's like, how the fuck does that make any fucking semblance of anything that even resembles sense? It doesn't.
Makes no sense.
Look, if she wants to have her religious convictions, I'm fine with it. If she wants to believe that gay marriage is wrong, I'm fine with it.
Oh, this is her 15 minutes of fame. Come on.
But when she is an elected official that is supposed to uphold the laws of the country, and the highest court in the country has ruled that it's unconstitutional to deny marriage licenses to gay couples, you have to abide by that, whether you fucking agree with it or not. The highest authority in the land has decided.
Right.
Any
Other time someone tries to
oath.
break the law, these conservatives would be all over that shit, like ants on a Cheeto left on the ground. But no, when it's somebody they like, they're standing up. It reminds me of that Clive Bundy shit, man. They're pointing guns at their federal agents. He's a real patriot. But let it be anyone else pointing a gun at a federal agent or a cop, then they're the worst people on the planet.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question
completely.
Yeah, can you imagine if it had been a black guy pointing a gun at a federal agent? That's going to be an American hero, right? No.
White guilt.
No
Black Lives
way.
Matter. Oh shit, here they come. Guys got signs, not guns, man.
Speaking of Black Lives Matter, one of the things they've done that has pissed me off is they hijacked a couple of Bernie Sanders rallies and took over the event and shit.
Yeah. That shit.
But you know what? I'll say this, man, and I said it in the video. There's no screening process for you to go join a rally. Right. Anybody can join a rally. Right now, I could say I'm a part of the Tea Party. wouldn't nobody be able to stop me? I could put out all types of videos and shit. So just because somebody joins something and does something fucked up doesn't mean you can blame what they joined unless they were sanctioned to do it.
Yeah,
but I didn't see any backlash from Black Lives Matter. Like, don't be taking over the events of probably the most progressive fucking politician that has ever had a chance at becoming president in our lifetimes.
I tried to support them because I thought they were trying to help people like Tamir Rice, John Crawford, Eric Garner. But once they started, they're saying that they're tied to Hillary Clinton, so that kills it for me right there.
Yeah,
that's what the rumor is. I don't know if that shit's true, but they're saying George Soros is funding them or something. I'm like, the fuck, so.
It would not surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah, that's the rumor, man.
But look, it's what these billionaires do. They see some populist movement, they hijack it, and then direct it at their enemies. I mean, this is the same thing the Koch brothers, which is what I call them, fucking sicked the Tea Party onto American politics,
and their super PACs,
and tried to get all this regressive horse shit shoved down America's throat. Thankfully, it fizzled out, and the Tea Party at this point seems like it's pretty much a non-factor.
It seems like it, but remember when the Tea Party fuck kids would be like holding signs of Obama looking like a monkey and shit, and having words like nigger misspelled on signs, and everybody kept saying, Bill O'Reilly kept saying, hey, that's not all of the Tea Party, that's just the fringe element of the Tea Party. But they're not applying that same logic to Black Lives Matter, but
of course they're not.
Well, of course not.
That's too
but a lot of people
for them.
mind it, which is kind of scary that they don't see that there's. I mean, I'm not saying that Black Lives Matter is a great organization. I've never been asked to join it. I don't know what the fuck it is. This is hashtag. I just thought it was a hashtag, but now they're trying to make it like it's a real organization with rules and shit. Like, like they have meetings every Thursday.
Don't let it just be an informal social movement where people express grievances. It has to be formalized and rigidly stuffed into some structure that billionaires can manipulate and control.
Right.
I mean, assuming that rumor you heard is true.
Right, but Bernie should have kicked them the fuck out, though. I will say that. Bernie should have kicked them the fuck out. He was being too nice. Sometimes you can't be nice.
I don't know.
Was
There's
my
something,
problem, though.
There's something about the fact that he eventually, that he didn't use the opportunity to get the cops involved and have them come tackle these chicks. The fact that he just kind of stepped aside, I don't denigrate him for that.
I don't denigrate him for it, but I think
him for it. I mean, my thing is just if he's president, he really will have to. There may come occasions where he needs to stand up against people.
Asking a motherfucker to lead your event is not that. Look what John Kerry did. Remember, don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me, bro.
Maybe Bernie didn't have to take it that far, but
Yeah, I'm not saying tase these bitches, but tell them to leave though. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
tase those bitches.
Demonstrate. I mean, I would say to me, demonstrate that you can control this. Demonstrate that you don't. I mean, get these people out of here. They're not the ones who anyone came to see speak. If thousands of people come to see Bernie Sanders speak, they want to see Bernie Sanders speak. The Black Lives Matter. Whether what they're saying is important or not,
right?
It's not the place.
And if they don't want to hear you, maybe it's not because they're racist. They didn't come to hear you fucking play. If I came to see Jay-Z and instead they bring out Justin Timberlake or Justin Bieber, I may have a fucking problem with that.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean I hate white people. It just means I bought the Jay-Z album, not the Justin Bieber album. And that's what I came to hear.
Sure, Tim, sure. We believe
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Fuck that shit.
I agree. Fuck that shit. Let's move on from Wild Bill.
Okay. We'll move on to the next one here.
I got a feeling Wild Bill's a lot more racist than he's letting on in this little bit of clip too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Considering this video had in the title, I believe it had somewhere in the title "Ghetto Trash."
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh well, let's hear more of this. Then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, let's get to that part.
I didn't know that was the title.
All right.
When it popped up, it was like something and ghetto trash.
Yeah, he puts the title of the fucking video at the beginning of the video, TJ.
Yeah, I didn't read it.
There's words on the screen. Fuck that reading shit.
There's no words there.
Too much work.
Yeah, just play the damn video.
You have the fucking keyboard, dude.
I do.
You're an
The
idiot,
IRS,
TJ.
the sanctuary cities. Why is it that those crimes are totally ignored? Totalitarians are running our government.
Can someone explain to me what this sanctuary city shit is?
I don't know.
It's mostly a Californian thing.
We had them in New Mexico. Like Albuquerque is considered a sanctuary city.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically, only federal law enforcement can ask about your immigration status. The local police cannot.
And that's actually a good thing, because when there's an emergency, you don't want people to be afraid to call 911 if they have an emergency.
Exactly.
True.
Okay, so it makes sense then. Okay.
Yes, but the right calls them sanctuary cities, where illegal aliens can go and never get deported.
It's not true, by the way.
Not true at all, but whatever.
Thanks for getting me up to speed.
Wake up, Christians. The storm clouds of persecution are forming over the USA.
The storm clouds of persecution.
A hurricane of oppression's rolling in.
Yeah, when I think of people being persecuted, I think of Wild Bill and his ilk.
Yes,
completely. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Right.
Well, the storm cloud of persecution has been rolling in. Unfortunately, it's the storm cloud of persecution complex that's been rolling in these last decade or so.
I agree with
the Democrats, just like ISIS.
They are, yeah.
They're like
barely any difference.
It's offensive to your senses. They're like the persecution smog that hangs over all of us, and they're like, we're being, treated unfairly now. It's like, wow, you guys actually have to, for once in our American history, not dominate our society, and you're pissed off, and now you're claiming to be persecuted. What a fucking joke.
Guys, they wanted me to decorate a wedding cake for a gay wedding. For a gay wedding.
I was just trying to practice my faith.
What does the world come to?
I was just trying to practice my faith.
Little do those people know, by the way, that's my favorite part of the modern Christians is the cake makers are being persecuted group, which is actually a lot bigger than you would think it is. Given its subject matter.
First they came for the cake makers, but I didn't speak up because I wasn't a cake maker.
Yeah. And it's just like they actually, these cake makers have all the freedom in the world. They act like they're having their freedom taken away from them. No. Dude, this is America. If you want to work a job where you don't have to make wedding cakes for a gay guy, go work that job, bro. But if you're you're in the wedding cake business, you need to serve everybody equally.
These they're just fucking entitled is what it is. I mean, listen, man, there are other people that you have to serve that if you wanted to, you could probably want to say, hey, I don't want to have to serve black people. I don't want to have to serve women. I mean, there was some point of time we used to have that type of shit in America. This is the same thing, identical. And it's not a persecution for you to have to sell a woman a pair of shoes or that she can drive a fucking car.
It is. It's such a persecution.
It is.
You're persecuting the Muslim faith there.
There are a few champions that are taking a stand. People like Franklin Graham and Ted Cruz being two of them.
Oh,
Christians have had an easy ride in the USA. Probably too easy. Well, Judas is in the White House, and the easy ride is coming to an end.
Obama is Judas.
Judas now? Really?
He's Judas.
He is the ultimate betrayer.
The guy, the dude that killed Jesus?
Yeah.
God
He's
damn.
the dude that, Obama literally sold Jesus out to the Pharisees?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Obama got paid. He's smart. Come on.
And he somehow, that clever fuck, probably drank some of Jesus' blood to gain immortality. He bided his time, pretended to be born in Hawaii. And now he's back.
Yeah, remember those 2 birth announcements he planned.
For
He's
vengeance.
smart.
Right.
Yeah,
that was the first thing he said when he first popped out. He was like, put some ads in the paper.
Me and Sky were watching Bill O'Reilly interview Donald Trump. And Bill O'Reilly totally destroyed the birther thing by just pointing out that those ads existed. It's like, yeah, we heard about that on The Factor. We did some research, decided it was bullshit, but you really ran with it. Why is that? He's like, well, most people don't announce births in the paper. I've never seen anyone do that. And Bill's
That's not true.
Bill's like, people do that all the time. It's common.
Yeah.
And then Donald Trump, of course, quickly changes the
subject. It's going to be huge.
Yeah.
Bye.
I see Obama's war on American peace officers is still a shooting war. Aurora PD is on high alert after yet another Obama minion called in the threat to kill all cops they find alone in the city.
An Obama minion?
What?
I like.
Does he spawn? Does he spawn people to go do his bidding? Like, go forth and threaten the police.
No. It's even better than that. He's treating Obama like he's somehow the king of black people. Like anything a black person does is automatically at the behest of Obama.
We got Tim Black here, so Tim, shoot straight with us. You get your marching orders direct from Obama, right?
Hold on 1 second. I'm on the phone with Obama.
Yeah.
He's going to tell you
Got
what
it,
to
Barry.
say.
Barry told me to tell you, nah, man, fuck no. This guy's an idiot. You know, and once again, I bet he has an audience. How big is his audience, guys?
It's not huge.
Yeah,
but...
I guess he goes and does public speaking and shit, though.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
Yeah.
people pay him to talk at events.
Look, okay, I did a little
That's how
research
sad
on-
the human race is.
I did a little research on this, man. Right now, in this time and age, right now is the best time to be a cop in the United States. They have never been safer. This whole
Screenshot.
idea that cops are in danger is bullshit.
Screenshot.
Yeah, here's another one. I'm not sure if Kyle's ever seen this guy before either, but he's Wild Bill for America.
Oh yeah, I did a video on him a while ago.
Wild Bill up in this bitch.
Wild Bill.
Judge busting.
Oh yeah, good.
Bust them
Bust
judges.
them
Hello,
judges,
everybody. Wild
liberal
Bill for America
judges.
here. Listen up, America. American freedom is under assault by a very dangerous group. They are quite
ISIS?
possibly the greatest threat to American freedom today, and it's time for
Al-Qaeda?
freedom fighters to focus attention on
Eskimos.
these villains and to employ every weapon at our disposal
White
to bring
supremacist
them
groups?
down. I'm talking about corrupt judges.
Oh God, judges! Oh God, even worse, judges.
No, but it's okay because at least he's going to go on to discuss money in politics and that the problem with that and how it distorted democracy. That's the point he's going to make, right?
Yeah, he's going to also talk
Of
about
course.
those judges that like took money to imprison kids for like trivial
Right.
offenses, and he's going to talk about the judges that preside over courtrooms that are basically like, farcical.
The states that promise 80 to 90% occupancy rate for prisons. Yeah, you know.
He's going to talk about serious issues like that, private prisons.
That's what he's going to talk about.
That's where he's going with this, right?
Yep, that's definitely where he's going. Let's see.
Politicians to violate the Constitution, brazenly twisting the clear meaning of American law and jurisprudence to ram godless, immoral, political positions down our throats. One of these corrupt judges recently put Kim Davis, a Christian woman, in jail.
Oh, I guess he's not going that direction, you guys.
He just learned the word jurisprudence 2 weeks ago. He wanted to show off that he knew it.
Prudence?
Let me tell you about the jurisprudence. All right.
I used to think it was a yogurt, but now...
Yogurt.
Because she chose to exercise her First Amendment.
On to, I don't know, Ben, what do we have here?
Wild Bill.
We have we have a
Wild
video from
Bill.
Wild Bill. You're in for a treat here. This is one of our regular guys that we feature on our show, and he is brilliant beyond measure.
A super genius.
He's got a 10-gallon hat.
An IQ of 1 million.
So smart.
Off the charts.
Here we go.
Guns, Bibles, and freedom.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. A couple of years ago, Mr. Obama made a rather snotty remark about Americans bitterly clinging to their guns and Bibles. Clearly, Mr. Obama has very little understanding of the American way of life. We don't
know. That seems
bitterly
like a pretty
cling to our
apt
guns and
summarization to
Bibles
me.
any more than Rosie O'Donnell
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a pretty apt summation of America.
I think he was talking mostly about middle America, too, you know.
Clinging
the
to their
flyover
guns
states.
and their Bibles.
Well, I wanted to hear his reasons for clinging to his guns. You know, there are some Americans, I'm astonished by this. There's a radio show host that I adore. He's down in Arizona someplace. Under one name, I think he goes as Dr. Sky. But he's got, in addition to his show on science, he's got a show on guns. And he's had me on both shows. I can't believe these guys who think that their gun is an indispensable part of their manhood. It's ridiculous. Don't they have a penis, for God's sakes?
It's their second penis.
Yeah.
Penis 2.0. This one's big and black.
And when all of these shootings take place, it doesn't occur to them that if there were fewer guns, there would probably be fewer shootings. In other countries, they don't have as many guns, and they don't have as many shootings.
You don't believe in freedom.
That is the most anti-American communist sentiment.
Yeah, anti-freedom now.
Yeah, I know, because the Second Amendment, they somehow block out the idea of freedom of speech and the other freedoms in the Constitution and believe that this freedom is the only freedom. But if I read that clause correctly, it says, for the sake of a well-ordered militia, Americans shall be allowed to have guns. Well, that doesn't mean that Americans can have unregulated guns. A well-ordered militia is a heavily regulated, disciplined, controlled militia, a well-ordered militia. And these guys are using guns for the sake of their own personal identity statements. That's not exactly what the Constitution was talking about.
And even then, it says right to bear arms. So I mean, shouldn't everyone, if that's what it means, shouldn't I be able to have like ballistic missiles in my backyard if I want?
Yes. Well, that's a good point. Yes, that's a very good point. I think you should be. And let's make sure that they're. Oh, did you see that the Chinese today? They unveiled their newest version of the Long March rocket, and they put up 20 satellites at a time with it.
Neat. So let's travel to the stranger terrain of Wild Bill's.
Yeah, I want to hear his reasoning here.
Literally clings to a pork chop. We love them because they are vitally important tools that bring and protect freedom and life for our families. The Bible has words of life and hope, eternal life, solutions and guidance for any difficulty in life.
No, it does not have solutions and guidance for every difficulty in life. It was written 2,000 fucking years ago.
It has advice on slavery, though.
Longer.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was compiled and from,
translated, edited,
who knows how old the oldest text in the Bible is, but the point is, it doesn't have
for an era when an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth made sense. We don't take that kind of bodily vengeance anymore. We've evolved significantly beyond that. We don't stone people for adultery anymore. If we did, there would be no soap operas on television.
Hey, if it's supposed to be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, shouldn't it be an adultery for an adultery?
You know what we should do?
Yes, that's a good one. Yes.
Let's do a little more Wild Bill, and then I have an article that I'd like to go through, like a news article.
Not an artichoke, an article. Okay.
An artichoke, yes.
Oh man, I could
make some spinach artichoke dip.
Ooh yeah.
We're not going to give it up. In fact, we're going to put it right back into American culture where it belongs so that everybody can enjoy it, especially students in the public school.
Yeah, because you can't even find a Bible anymore. You can't even find us. You can't even find a Bible in America anymore.
No, I haven't been able to find one. Not
it's like
one.
Christianity is a forgotten relic.
Is he talking about putting the gun in the center of American society or the Bible in the center of American society?
I think both.
Both,
Oh,
preferably,
God.
I think. Yeah,
God
for him.
save us. Okay, I'm going to send any money I can, any spare change I can find to the ACLU as quickly as I can.
We love our guns because they're fun. Shooting sports are a great American tradition. Plus, a gun in the home or on the hip brings great comfort when ugliness arises. And frankly, Mr. Obama, you seem to be one to stir up ugliness that threatens American families. We all saw the riots that were quietly instigated by your minions, and we've all heard the direct threat of your race war.
Instigated by Obama's minions?
The riots, like
the race riots, Ferguson.
Things like Ferguson.
Ferguson, okay.
Obama snaps his fingers and then a race riot erupts.
Yeah, because Obama is the secret ruler of all black people.
Yes.
And, so these shootings of black people, and this poor woman in Texas was taken into custody. If you've ever watched, I think her name was something like Sandra Bland. If you've ever watched the full 60-minute video of her arrest, one of the most appalling violations of the American Constitution you have ever seen in your life. The way that she's bullied and degraded by this little twerp of a policeman and eventually jailed. It is hideous. If it happened to you or me, it would be monstrous, and it could happen to you and me.
What do you think? What do you think of? What do you think of the sentiment that, if black people don't want to be harassed by the police, they should just stop committing so much crimes?
Stop being criminals.
Because we've heard that phrase before.
Yeah, but we've watched things. Thank God for video. Thanks to GoPro and whatever other video cameras there are out there, we can now see what police are doing. And we've seen some pretty wretched things. Okay, so this guy bolts and runs away from his Mercedes of all things. And a policeman stands there as if he's taking aim and target practice and puts 8 bullets in him and kills him. I mean, since when was running away a capital crime? And you were supposed to be tried for crimes. And this guy had done nothing. He had done nothing, absolutely nothing.
It was a threat as he ran away.
Yeah, the policeman was harassing him. And the same thing was happening with Sandra Bland or whatever her name is.
What would you say?
The policeman was doing monstrous things to her.
What would you say to people who say that in America, black people should be profiled as potential criminals because statistically, black people commit more crimes?
It's true. Statistically, black people commit more crimes. However, to what extent is that statistic an artifact of the fact that blacks are arrested for just about nothing? I mean,
and should they be profiled as such?
No, he's got. My friend is so. I have a bunch of black friends. They're so middle class. It's ridiculous. They're such upstanding citizens filled with civic virtues that it would blow your mind. But I know whether when they leave me, and they go walking out on the street, they could be profiled at any minute and slapped up against a police car and taken in for nothing, for absolutely nothing. And they can be beaten for absolutely nothing. They could even be shot for absolutely nothing. That's the plight of being black in America today. So it is true that there are more blacks in the black community. I once had a black assistant for a week. She filled in for my normal assistant. And she was here at the time when whether we should put video cameras on all policemen was a big subject in a local election, a mayoral election here in New York City. And I asked her what she thought about it, and she said, absolutely, well, no. I asked her what she thought about profiling, and she said, I'm glad they do it. Why was she glad they do it? Because there's more crime in the black community than there is in the white community. So it's a mix of problems. But if you read Ta-Nehisi Coates, I haven't read his book, I've just seen his articles in The Atlantic, you'll see how blacks were consistently screwed out of money and out of stature for the last 150, well, it actually goes back 450 years. So there's a two-sided argument here. And it's not as simple as all we need is a gun and we can shoot anybody we want because black people are obviously the cause of every problem. And shooting a black person will always take care of our problems. It's not that simple, Wild Bill.
Thugs to hunt down and murder white people. We see the illegal foreigners streaming into our nation with no background checks. And
Trump,
we see
build the wall quick.
Bill, I see illegal foreigners. I see them on my block. I see little Asian women on my block, and I see Mexican men on my block who have these shopping carts. Somehow they turn them into enormous trash bundles. They've got these huge bags strapped to them, and they are trying to go through everybody's trash when nobody else is around. Late at night, I see them at 2 a.m. They are leaving everybody's trash so immaculate that nobody even knows they were there. What are they doing? They're doing sorting for the sake of whatever it's called, refurbishing, replenishing, reusing, for the sake of reuse.
Recycling?
Recycling, that's the word.
Yeah.
That the rest of us would never, ever have the time to do. Why are they doing it? Because they're working their fucking asses off to gain a foothold here in the United States. And what do they do once they gain a toehold? Well, they go to work as cab drivers, they work that, and they save, they work 18-hour days, they work 7-day weeks, they save and they save and they save until they can buy a medallion, or they end up opening their own shops. And some of the shops opened by so-called illegal Mexicans are some of the most brilliantly colorful that I've ever seen.
Where we live here, we have a lot of Somali refugees, and a lot of them are like taxi drivers and Uber drivers.
Yeah.
Here.
Right. Well, those people can be lovely, and they're Muslims. And another thing to comment about Islam, you know that I was on the hit list in 17 Islamic countries for a whole bunch of years. You know that there were sit-down strikes against me from CARE, the Council for American Islamic Relations, and from the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee in the lobby of Penthouse, of Omni magazine, actually, for 4 days. You know I fought these people. They have tried to put me out of business. They've tried to make sure I never publish another book again. But the fact is, some of my best friends are Muslims, and roughly, my guess is 50 to 70% of the Muslim community is as middle class, as decent, as pluralist, as tolerant, as modern as you can possibly be. And they're some of the best people on the face of this fucking earth. And they have gotten away from the anti-Semitism that Muhammad, curse his soul, built into the basis of his fucking goddamned religion. So they have an Islam that is a religion of peace. And that's roughly 50 to 70% of the Muslim community. So I prize the experiences when I get into a cab with with an Egyptian cab driver, and he lets me sit in the front seat with him, and we talk for an hour and a quarter. And he tells me what's going on in Egypt, or when I'm with a Yemeni cab driver, and he tells me what's going on in Yemen. Those people end up prizing me, and I end up prizing them. My producers on Iranian, I appear on Iranian and Saudi TV all the time. And I'm a fucking goddamn Zionist atheist Jew, for God's sakes. They let me debate one-on-one with a senior official from Hamas. They let me debate one-on-one with a senior official from the Muslim Brotherhood. And they're people I love, and I think they love me at this point. There are ways to make peace in this world. The sheikh who made Dubai what it is today, who built the world's tallest building, and who is Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates, named a racehorse after one of my books, after a book by a Zionist atheist Jew. If that doesn't show a path to peace, I don't know what does. The 11th president of India.
What was the name of the racehorse?
The racehorse is the Beast, for the genius of the Beast, the radical revision of capitalism. And the 11th president of India, Dr. APJ Kalam, who's a rocket scientist and behind a rocket program that's gotten over 70 satellites into space, including one that's circling Mars at this very moment, said my work is a visionary creation, and he's a Muslim. When I was called on to create a 2-day intensive seminar on reperceiving leadership for 10 CEOs and general managers, I was called to do it in Kuala Lumpur. All 10 of the people I did this thing with, all CEOs and general managers, all wonderful, fantastic, creative people, every single one of them was a Muslim. There is a way to peace. I can see it in my own fucking goddamn life. But there is also the dark edge of Islam. And there is the fact that Saudi Arabia has been planting madrasas, religious schools, and mosques all over the world, including all over the United States, including Mexico, including Japan. And those madrasas preach Wahhabi Islam. And Wahhabi Islam is what led directly to Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. The Saudis are doing this even though the knife of Al-Qaeda is at their throat. That the people in Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, and ISIS want nothing better than to behead the royal family of Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Arabians have been playing a very peculiar game. But the Iranians, look, they got us to take Iraq and hand it to them on a platter. Lord knows what we're going to hand them next.
We have an article that we want to look over here.
Okay.
Let's take a look at, this is something that Ben thought would be interesting, so let's take a quick look here.
Here's Wild Bill. Haven't had him on in a while.
I missed him.
You do?
Liberal screwballs with guns.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for
Hi.
America here. And once again, an American school is painted in blood as yet another liberal left-wing screwball goes on a rampage with a gun. Shooting unarmed people has become a trademark terrorist act of liberal wackos in America.
Yeah.
I challenge anyone to show...
Excuse me, Wild Bill. I think we all know that these shootings are all hoaxes perpetrated by Obama and his crisis actors. So can you please stop treating these as though they're real events? Thank you.
Yeah, this is a hoax. Conservative Christian gun owner has ever done such a thing. Now, this latest liberal terrorist attack is in Oregon, where at least 10 people were gunned down at a community college. And
You say a conservative has never done this kind of stuff?
Yeah, that's totally fallacious.
I mean, that's bullshit. What about that guy that shot the Democratic senator? What about Dylan Roof? I mean, he didn't really seem like he was a liberal.
What about like conservative Christians that have like burned down like Planned Parenthoods and abortion clinics and bombed them and killed the doctors that work there?
Was McVeigh?
Yeah, McVeigh was kind of
on the right.
He was kind of libertarian leaning.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say he was more right wing. He definitely wasn't a liberal. He might have been on some issues, but not most. I think he was mostly like libertarian leaning. But, really the political bent of someone who goes and shoots a bunch of people is not important because, of course, people have shot and killed others for innumerable political ideologies throughout human history.
Sure.
It's not the ideologies that are to blame. I mean, unless you have an ideology that's specifically commanding people go out there and, do these kind of acts.
Yeah, it's like the guy who was like an atheist that shot the people. It's not like, oh, he did it because he was an atheist. I mean, it would be different if, like, there was some tenet to be an atheist where it's like, if anyone disagrees with you as an atheist, kill them, you know? That's different, but that's not what it's even alluding to. I'm sure he's going to bring up the Christian stuff, too. He's going to say, oh, and they were persecuting Christians, the shooter persecuted them.
The usual suspects were on TV running their mouths to take full advantage of the situation. Barack Obama, whose policies make him the most evil man to ever occupy the White House.
The same thing.
Obama is the most evil man ever occupy the White House. What about Andrew Jackson and the Trail of Tears? What about James Buchanan letting the fucking tensions build that it ultimately culminated in the Civil War? I mean, what about Nixon and Watergate? I mean,
what about Bill Clinton getting head?
Yeah,
in the Oval Office.
That's disgusting.
Defiling the White House. Every time we
truly making it the White House.
Ooh.
Made her dress the white dress.
Why do you let her? You know, you don't come on the dress, Bill. You know, that was your big problem.
Hey, she swallowed, I think.
No, that was how
she swallowed.
That was how she proved that she fucked.
Yeah,
the
they had DNA evidence on him because he splooged all over her dress.
She was slick.
Yeah, they call him Slick Willie, but she was apparently slicker.
Yeah.
Immediately announced in the wake of the liberal left-wing screwball terrorist attack that his solution is to pass laws to promote more liberal left-wing screwballism. And no surprise
I call it screwballism.
Yeah.
Screwballism. That sounds like an artistic movement or something.
Obama and every other liberal is calling for
absurdism,
more freedom-crushing laws to make American citizens even more helpless against these.
I like that. What does Obama do? Like, I like to propose a freedom-crushing law. You know, it's like, what? Obviously, I'm sure he's referring to gun control here because we know if we have any gun laws, guns will suddenly be banned.
Yes.
The slippery slope.
Even the slightest gun
law. The slightest gun laws.
Destroys freedom irrevocably.
Yes. It crushes freedom.
Murderers. Now, let's take a common sense look at this situation. First of all,
common sense?
how is it possible for a gunman to execute multiple people in a nation that has the Second Amendment? One college student with a .38 special under his or her jacket could have saved a lot of lives.
Okay, and what if he cost lives because he starts firing and then the guy fires back and hits innocent people just trying to get the shooter trying to hit him?
What if there's two students with .38 specials and they're both trying to get the shooter, but then one thinks the other one is with the shooter and they shoot them? So you got three people in the crossfire.
Well, that happened when what was her name? Gabrielle Giffords. Yeah. Like numerous people at that event were actually armed. They had concealed carry permits, and during the situation, they didn't even really know what was going on. They were just confused. They're like, I don't know if I should target this shooter or target this person, or like it was chaos. I mean, just the thought of something. Okay, I have a gun, so now I can defend everyone or myself in any situation, in any setting, because I have a concealed carry. I mean, that's not necessarily true.
It's because all these motherfuckers, these gun nuts, all think they're Dirty Harry, and they all think that they're just going to be the hero that saves the day.
Yeah, and most of them lack any sort of training in those situations.
Wild Bill thinks he's Walker, Texas Ranger, practically. He's like fat Chuck Norris.
When you're
no
one's
one's going to claim. Some people are going to say, "Oh, well, guns have protected people plenty of times." Like, sure they have. But, I mean, it's a difference between defending your home and someone's trying to break into it than just packing all the time in any situation to think, oh, if we all had guns, we'd all just be safer. We already know the crime statistics for the U.S. Our nation is not like the safest country in the world because we have the most guns per capita. The correlation does not exist.
Oh, that's right. Oregon doesn't have much respect for the Second Amendment, and liberal left-wing colleges openly disdain the Second Amendment. And look what it got them. Again. Well, this latest...
What? So you're saying because Oregon has stricter gun laws, they had this coming, they deserve this.
Well, that's what happens, man. You know, they have these gun-free campuses.
I'm pretty sure if you look at it statistically, states with stricter gun laws have less gun violence.
No, Scotty.
You know,
we're not looking at statistics here.
And other countries. Obviously, other countries are different than the U.S., but other countries have much lower rates of gun homicides,
Scotty,
gun violence.
You know, I'm so sick of your insane statistical bullshit. All right, we don't need that. We don't need that. What we need is to think with our guts.
Think with our guts, huh?
Yeah.
Shoot from the hip and ask questions later.
My gut tells me that if every student in that classroom was armed
with an AK-47,
you know, we should just
or
have
a MAC-10.
We should have gun turrets
both
on the ceiling that come out when a shooter fucking comes in and it just guns them down.
You know what? You have to kill everyone in the class because they can all be potential shooters because they'll all be packing. Can't take any chances. Just flood the room with nerve gas. Then we kill everyone. Then we know everyone's safe because they're all dead.
I kind of suspect that if everyone was just carrying guns all the time, you know, maybe they're right, and maybe a shooting like this, maybe the killer would get shot. But don't you think that the number of people who just get angry, like in traffic, and just shoot each other, or get angry at somebody out in public and just shoot them, don't you think that would rise so much?
I'm pretty sure it would.
Not to mention, it's like, okay, so let's say all these students are packing. Let's even say, like, let's just say 30% of the students are carrying weapons. How are they going to prevent a shooting? They're going to see the gun and just blow them away before they even know what's going on? I mean, the only way they're going to... He's going to... I mean, a shooter presumably is going to at least be able to kill some people before someone is able to kill him. But then in the confusion, if everyone starts pulling weapons, like, who's going to know what's going on? I mean, it's not like these situations are very common. It's like, here is the shooter.
Yeah, I mean, like, what if someone says, "Oh, there's a shooter," and then they go get the shooter, but someone else has a gun too, so they go in and they see someone with a gun trying to fight the shooter, and they shoot that person, thinking, "Oh, that's the shooter. He's got the gun and he's shooting."
Well, it's like if you go in there, yeah, who is the shooter? It could be like them. You know, they could point at each other. It's what you don't know what's going to be going on there. These people are not trained to deal with the situation unless you have some specific training and you know how to deal with these like situations, and there's some way of determining what's going on. You shouldn't be jumping in the middle of it.
In Ohio, when you get a concealed carry permit, they give you a basic training course where you learn how to handle the firearm, and that's basically it. They don't teach you situations where you're going to end up finding yourself in armed combat.
Yeah, they're not giving you combat training.
They'll talk more about like home defense. Like basically, like if someone tries to break into your house and you're in a state with like castle law or doctrine, you have no duty to retreat. You can just blow them away, or even near your car, or if you just feel threatened.
By the way, tons of people who try to defend their homes with guns end up shooting, you know, family members and friends and loved ones and shit. So. You know, not even the safest in that situation.
No.
Didn't that, I don't know what I think he was found not guilty, but that Olympic runner that was missing his legs.
Oh, okay.
I mean, didn't he claim that he thought someone was breaking into his house?
Yes.
But it was his girlfriend?
The South African guy, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why you never trust a man with no legs.
I didn't pay attention to the story, so I don't know what the evidence was against him. I think he was acquitted. I think.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I didn't follow the
But
story.
that was his story, you know.
Yeah, it just depends on the laws of the place that you live. I mean, there's some places where if you shoot somebody, unless it's like they had a gun on you and, you know, they'd fired at you, you might get charged with manslaughter for killing them. Like I would say that'd be more like states like California, like Canada, probably a number of parts of Europe. You would encounter those laws where it's like you have more of a duty to retreat. So if there's danger, you have to try to get away as much as possible. The only way you should use lethal force in their view is if you have no other choice, like you're literally backed into a corner.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that, but I would say that if someone breaks in your house and you have a gun, you should be able to shoot them.
Well, not every state that legally would be recognized. They would say,
Sure.
You have a duty to retreat.
I'm just saying what I think it should be.
Oh, okay.
Gun-free zone that knowingly and intentionally endangered students needs to get hit with a lawsuit to make them answer for their culpability in these murders.
They're not culpable.
And there's
murders.
That's so
That's
dumb.
ridiculous. So someone is killed at a McDonald's. McDonald's is culpable for existing because let's say that McDonald's had a no gun policy. If everyone at McDonald's just been packing, they could have saved that innocent person's life. Or whatever business. I mean, and there's plenty of businesses that have banned guns. In response to the open carry movement.
If anyone gets killed there, it's on those businesses.
Yeah, because they chose at their business.
They're culpable.
Yeah. To ban guns.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked customer service for companies before where I would reply to emails that were sent to the company, and people would complain about guns not being allowed at their retail locations and that sort of stuff. It's like, it's just crazy. I actually went to one of those shopping malls that's mostly outside recently, and before I actually entered the grounds of the mall, I saw a sign. It was like a no smoking sign, but it had a pistol inside of it instead of a cigarette. And I was like, wow, I wonder how many people get infuriated by this every day.
Plenty.
How many people actually don't feel safe because there's a sign that says you can't bring a gun?
I mean, the thing about it is, like, how big of a pussy are you if you don't feel safe somewhere just because you can't have a gun on you? I mean, I don't carry a gun. I've never even fucking shot a gun. I don't feel like I'm in imminent danger everywhere I go because I don't have a gun.
Okay, TJ, but think about this. You're walking down a dark alley in New York City, in the Bronx.
Okay.
3 hoodlums, whose race we will not mention, but it's definitely black, come at you, knives drawn. What do you want? Do you want a copy of your Skeptic magazine? What do you want, some mace? Fuck that. You want the 44 Magnum.
New York City is a tough place to get a firearm.
Blow them all away.
Blow them away.
Well, there's ways around those laws.
Oh, of course. Of course there are.
I would say, even if you do have a gun, if you're in a one-on-one kind of situation, chances are the people who are attacking you are going to have the fucking jump on you.
True.
I mean, you're not going to have time. If a mugger just comes out of nowhere and pulls a gun on you, you're not going to have time to reach for your gun and get it and shoot them before they can shoot you.
Well, that's the thing people are dismissing, too. It's like, guns are probably most effective for keeping people safe from things like home invasions.
I'm fucking Doc Holliday, like, you try to pull a gun on me, man, fuck. I've already got the gun on you. You just don't know it yet.
Fastest gun in the West.
Yeah, and Ben still is like a double action. He's gonna pull his gun. Doom, 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 doom. All 6 rounds into you.
That is pretty cool, though. There's some crazy stories about Doc Holliday, but it's kind of hard to know what's legend and what's fact,
Absolutely.
Probably a bit of both.
And people fall in love with the, a story like that, and they want to be the gunslinger.
I remember reading a story once about him sitting at a card table, and someone pulled a gun on him and accused him of cheating, and he slit their throat before they could shoot him.
Sure.
Well, they call it the Wild West for a reason. I think if they actually looked at the time period, there was way less, shooting deaths than you would expect, because obviously it's inflated. Because, when you see in movies, pretty much everyone just gets blown away. They walk in a saloon and boom.
Funnily enough, a lot of Western towns, including Tombstone, banned people from carrying guns in town because they didn't want people getting shot up every time.
They didn't respect the Constitution, TJ.
I guess they
It was a different time when folks couldn't read.
But, cowboys like Wild Bill here probably just totally forget that part of history.
Even more sinister aspect of this shooting, apparently the murderer asked his victims their religion, and anyone who said they were Christian were shot in the head. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and predict that this murderer is somehow affiliated with one of 2 groups in the USA known for their vicious hatred of Christians. The first group
was it?
Is, of course, Islam. And the second group is the homosexual activists. Both of these...
What about atheists?
So, homosexual activists and Islam are responsible.
Or either one of those. But actually, the killer... I don't know if... I read this quote. I don't really trust the reporting, but I did read a quote from him saying that he was going to go to hell and be embraced by the devil. So if he was speaking literally there, then he might have been a Satan worshiper.
Also, I mean, we have to consider this guy's mental state in what he did. I mean, like me and you watched a thing with John Oliver today that you kind of discussed how mental illness and shootings really are not that as prevalent as you would think. It's actually they're more likely to be the victims of like violence, the mentally ill, which is interesting. But in this case, I mean, there's definitely something going on there. You know what I mean? And I knew the minute I heard, like, it said something about religion, I knew we were going to hear this. But we kind of heard the same narrative a number of times with shootings, like, oh, they cared if they were Christian or not, and they asked them these religious questions. But it's like, there's never been anything that really corroborate the story except just the people who were there in these very traumatic, high-stress, high-pressure, life-or-death situations who are perfectly recalling these events. And, I mean, I'm not, that's not to say that didn't happen. It's to say I don't really see any evidence that it happened besides people saying that that's what happened.
I mean, even in my video that I made about it, I was pretty skeptical about that aspect of the story, just because I don't buy that this room full of people cooperated as this shooter was just systematically asking people their religion and shooting them if they said they were Christian.
Yeah, maybe they would cooperate like the first time, but then it's like, oh, he just shot the person. Like, they're not just going to sit there. It's like, fuck this. You might as well run or try something. I mean, and I do believe I remember a story about some guy did charge the shooter or something and was shot like several times. So, I mean, obviously some people did fight back, and it's just a crazy situation. But, I mean, we keep seeing it over and over again. If anything's evident from this, I would say wherever you stand on the issue is the status quo is not working. You know, no matter what you believe the approach is, if you believe that we need less gun laws, I mean, I don't get it. I mean, it's pretty easy to get a gun. We have a serious problem here. We're having all these shootings, we're having thousands of people in our country being murdered, and just to say, oh, well, let's just agree that let's keep everything the same because some people are butthurt about their gun rights, and no one's even saying we should take away gun rights.
Sure, some people are, but no, not really. It's not the mainstream position. But I mean, like, literally any gun control you talk about at all, people act like you're trying to ban guns.
I have heard very few people say they want to ban guns. I mean, obviously, yeah, sure. I think some people have said that, but I don't think that's really the approach that's going to work anyways.
I don't think that banning it would work in America at this point.
Groups are the darlings of the left, and both are sworn enemies of the one true God, and every man and woman who is obedient to God. Now, Obama used a lot of key words of the liberal left in his rant. Mental health is one that the liberal left uses to justify
so now it's
their...
a rant?
It was a rant.
It was a rant.
The president didn't give a speech. Obama went off on a rant. And by the way, I've heard plenty of the Republican candidates talking about mental health in the wake of this shooting. Yeah, Mike Huckabee Ben Carson did. Donald Trump did. So this is not some liberal talking point.
Policies. Well, here's a wild bullet of truth for America. 90% of the so-called mental health issues in America have nothing to do with mental health at all. It's all spiritual health. People who are living their lives in violation of God's law. Teachers, parents, and...
So you're saying that the actual physical differences that can be observed in their brains are not mental health issues, they're spiritual issues.
You need to get right with Jesus. This is the same terrible arguments they made about, you know, people going to these gay camps. They're going to go to this camp and you're no longer going to be gay.
I mean, at least he said 90% and not 100%. At least he admits that maybe 10% of mental illness
So
is
of like
real.
the 40 million plus people in America that suffered from mental illness, you know, 90% of those people just need to get right with God.
They just need Jesus. That's all they really need is some Jesus.
Politicians who nurture left-wing ideas in these young people are training them to embrace the godless immorality of the left. And then, when one of them decides to go the extra mile and go on a killing rampage, the left try to paint it as a mental health issue and try to pin the blame on innocent people. Things like this did not happen before godless liberalism took over our education system.
I'm sorry, what? Things like this have happened throughout fucking history.
Godless liberalism? I mean, what? What schools Can you find America where it's like this is the godless liberal school? Like maybe like in I don't know, like San Francisco or something. Is this where you think these schools exist where religion is just like it's spit upon? It's like no, it's just a private matter. But I would even say a lot of these schools, the majority of students there are probably Christians. It's just not it's not supposed to be shoved down your throat. You can still have your personal belief.
I think we should move on. Fuck Wild Bill.
Yeah, he's garbage.
You're garbage, Bill.
Fuck you, Wild Bill.
I don't understand the idea that this is recent. I mean, spree killing is not a recent phenomenon. That's been around. Guns just make it a little easier.
Here's Wild Bill for America.
Yeah. This is great. I love Wild Bill.
New Christian outlaws.
When the laws of men violate the laws of God, our duty is clear. We must obey God rather than men.
Thank you, Wild Bill.
So when the law says it's illegal to stone homosexuals to death, we should be like, you know what? That's man's law, but God's law says we should stone them to death, so let's stone them to death.
Is Wild Bill wearing mixed fabrics, perchance?
Yeah, he should be stoned to death.
Yeah, he needs to be stoned.
And if he's ever worked on Sunday, he should be stoned to death. And if he's ever disrespected his parents, he should be stoned to death.
Yeah.
And there's probably another few things. He's probably got other shit going on he should be stoned to death for. So let's get some rocks and find where Wild Bill lives, because, God's law. God's law, man.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. And when men and women of faith obey God in such a world, persecution follows. You may lose your job. Your business may be hit with a devastating lawsuit. You may be arrested and jailed for illegal Christian activity. All those things are happening today.
That was the charge against Kim Davis.
States of
illegal Christian.
You're under arrest for illegal Christian activity. I just want to practice my faith. Fuck your faith, bitch.
Jesus is a lie.
I am the tiger, guys. I am the tiger.
Government
I
is
have the dragon.
God. Eye of the Tiger is a horrible song for her because if you ever listen to any of the other lyrics other than just Eye of the Tiger is the thrill in the fight. I mean, every other lyric is like just macho, masculine bullshit. So if that's her theme song, she must be the biggest bull dyke in history. And she's protesting.
I read online that she was offered like $500,000 to star in some interracial porn. Did you hear that? Like interracial lesbian porn. Yeah. Interracial lesbian porn. So Kim Davis, take the money and do it.
You can give it to charity. Think about all the children and shit you could save.
Is there a demographic that wants to see that?
I guess there must be if they're willing to pay $500,000 for it.
Holy shit.
I would not want to see it.
I thought I was kinky. Goddamn.
Yeah. I'm not kinky enough to look at Kim Davis have sex.
Yeah, you would look.
I'm not that
Come on.
hardcore, no.
I guess I probably would look out of curiosity, but I don't think I would find anything appealing there.
What if you did, TJ? How would you feel about that?
Well, just a dark new chapter of my life, I guess.
I know you're a masochist, man, but holy shit.
Let's see, more of Bill's.
America. For the past 4 years, my mission as Wild Bill for America has been to call Americans back to the God and country principles that founded this nation.
Back
as of
to
today,
Jesus.
my mission has taken on a new emphasis to encourage men and women of faith to stand strong as the storm clouds of persecution form over the USA. No nation brazenly violates the laws of God without suffering the consequences. And it grieves me to say it, but my country, which was solidly founded upon respect for and faith in the Son of God, has forsaken the solid rock and is now hell-bent on pursuing the politics of godless evil.
So, hold on.
Kidding me? America is like the worst example of what he just said on the planet.
Go ahead.
No, I've said it. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of successful, prosperous nations that are not predominantly Christian, and there's plenty of terrible, horrible, miserable third world shitholes that are Christian nations. So what he's saying just doesn't jive with reality at all, but it's Wild Bill, so why would you expect it to?
Well, because America is clearly so anti-Christian, right?
Oh, it is. Christianity, you can't even say God bless you to someone without an atheist slapping you in the back of the head and screaming at you.
History shows that when evil men rise up to govern a nation, they do their best to crush out faith in God. Will they succeed? No. They are defeated already.
Yes, we can. Yes, we will.
But they don't know it yet. Meanwhile, America's men and women of faith will be put to the test. How many will stand firm for Christ, the Son of God, when the hounds of hell are unleashed upon them? Many will fall away. God already told us so. But the faithful will be preserved. They will never fall away. God declares that they will be kept until the end.
You know, assuming he believes this garbage,
America,
assuming he believes this garbage, which he, fucking no, he doesn't. But what's the game plan here? What does he want people to do to combat this great injustice against Christians in America? What's the plan?
Well, maybe he'll tell us. Let's see if he tells us.
I'll tell you what, Girl Does Rant, the Drunken Peasants, we are coming to Canada. We're going to take it over, and we're going to make the CN Tower the DP Tower, all right? It's going to be like our home base. We're
Is there going to be a lot of DP in it, or...?
Yes.
Well, you'll have to visit it to find out.
So much.
Honestly.
Oh, okay, I'm on my way.
Yeah. It already is a gigantic phallic symbol, so how can you even argue with that?
That's right. It does look like a giant erect cock, so hey.
Yes, it does. And it's all, at night they make it all sparkly and glowy and shit. It's pretty awesome.
Fabulous, yeah.
Yes. So we'll make that DP Tower. And, we're going to take the Stanley Cup and put it in the tower because, it's been 23 years since a Canadian team has even won the Stanley Cup. So I think it's about time we get to keep it.
Yeah, TJ will use it for a sponge bath or something.
Yeah. So.
A bidet, perhaps, TJ?
Yeah.
The Stanley Cup bidet?
Oh, so
DP will be a beautiful symbol for Canada.
You know what? We're going to an NHL game 1 week from today. We're going to be in the front row, so maybe people will watch NHL TV and see us there.
I guess it's possible.
We're going to be right next to the penalty box. It should be cool. And it's our Columbus Blue Jackets, the greatest team ever, versus the shitty ass, horrible ass, disgusting Ottawa Senators. What?
Revolting.
Sick.
Who?
Disgusting. Yes. Ugh.
Ugh. I just want them to get the shit beat out of them immediately.
Yeah, I hope
what's happened to them in the parking lot?
The ice turn red.
We happen to have the most violent team in the NHL.
So there's a good chance that all of the Senators will be killed.
We average
no great loss.
The highest in fights.
Sweet.
Yes.
That's my favorite part of hockey.
Yes.
Is when they stop playing hockey and just start beating the shit out of each other.
Ice boxing.
Yes.
That's how that works.
Anyway, let's see what Wild Bill's plan is to fight for Christian.
You're awesome. You're so awesome.
Are all sounding the same alarm.
Fuck
Franklin
all
Graham,
of you that
John
are
MacArthur,
cheering for
Mitch
the
Pridgen,
Senators
all
in the fucking
saying,
chat room.
Get
I hate
ready,
you.
church. It's coming. So,
Blue Jackets all
what do
the
we
way,
do?
bitches.
Well, first of all, as Joshua says in Joshua chapter 24, choose this day whom you will serve. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
So choose who you're going to serve, first of all.
Okay.
And if you choose wrong, we kneecap you.
I'm gonna serve. I don't know. Who was the choices again? It's either God or what?
Or death.
Jesus. I guess. Allah? Is that a choice?
No. Whoa, no.
I've always liked Satan.
No. Oh, whoa, it's even worse. Okay, here's your choices. You can choose the Christian God, or you can choose death.
Death.
So, yeah, those are your two choices. So, take a minute.
Oh, man, that's tough. I'm going to say death.
Decide right now where you stand. And if your loyalty is to Christ, then do something every day to strengthen your faith. You're going to need it. First of all, know the gospel, that all mankind is corrupted, in rebellion against God, and under condemnation for violence.
Yeah.
So automatically, you are fucked up. You are flawed.
You need to read the Bible.
You need this book.
Read your Bible and do what it say.
In God's law.
Everybody knows that you have no moral compass whatsoever without Jesus. So I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
Morals are stupid.
The only way out of that mess is what Jesus Christ did on the cross. The Son of God was crucified for the sins of the world, was buried, and on the third day God raised him from the dead. He is now seated at the right hand of the Father, and the only way to have a relationship with God is through Jesus Christ. Period. All
If
other
all
issues
of
are
humanity is flawed, then what's stopping him from being wrong?
He's not, because he knows the truth.
What if you don't like Jesus? What if he's like, I want to be cool with God, but not Jesus? Can you get into heaven then? He said you can't.
No, the only way through him is through Jesus.
Well, it's kind of fucked up. What if Jesus was like a dick to you or something?
Jesus is not if Jesus is a dick to you, it's because you deserve to be treated
But
like
Jesus
a dick.
was human too at one point, so that means he was flawed too. So
No, because he was the only sinless
hell?
human. Don't you know the narrative?
Yeah, the only sinless one.
oh,
He lived a life.
He died for your sins.
He lived a life free of sin, unlike any of us stupid monkey fucks have been able to do so far.
what about all the people that died before his noble sacrifice?
They're all in hell.
Yeah, no, they were all
Oh.
saved, TJ.
Doesn't seem fair.
No, they're all in hell, burning.
They were all saved.
That is the
Jesus
message
saves,
God has
TJ,
given
come
us
on.
to proclaim until we are taken out of this world. Second, devote yourself to prayer and Bible study. Communicate with God daily. Set a time for you to spend private time with God every day.
I shout his name regularly, so I'm safe.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
Kim.
Oh, Jesus. Oh,
What's
God.
do you have God's number?
Can we hear like a reenactment of what that's like?
Oh God! Oh God!
Yeah.
Sweet.
You're
I didn't even think we were going to get it. but-
You are?
Yeah,
she
that
is a
works.
theist. She is a theist.
Your
Oh God, oh
piety-
God.
Your piety.
Oh Jesus,
Yeah.
oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Did you not hear the purity in that? Did you not hear my faith in Jesus
I heard
Christ?
it. I heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that worked.
It was beautiful.
It worked.
It was the most pious and beautiful, and you know,
Amen. God
feel
fills
like
me up on
there was a
regular
spiritual
basis, so
awaken.
Don't even go there.
Yeah, I was spiritually awakened when I heard the passion in your voice.
Do you
as
feel
extol-
Jesus deep inside you?
You know, I haven't.
You've never felt Jesus deep inside you.
I've always
never
asked
filled you up?
Jesus. Yeah, he's never done it.
Sad.
I've been down on my knees begging Jesus to enter.
I would say the chat room is reacting very positively to your reenactment.
Oh, you're welcome.
GDR. Yeah,
they like it.
Oh my God.
Can you do it with Satan now, just for the Satan crowd?
For Satan.
Do you prefer Satan or like Beelzebub, or is there a particular name?
You can mix
Or
it
just
up if
Satan?
you want. Yeah.
Oh God! Oh devil! Oh Satan! Oh!
Wow.
Wow.
Oh Satan!
Go to my channel. for more.
Ramscallion.
Go subscribe to her channel.
Yeah, it's in the description. I put it in the description.
I think the devil inspires me more. Actually.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Better. Yeah.
Yeah, did you come harder when you thought of the devil?
I did. Well, I came close. Yeah, yeah.
You know, back when they used to have like witch trials and stuff.
Oh, those are hilarious.
They used to constantly make these witches describe what the devil's penis looked
His
like.
member. What the devil's member?
His member.
Two-pronged. It's like 17 inches long.
Scaled like a serpent. You know.
They just go on and on about the devil's cock. It's like...
How thick is it? How much
They shop
jizz
at
does
Bad
it shoot?
Dragon
What
or
color is the jizz? They need to make a Bad Dragon dildo that's just Wild Bill's entire body to scale.
Oh God.
I saw one. I saw a Bad Dragon dildo that
feeling
was
good.
like a big, like disgusting dragon cock, and it shot like disgusting dragon jizz. I'm like, oh man, what the fuck is going on?
how many
today?
of those
or something?
do you own?
I was. Shut up, dude. No. Don't even. Surprise.
The good Bible.
TJ.
Read it daily. This is
Oh,
your
yeah, Ben.
spiritual nutrition.
I've learned better at our house to
Next,
ever open a
make sure you
package
are
that
in a
says TJ Kirk on it. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
strong Bible-believing
Devil
fellowship.
cheeseburger.
No
Probably. According to Gail, it does. I'm surprised we actually know what the devil's jizz is like from Gail's accounts
of the devil disrupting. I think it was a wedding he disrupted.
Yeah.
Yeah, he showed up, and I guess he said, "I'm the devil," and then he jizzed on someone's belly, and their belly caught fire.
Loaded everyone present, or what?
No, just one person, but it started melting that person, and they caught fire, and I guess it's like kind of like magma or something, you know.
I bet they had like an amazing orgasm as they were burning, though. Like, I'll just,
Probably so. I mean, the devil's he's an asshole, but not that much of a dick. Come on.
He's got a big dick, big
Come and
satanic cock.
Christian is to stand alone in this world. And finally, have the courage to speak out. Jesus said that we are the light of the world, and that we are to let our light shine so that everyone can see it. I never dreamed that I would see the day when Christians would be considered outlaws in our own nation. But that day is dawning. I will continue to be on the internet to strengthen and encourage my fellow Bible-believing.
So if it's outlawed, does that mean we can put him in jail now?
Yeah, go ahead and arrest him.
I'm in favor of this law. Imprison Wild Bill.
Yeah, I don't care if you imprison anyone else, really. Just as long as he's in jail, that's fine.
You can let him keep making videos from jail, though.
It's illegal now.
All you Christians better be watching out, because us atheists are taking
It's
over
illegal now. Wild Bill said so.
We're going to start...
And what he says goes.
You know, we're going to start just locking you in your churches and burning them to the ground.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here with good news for American patriots who care about American freedom.
That's you. That's you, Mr.
I do.
I knew it.
I really do. Wild Bill is one of my favorite. I often sit around with my family and say, "Let's watch another Wild Bill marathon."
Sounds like an entertaining evening.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a hoot.
You and your kids and your wife sit around and watch it?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I have several children.
What are your kids'
Go
names?
forth and multiply.
What are your kids' names?
I will not reveal them on the show, TJ. You not want them stalked by these. There's people in this chat. Some of these comments I've seen tonight. They're truly shocking and appalling.
The reason the USA is in decline is because Americans have been dumbed down.
Mystery guest? Your children are water-headed idiots.
I'm very offended you would say that, Paul. Very offended. I'll be praying for you, Paul. Be praying for you.
About this nation's wonderful history and powerful faith that was instrumental in the USA becoming the greatest nation the world has ever seen. Men and women of America, we need to overcome that ignorance if freedom is going to survive in the USA.
It won't.
And right here is a powerful tool that can make a difference. The American Pride Calendar. Not just a calendar.
You'll know what day it is any day of the week. You just got to look at your calendar. You can even take a Sharpie marker, write on the calendar when you got something coming up. What a fucking revelation this is, Bill. You're hucking some fucking idiot nonprofit's fucking calendar. What a revelation. What a great fucking guy.
Another example of someone who takes pride in their country and the pride in their land they were born in, being attacked by unscrupulous ruffians.
Hey, I want to talk a moment about the very serious issue of, rape. A lot of girls are raped and stuff, and because of that, you should probably buy some Drunken Peasants shirts.
Yeah.
Probably fix that problem.
The Drunken Peasants. If you thought they could sink lower.
Every Drunken Peasants shirt that you buy prevents a rape somewhere in the world.
And everyone that you don't buy causes a rape.
Yep.
If you're sitting there on the fence and you're thinking, like, I might buy the shirt, I might not, you just fucking little small girl getting fucking abducted from an alleyway somewhere and fucked in the ass because of you.
Do you hear anyone
Sick,
laughing,
twisted fuck.
TJ? Or should I say Jared? Excuse me. I'm getting confused here, TJ.
Suck my fucking footlong, bitch.
Calendar. This is 80 pages of beautiful, attention-getting artwork, powerful quotations from the founding fathers,
powerful.
and inspiring stories of the courage that built America. Exactly the kind of stories our young people need to hear today. This calendar book is a perfect gift.
What noise is happening? It sounds like someone's eating.
That is the sound of joy.
The fucking camera.
The sound of joy, TJ.
Is there
a sound of void in your life?
Is there a picture in that calendar, Bill, of Thomas Jefferson fucking his black mistress while keeping her enslaved? And then,
Yes.
and then
Not a true
refusing-
Christian.
And then
That's
refusing
February.
to-
That's Black History Month, dude.
Oh, okay,
Not a
that's
true
February's
Christian.
picture. Cool.
Oh yeah. And the inspirational quote from Jefferson that month is "Take it, you dirty slave bitch." Very inspiring.
Well, you know what, TJ? I do want to point out the Bible does condone slavery. So, I mean, if it was biblical slavery, it's not a problem.
Yeah, that's very true.
For every youngster and teen. This should be given to every school teacher in America.
It should be given to
The
every child
calendar
in
book
America.
belongs in the hands of every elected official, regardless.
What? Does it really, like, Bill, does it honestly belong? Like, even within the context of the crazy bullshit that you're spewing, shouldn't anyone who's an elected official already be a little bit more advanced in your bullshit ideology to the point where they no longer need a fucking calendar to remind them of what the fuck they think?
TJ, people need a reminder of faith and to reassure them in hard times. In the trials and tribulations, TJ, sometimes people can get lost on that path. Okay? This calendar reminds them 365 to follow the word of God.
I can't handle this mystery guest, man. We need to beat him with a tack hammer.
Of their
That's very
party.
specific.
Now, the Bible tells us about the law of sowing and reaping. Whatever seed we sow is what crop we will reap.
Wow, that's some deep insight, you know?
So are you trying to get us to plant shittily made calendars filled with lies about the fucking guys that founded this country?
Yes.
Is that what you're trying to get us to grow?
Yeah, if you plant them, they will grow, you know? I mean, like, in what fucking world, like, how does this calendar make any difference? Like some stupid little fucking rebellious atheist shithead, like my 13-year-old fucking sees the calendar and he's like, whoa,
maybe it will.
This
TJ.
calendar totally changed my perspective, dude.
Look, TJ, children need to be exposed to the word of God from a young age. Okay?
Yeah, and there's none of that in our culture.
There is none.
You wouldn't even
Bill
know
looks
Jesus
like-
exists.
No,
Bill looks like he took a fat fucking rip off of a bong just now.
Yes, yeah, we should do a screen cap.
Oh, dude, he's fucking high as a kite. Look at Bill.
Oh, he would never smoke weed. You guys are, taking an opportunistic.
All right,
tack.
you know what? I agree. Let's mute the mystery guest.
Yeah, fuck that. That's enough.
You guys can't handle the truth.
That's enough, mystery guest.
Yep.
Hey,
Goodbye,
mystery guest. Can you take a pair of TJ's dirty underwear covered in mystery stains and shove them in your fucking mouth for about 10 minutes?
No, sorry, mystery guest has been ejected from the show.
Mystery guest is dead. Mr. Question Mark face.
He's still there, but he's gone silent.
He's saying nothing.
Oh shit.
Oops. Did I do something?
Go on.
A lot of bad seed has been sown in our culture and our schools, and America is now reaping a crop of corruption and shame. It's time to start turning that around by sowing good seed back into American culture, and this American Pride calendar book is the best. Restore America through gift giving. Give these to your friends to encourage them.
How is it a calendar book? Mystery guest is expressing his support for the calendar. Is it a... Well, he can't talk now, but it's a calendar and it's a book. Why do you need a calendar that's a book? And are you fucking... Is your
Buy a new
audience
one
so
every year.
fucking brain dead and illiterate that they don't even have time to read a fucking book, so they just have to, like, we'll put it on the calendar so you can read a little bit every day or some shit? Like, how does it even work? Is it like the book is in between the calendar pages? I mean, that's pretty inconvenient.
Give them to your enemies to educate them and possibly turn them from their wicked ways.
Who in their right mind is persuaded by this fucking calendar?
Listen,
no one's gonna.
I was an atheist my whole life, and then one of my friends gave me this here calendar, and it changed me. It showed me the love of God. It made me proud of my country. Give me a break, Bill.
Yeah, that totally happens. I can see that testimonial, you know.
way to help restore our nation's strength is by buying American-made products. The American Pride calendar is packed full of coupons to save you a ton of money when you buy American-made goods, thus jump-starting the American economy. Christmas is coming.
So, basically, this calendar...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah.
I was just going to say, I don't particularly have a problem with that part. If you can afford to buy something American, why not?
But I don't... The thing about it is, you know, he's basically on here, he's peddling this calendar that's basically, you know, like, we need just calendars made in America, and there's coupons for stuff that's made in America, and it's like, okay. So basically, you're basically selling someone a glorified fucking coupon book with some supposedly inspirational shit in it for, like, you know, 40-something-year-olds and soccer moms who are fucking deeply into Christianity and shit to put on their fucking walls and, you know, make their kids feel ashamed by, yeah, you know, put a little gold star on the calendar.
So, for more information, go to the website that should be right below here, or click on the link in the description area.
It's literally just nothing more than a sales pitch for this calendar.
Yep.
There's like no more substance to it. And this calendar is going to solve problems. I mean, why didn't we think of that sales tactic, man? We should be saying that our products like solve issues and shit. I'm serious. Every time you buy one of our shirts, rape is prevented instantly. Every drunken peasant shirt like this one, every day you're wearing it, stopping rape.
It's almost like Mormon magic underwear.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Jump on this deal in the next 3 weeks to make sure that you can get these by Christmas time. This is Wild Bill for America. Thank you for watching, and America bless God.
You know
again.
what, Wild Bill? You've been such a good fucking piece of shit for us to make fun of. I'm going to buy your stupid fucking calendar.
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
we'll hang it up. We'll hang it up in here.
Yeah, I'll buy your calendar. We'll put it right up here behind me. And even Wild Bill looks like he strongly approves of what we're saying right now. You know, just the look on his face is a glowing endorsement of all the words coming out of our mouths.
Yep.
He loves it. What's next?
Oh, I should have known.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. You know, it's no longer a matter of if we get hit, it's now when we get hit. And what are we going to do about it? When American men, women, and children are lying in pools of blood just like Paris, France, what are we going to do about it? We know that
what you're going to do when they come.
Local police officers will probably kill some of the Islamic attackers and go on a manhunt to find the rest. But what are we, the people, going to do about the traitors in our own government who are working to bring these terrorist attacks down on our heads? Barack Obama is working feverishly to bring hundreds of thousands of unvetted Syrian men right into a...
No, not hundreds of thousands. Exactly 65,000. And they're not all Syrian men.
This is why we need Ted Cruz.
They're Syrian men, women, and children.
This is why we need Ted Cruz.
So, just lies already escaping your mouth.
They want to bring, you know, what, about 2 million Syrians here?
I mean, as far as, you know, can you say there's a legitimate threat that some of them might be people that are bad or something? I mean, there's a possibility.
Only the Christians, TJ. Only bring the Christians here.
Only let the Christians. You verify you're a Christian.
Yep, religious test.
You got to verify it. If you're a Christian, you can come. But if you're any other religion,
even though it makes no sense,
not
it's
allowed.
Completely against like the spirit and Constitution of America. Besides that part, it's fine.
They're gonna rape us all.
American neighborhoods. Terrorists among us. Sponsored, fed, clothed, and probably armed by our own government.
Wait a minute. Obama's handing out fucking AKs.
Excuse me?
The hundreds of thousands of Syrian men only are going to be brought to this country, and then the Obama administration is going to give them guns and bombs.
Yes.
And probably also, you know, why doesn't Obama just also give them, like, blueprints to local, you know, fucking stuff like bridges and shit? You know,
here's some movie theaters, here's some concert
let them
halls.
know when there's, like, changes of the guard shifts and all that stuff. Just give them tactical information on how to strike America best. In fact, why doesn't Obama just make all of the members of ISIS his personal like generals and stuff and put them in command of the military?
They already are, TJ.
And then they could just sick the American military on the American people.
Have you ever noticed Obama
take our guns away like he's always wanted to?
Have you ever noticed Obama has not really done anything about ISIS, TJ? Interesting how that works.
And he's going to kill all the white men, and all the white women and girls are going to be given to ISIS as rape toys. And that's the future of America.
When our blood is shed by these Muslim monsters, what will we do to the American government officials who literally set up the slaughter? The government officials whose duty it is to protect American lives, not set us up as blood sacrifices to Islam. Never has the USA seen such a gaggle of traitors in the federal government. The most vicious killers in the world are coming to America. Compliments of Barack Obama. The military can deal with the trigger men. Police can arrest those who attack. But what about the Americans among us who sabotage our national security to allow the killers in?
I mean, like, you're literally acting as though all of these refugees are just terrorists in disguise.
Yeah, everyone is a terrorist.
When, like, in point of fact, it would be amazing if even, like, a few were. Probably none are. Probably it's literally zero. But, you know, you're going to act like, wow, they're all terrorists. They all hate America. They all just want this country to fall. I mean, no.
It's just unapologetic, rhetorical fucking nonsense, dude. They have this shit. Oh, anytime, just insert fucking a group that's not, you know, white conservative. These people are coming here. It's real bad. All our problems are because of these fucking people. All these Mexicans are destroying our country. Oh, these people are destroying our country. It's like they just want to always have this thing they can blame for all the problems on. It's like, oh, now it's the Syrians. Oh, the Syrians get it here. It's game over for America. Obama's gonna be fucking passing out grenades.
And the funny thing is, a lot of these Syrians probably share his, like, conservative values. They just come from Islam instead of fucking Christianity.
What is our plan to deal with the liberal left-wing media who looks the other way?
I mean, like, do you guys notice how many, like, Somalians we have that live here?
Yeah.
They're refugees and, like, the ancestors of refugees. And it's not like we live in constant fear.
I'm always afraid that one of them,
actually we do. Not
one of them is going to bust into my house with a machete and just, you know, hack me to death.
Yeah, or the one driving your Uber car that you're in.
Yeah, you know, he's just going to turn around with a machete and hack me to death in the backseat of the Uber.
Yep.
It's actually kind of like a money-losing proposition.
Nah, man.
I mean, one, he probably would get caught.
Those Somalians, man, they can't resist hacking people up with machetes. It's just how they are.
Yep. Even if he didn't, though, like, the seat would be, like, covered in your blood, so...
Yeah, throw a towel over it. It'll be fine.
Damn.
It'll be fine.
Politicians who refuse to take reasonable steps to prevent bloodshed.
No immigration.
What about politicians like Hillary Clinton, who has Muslim Brotherhood operatives on her staff?
Evidence?
Yeah.
Hillary's got Al Qaeda, the Taliban, and fucking, you know, like what else? Like what's next? She also has a Nazi on her staff. Some white nationalists are on her staff.
Well, he would approve of that.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't like being set up. And the system that's supposed to keep elected officials honest has failed because elected officials have simply stopped obeying the law. What are we going to do about it? This is Wild Bill for America saying, think about it and be prepared because
so what are you gonna do?
It's coming. The Obama-sponsored jihad is going to hit the USA, and we need to have a plan. Thanks for watching.
All right, so what's your plan?
America, bless God. Again.
His plan is be prepared.
We recently posted a video on the Rage Feed channel where we do wrestling commentary, and there was a match with Paul's Ego versus Wild Bill. It was a tables match. Feel free to go over to the Rage Feed channel and check that out.
Yeah. The way you decide the winner is who's the first to put someone through a table.
Yeah.
It was Paul's Ego versus Wild Bill.
Yeah, check it out.
Go see who wins.
Yeah. And I play the character of Raymond Rones.
Yeah, in the commentary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Raymond Rhodes.
All right, what's next?
Wild Bill for America.
Finally. Excuse me.
Oh, man.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America
Wild
here.
Bill. Is Wild Bill recovering from the flu or something? He looks real bad. He looks like a feral ghoul from fucking Fallout.
You know what?
Yeah, look at him.
This dude gets sick all the fucking time. Like, there'll be videos, he'll be like, oh, I feel like shit again. It's like, dude, you're like sick every few months or
Look at
few
this
weeks.
fuck. God damn.
You got a weak immune system,
You
dude.
need to go to the doctor,
Yeah.
dude. I mean, I know you probably can't afford it. I mean, maybe you can because thanks to the Affordable Care Act and shit. But you know, you should do that. You should go there.
Yeah,
do
man.
that shit. Oh, maybe they haven't done the Medicare expansion in your state because I think where you live in some shitty
Florida?
state. Yeah, they definitely have them. They definitely did it there because
old
Floridians,
old people
filled with old people.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah!
I was just uploading a new video called Crybaby Lives Matter. Yeah, I'll catch a little grief for that one. But I'm suddenly interrupted when I see a mass shooting in California. So I interrupted my uploading to jump on here and get a few words in.
What do you think he's going to say? What do you think he's going to say? Obama's fault.
He's gonna, it's Obama and gun control. Gun control caused it because California has strict gun control.
If everyone had a gun,
laws.
they could have defended themselves.
If people had guns, they could defend themselves. And
we'll see.
He's gonna invoke God and say that if God was part of American life, then this wouldn't have happened. And that's pretty much gonna be it, I think.
I think he's going to say he's going to want it in the ass. Let's see.
Well, that's going to be in the subtext.
Gee, did Obama's beloved refugees just shoot up California?
Oh, fuck. I forgot. Yeah, he's going to mention the refugees, too.
Yeah, the details are sketchy, and I don't want to imitate
Those refugees aren't here yet, right?
Oh, they're here, TJ.
Oh, okay.
liberals by launching propaganda attacks on my enemies, who, by the way, are also the enemies of faith, freedom, and generally the USA.
Outside group is responsible for all our problems and our political opponents.
Snowball did it. It was Snowball.
It's just the oldest trick in the book, man. It's like the problems are not being caused by us, by others outside who are doing bad things. They're the problem.
We are not culpable in this. It's the Mexicans who have invaded and the Chinese who are fucking us. It's all these other groups and those Muslims and ISIS.
Mexico.
Oh my God, it's everyone else. It's everyone's fault but ours that our country's fucked up.
They're bringing crime.
Yep.
They're rapists.
Thank you, Trump.
They're the ones who
Thank you,
brought that
Trumpy.
shit here.
We love you, Trumpy.
Multiple bodies.
Yep.
Gee, do you think this is important enough for Obama to interrupt his global warming summit with the other
What a
wannabe
waste of
dictators?
time. Global
Probably
warming.
not. First of all, it is Americans who got shot, and they don't seem to be too high on Obama's priority list. Well, not until
Obama's
their
fault.
Yeah,
skin
that's
color is
Obama's job. Every time someone gets shot in America, which happens all the fucking time, he's supposed to drop everything and go see them, even if they're dead. He's dead, sir. Well, I saw him.
Well, I shook his dead hand.
So they're talking about climate change. It's like climate change, an unimportant topic and a waste of time.
It's a liberal media fiction, Scotty.
As a former law enforcement officer, I can imagine
you're not.
the irritation of the law enforcement officers of today. Watching Washington, D.C. force tens.
When you're in Texas, look behind you, because that's where the douchebag's gonna be.
Of thousands of potentially violent criminals into our neighborhoods.
That was a Walker, Texas
and at the
Ranger
same
reference.
time, threatening to prosecute officers who aggressively enforce the law or even defend themselves.
Aggressively enforce the law.
I have no-
And defend themselves.
That's rich. Aggressively enforce the law by breaking it
when
and
they
shooting
shoot
people who don't
when
deserve
they
to
shoot
be shot.
people in the back, that's because they're aggressively, defending the law and themselves.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. $8,737,000,000.
Damn, that's a lot of Mexicans.
$540,000.
Neat. I wish I had that much money.
Problem declaring Barack Obama to be public enemy number one.
So we checked the Obama. It's Obama's fault checkbox already.
There you go.
So we got that one right.
This guy needs to call up the FBI and be like, okay, priority number one, Obama. Public enemy number one, Obama. Just put him on the number one most wanted list.
In fact, Bill Lumen posted a picture on Facebook today.
I'm with Tommy. Obama is a pussy. All right. I can't believe that these guys like Wild Bill are so scared of this timid fucking pussy who's all about trying to compromise in every possible situation. Like Obama's middle name should be fucking compromised.
He had like 2 years where the entire federal government, the elected federal branches of the federal government, were all, part of his party.
Yeah, I mean, there was a Democratic sweep when he went into office. He did nothing with it. He tried to build some dumbass coalition. Fuck that. You got the majority. Just fucking pass laws at your whim.
Which what Republicans do.
He didn't fucking do it.
Nope. And then eventually the Republicans took the House back.
Oh, what a pussy. I mean, they did pass some legislation, whatever, but I mean, goddamn, he's just been such a little bitch. And I remember when he fucking first trotted out Obamacare, it was like, so we gotta have single payer. This whole thing doesn't work without single payer. And then, as soon as he came up with it's the least. The cool thing about Carter is he did punch out a cop when he was younger.
Did he really do that?
Yeah,
Yes,
he did.
Really?
Yeah.
He told on was it to Tonight Show or something? Or
Yeah, he punched a cop in the face because the cop was a dick.
There you go. I like him now.
You got to at least give Carter that much, man.
Yeah, when he's not a pussy anymore, I give him credit now.
Today, if you punch a cop, you don't ever get to be president. It was a different time. People used to respect that kind of thing.
Like he punched the sheriff, he's got balls, and the sheriff's like, all right, I forgive you.
I don't think that happened.
That addressed the confusion that many have over Obama's actions. It was a picture of Obama, and the topic said, when you realize that he's not on our side, everything he does makes perfect sense.
What?
So
like,
what if it
you
turns
actively
out
believe
that
that Obama's sitting
bloodbath
around
is linked
just
to
trying to
Obama's
destroy the
open
country
border
on
policies
purpose.
and his infatuation with Islamic refugees.
Infatuation? What?
Political reality. It's like a bunch of these people are showing up, and it's like, well, we got to do something because that's just like what the West generally does in these situations.
The international community asked us to take as part of this burden, because it is a burden, of all these refugees pouring in Europe. They asked us, can you take 65,000 of these refugees?
Yep.
Which is a drop in the fucking bucket. It's not even a drop in the bucket. It's like a drop in the drop.
There's millions of refugees. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, like, we already accept tons of refugees into this country. We have refugees living here. I don't
trust them.
We see refugees around us right here from Somalia and shit.
Yeah, we have a lot of.
Yeah, we got like some Somalis and shit around here. I never fucking seen them cause any shit.
And by this time, like their ancestors too that were born here.
Yeah, I mean, they're fine. Who gives a shit?
Or their descendants, rather, not their ancestors.
Yeah, I mean, but we already accept refugees in this country. The statistics have already shown that these refugees we take in are not any more likely to be violent in this country than anybody fucking else. In fact, it seems like they're not very violent because they already have to go through this fucking huge, crazy vetting process to even be accepted anyway.
Yeah, it's not like people just move to the U.S. Like besides from the ones that do illegally, and even then, it's usually really difficult. But it's not like you just okay, you're gonna get a visa, and you're gonna come here. It's just gonna be so simple. It's like it's not simple.
I mean, I can't see any previous Republican president turning these fucking refugees down.
Didn't Reagan legalize a bunch of people?
Yeah, he did.
I mean, there you go.
Reagan did some big amnesty thing.
Yeah,
but that's a race, and you see Reagan back there in the background. I mean,
yeah. Why are you sitting there saying Reagan's just fucking destroyed the country? No, you have them on your fucking wall, you fucking hypocrite.
If Reagan saw, Reagan, if he saw the rhetoric of modern Republicans, would be like, "What the fuck has my party become?"
He'd be a Democrat.
I don't even like Reagan, but he would not fucking support the Republican Party in its modern incarnation. Donald Trump.
Is Tommy still there?
I don't hear him.
I'm here.
He's there.
Oh, okay.
I just don't know what to make of this fucking dude here.
He's crazy.
He's Wild Bill for America.
We play his videos a bit here on the show, but haven't played one for a while.
Yeah,
and America, bless God.
Usually he's out there with a fucking big old cowboy hat on.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. He's always out around the farm and shit.
Yeah.
This dude.
Yeah, in parks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You see squirrels in the background of his videos a lot.
Which are more interesting than him, generally.
Yeah, usually if you see a squirrel, that's the highlight of the video. Like, holy shit, a squirrel. At least this video's not a total piece of shit.
And we've bashed him so many times, and he just ignores our existence. Like, most people won't, but he's definitely one of them.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Has he
He keeps
responded
on
to you at
trucking.
all ever?
Nope.
Nope.
Doesn't even acknowledge that we exist.
One of the very few people, honestly.
He's above everybody. That's why.
He knows he's right. You don't need to fucking verify.
When is
verify
Obama
it.
going to be held accountable by we the people?
I don't know.
Mark my word.
You know, some guys just killed a bunch of people. Is it really like? Is this really the time to fucking like? We need to hold Obama accountable.
Obama did it.
Obama had nothing to do with this shooting happening.
Yes, he did.
Unless you can actually show me some evidence of a connection between this shooting and Obama.
Who was president?
What are you talking about?
Who was president?
Okay, well, who was president when 9/11 happened?
Who was president?
There is a day of reckoning coming when every elected official who has conducted themselves disgracefully in violation of their duties and their oath of office will face
disgrace.
justice. Obama's weakness on terrorism has left.
So what, like the Wild Bills of America are going to storm the Capitol and fucking bring the politicians up in the streets?
I call bullshit, man. Wild Bill looks like he just pretty much sits around his house most days, like, you know, just drinking a cup of coffee, like, yep. America's going to shit. Fox
This is just
News in the
that idle,
background.
the South will rise again bullshit.
He said Obama was weak on terrorism. It seemed like Obama was more successful against terrorism during his presidency than George Bush was, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, who was it that got Osama bin Laden again? It was Obama, wasn't it?
A trail of bodies. And it's possible that American.
I mean, it's not like Obama personally went over there and got Osama.
Also, Bush's disastrous policy, which pretty much, I mean, the invasion of Iraq created ISIS. I mean, it's pretty much what happened.
Calling Obama soft on terrorism is so weird when you consider that drone strikes against our enemies are up way, way higher under Obama than they were under Bush. Now, that's some of that's to do with the increase in technology, sure.
Right.
But a lot of it has to do with Obama just having more of a policy of let's kill these fucks. Bush wanted to capture them a lot of time. Obama is actually way more aggressive in that he just wants to kill them. He doesn't even want to get, his idea is not like let's catch them and get intel or any of that shit.
Yeah.
It's like let's kill these fucks.
Well, they only wanted certain ones. Other ones they killed, like Saddam Hussein's sons, they were killed. They put a bounty on them. They were taken out. But Saddam, they really wanted him. Remember, it was like he's hiding in a hole.
And he was.
And then, of course, they tried and he was hung,
How hung was he, Scotty? Was it 11
I'm pretty fucking stoned right now, so.
The citizens lying dead in the streets in California just might have Obama and his minions to thank for that.
No.
Lock and load, America. There is no telling what this president has in store for our families before he is finally out of office.
Does he really believe this shit?
No.
And eligible.
Because, I mean, how would you go to sleep at night if you really believe this kind of shit?
Always an optimist.
I mean, that's why he's always sick. He doesn't get enough sleep.
I mean, like, if I really believed, like, everyone was out to get me, like, in the government, like, I would be in fucking hiding. I wouldn't just be at my house, like, okay.
Why is it that these people, they never bring up the valid criticisms of Obama? It's always like this crazy bullshit.
Yeah, because then it puts us in the position of having to sit here and fucking defend Obama like we're some Obama fanboys.
Right.
Because they make such illegitimate criticisms that you have to fucking be like, what are you talking about? I mean, you
So
act
he's
like
gonna
Obama's this crazy dictator. He's really like kind of this passive pussy. Sorry, Tommy, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, is he going to shut down his channel once Obama's out of office, or what's going to be his next thing?
Who knows?
Because I'm not really familiar with this degenerate here.
Well, I'm sure if it's maybe if it's Ted Cruz, he'll start making some happy videos. Who knows?
Oh, okay, good.
Screenshot for everybody. This is good because you guys could draw like a doobie in Wild Bill's mouth.
He did inhale.
Yep.
He's like the white Snoop Dogg.
Is
Snoop Dogg.
Right now he
fucking is.
I never envisioned that before.
I require extreme patience from everyone else, but I have no patience for anyone else.
Yes.
One of my more likable traits. But yeah, thank you guys for all this cool shit.
Send us more.
I guess we're going to move on now to crazy people.
fuck?
Brett Keane is a scary fuck.
All right. First one here.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's favorite. Everybody's favorite.
Hello,
Put your
everybody.
hands
Wild Bill
together.
for America here with the sad news that Glenn Beck has gone over to the dark side.
Yep.
I've liked Beck for years and always considered him to be a bit eccentric, but an all-around nice guy.
What
who
did he
was
do? Did he
generally
give money to
on the right
charity or
side of
something?
things.
So now he's on your bad side. I mean, because Glenn Beck's always been a conservative piece of shit. So I think he must have done something like even slightly liberal. So now he's bad.
I think Glenn Beck may be cool with letting in Syrian refugees. I think that may be what he's talking about.
Okay, yeah, that would probably piss Wild Bill off.
A lot of religious people, a lot of religious conservatives are okay with it, like the really Christian ones.
Well, sure they are, and anybody who's a fucking strict constitutionalist should be okay with it. I mean, freedom of religion is one of the cornerstones of our country. It's the First Amendment, literally.
But I began having some doubts a few weeks ago when Ray Sanchez had an extra ticket to the Glenn Beck event in Orlando, so I went along. The speakers were very good, but then Beck came out and with his emotionally gripping, dramatic style, launched into what was basically an anti-Trump hate fest. I walked out of there thinking, man, when did
that's
Glenn
why he doesn't
Beck
like
join
him.
the
He doesn't like Trump, so he's bad.
Yep.
Mean Girls Club? It was pretty clear that Beck had an axe to grind. Apparently Trump did something, insulted Beck somehow, and now Beck is using everything in his power to sabotage Donald Trump. I was
telling all y'all it's a sabotage. Just like Star Trek.
Too Furious.
Too Trek. Too Furious.
They use that same song in the first J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie.
Yeah, they use it in the movie, but it was like there was context there, and it wasn't used in the trailer, and their trailer wasn't nothing but high-octane bullshit and bad jokes. And the villain looks stupid.
Okay, but it could just be one bad trailer.
No. It's going to be terrible.
Okay, so you've dismissed the movie based upon looking at one minute.
I've almost
Yep.
dismissed it too.
I've pretty much dismissed it.
Well, I think that's kind
I've
of
99.9%
That's definitely
dismissed it.
premature.
Oh my god!
Much like my ejaculation.
Why would they do this? Like this, I feel this way about this shit. Like people felt about Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. Like, I feel like it's raping Star Trek.
It's raping it in the ass.
Yeah.
But it probably still won't be as bad as the Shatner one. That'd be pretty tough.
Yeah, I can agree.
We'll have to see.
It's definitely going to be a better looking movie.
I mean, that happened after the movie came out, though. Like there was like Indiana Jones and Aliens, and it was like, okay, yeah, it's fucked. I mean, if I see the movie and it sucks, I'm not going to be sitting there saying, oh, it was great.
I think a lot of people were pretty skeptical of the Indiana Jones going in. But
Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaDouche.
not impressed with Beck's performance, and looking around the audience, I don't think very many were. But I let it go because, like I said, I've always liked Beck and his website, The Blaze. But Beck has now crossed the line to where
He's
I would
crossed
no
the line
longer
in the
stand with him
sand.
or defend him. And one of the most outrageously unfair diatribes I have ever heard, Beck declared that Donald Trump is Saul Alinsky. Alinsky, an evil man who developed a system for the absolute destruction of American prosperity, moral standards, freedom, and national security. The man who is idolized by Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Obama's policies are Saul Alinsky's policies, except for the hardcore Islamism. That's Obama's addition to the poisonous pot. For Beck to say
Poisonous
that
pot.
publicly tells me that he has come
Pass me that
unhinged.
shit.
Whatever
How would you want
Beck's
poisonous
beef
pot?
is with Trump, Beck has
Get
taken
higher.
it to the point where he is lying
Be
like
deader.
Harry Reid. Glenn Beck's
Death
Mean
is the
Girl
ultimate
act has
high.
now crossed the line into
No.
left.
I have no idea who fucking Saul Alinsky is.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Worshipped by Hillary and
But apparently
Obama.
he's worshipped by Hillary and Obama.
We give thanks to you.
He's like their Darth Plagueis and shit. He's up there. Yes, Hillary. The dark side is strong with you.
Left-wing propaganda. Yep. Glenn Beck has gone over to the dark side, and I feel like I've lost a friend.
Glenn Beck is liberal now, guys.
I never realized.
Glenn Beck doesn't give a fuck who Wild Bill is.
No, he doesn't.
So, no, Wild Bill, you did not lose a friend.
Wild Bill lost a friend. Glenn Beck is like scratching his ass right now.
In his
What
giant
sets
mansion.
American conservatives apart from the liberal left is that we have standards. We have expectations of truthfulness and fairness from those who stand in our ranks. And when one of our own starts acting like Whoopi Goldberg, it's time to sever ties.
Why
So,
Whoopi Goldberg?
Goodbye, Glenn.
Hold on.
I hope.
Shouldn't you? I mean, like, what?
I think it's like the most relevant celebrity you could think of. Like Whoopi Goldberg's a celebrity,
Like
right?
Whoopi Goldberg or something. Like, what has Whoopi Goldberg done? I mean, shouldn't he have like said like Rosie O'Donnell or something?
Yeah, something like that would at least made some sense.
You retire soon before your reputation is completely shot, and I wish you a long, happy life with your lovely wife. And if you ever return to the media, I suggest MSNBC. This is Wild Bill for America.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching, and America bless God again.
Glenn Beck is nowhere near MSNBC material. He was the guy. It's literally like World War III is happening.
He attacked Trump,
It's going
dude.
to it's going to happen,
Dude, he attacked Trump.
And you need to buy the fucking survival kits right now. Just buy gold, buy survival kits, live in a fucking shack in the middle of nowhere, like a bunker, whatever.
Dude, he attacked Trump. Come on, he's a liberal now. Anybody who doesn't like Trump is automatically liberal. Everyone knows this. And apparently he referenced Saul Alinsky, who I still don't know who that is.
Bye-bye, Brett.
Oh, God.
Wild Bill.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here, and part of my mission in life
Studio.
is taking on the militant atheists.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying my coffee today and reading some of the 1,191 comments I got on my last atheist video. Now, who are the militants? They're the ones who say there is no God and we hate him.
Uh-huh.
The
There is no
militant atheists
God,
know that
and
with
we
the
hate
militants
him.
with the God that they
Define the militants, buddy.
That's not what the militants are. The militants, they want to convert other people. That's it.
Okay.
say does not exist. They use harassment and intimidation to try to herd people away from God. They use lawsuits and threats to block the message of Jesus Christ from being heard by school children or basically anyone in public culture. Now, atheists will use violence when they think they can get away with it. The world has seen that with the communist gulags, the mass graves, and the ovens in the concentration camps. Fortunately, here in the USA, we're still in the lies, threats, and harassment stage.
Yeah, but soon us atheists are going to get more power, and then it's to the fucking ovens with you, bitch.
It's the Third Reich all over again,
Oh, it's
DJ.
the Fourth Reich, man.
Yeah, it's really going to be the Fourth Empire.
Motherfucking Fourth Reich up in this
The
bitch.
atheist empire.
You believe in God? Die.
It seemed like, what was that, the Columbine, where atheists are just going to walk through buildings with guns.
So, JF, obviously Wild Bill's on to the whole atheist agenda. So, when we kill Wild Bill, do you want to fry him in an oven, or do you want to, gas him, or do you want to hang him, or do you want a firing squad? There's so many different ways we could kill him. It's fun to sit here and think about which method we can use after the takeover, which is imminent. Oh, man.
I mean, this has been done so many times, people. It's the classical Hitler was an atheist. First, it doesn't make sense factually, and then it doesn't even make sense if it was the case. So it's hard to come up with any reply to this other than that it's the same stupid things we've been hearing for years.
Yeah, I mean, none of those people, even like Hitler was not an atheist, or he probably wasn't. There's no good evidence to say he was. There's plenty more evidence to say that he was a Christian. But even if you talk about Mao or Stalin or something, those guys were atheists, sure, but they didn't kill people in the name of atheism. They killed people in the name of fucking communism. That's communism and atheism are not the same thing.
Yeah, they were brutal dictators. I mean, what do you expect? They want power. They have achieved power, and we're going to do anything they have to do to keep it.
And then you get into, well, okay, if we do a death count, let's do the death count of Christianity, or let's do the death count of any religion. What would that mean? It would mean nothing. It would mean nothing even for current Christians or current Muslim. It's just non sequiturs all the way, and there's no reason why we would start counting how much people were killed in the name of some religion.
Yeah, because it's not like, unless it's 100% or something, or 99, or like so pervasive that, obviously there's something wrong with these people because, they're committing these acts at, such tremendous rates that you have to believe that it's direct influence. But there's
I think it's an important subject because I've seen atheism is unstoppable, do the exact same thing for Muslim. So basically, he's suggesting Muslim intrinsically makes you more violent. Muslim religion, Islam.
I don't think Islam intrinsically makes people more violent, but it does seem like even people who are not raised in Islamic cultures, they're very easily radicalized. And I think if you look at the text that they have as the basis for their religion, it's pretty easy to see why it's easy to justify radicalism using that text. I think it's a little harder to use the Bible because there's so much stuff that, there is violent stuff in the Bible, of course, but there's so much other stuff that kind of is so antithetical to violence. I don't really feel like the Quran has the same admonishment towards violence that the New Testament has.
I think that's an interesting point, and I'd be interested in seeing the statistics. But the reality is there's so many more Muslim than there are some other minor religion that even if there were more terrorists that are Muslim, I'm not sure we could make the case that necessarily it's Islam that makes you more violent.
I don't know if I couldn't say
I see.
I don't think you can say it's Islam alone. I think there's the causal link should definitely be investigated because it does seem like there's something there to me. But I don't jive with the idea of, obviously there's tons and tons of Muslims who are peaceful. There's tons who maybe they're not peaceful and maybe they have some regressive ideas, but they're not out there killing people. So there's it's a grab bag like any other group of people, of course. Man, look at this fuck.
And that's one reason why I oppose these people publicly, to try to keep militant atheists from degenerating into violence the way Islam does. The defense of faith and freedom begins with two things.
He's
prayer
like the boy
and
with his
bold,
finger in the
honest,
dike.
Public
He's stopping He's stopping all the atheists from fucking going violent.
I can't repeat them. Those guys, I simply block with 2 clicks of the mouse, and then a third click deletes their filthy diatribe so that few, if any, get to read it.
Yeah, censor those fucks.
Did you hear that, guys? If you want your post to be read by people, keep it clean. Now, when they do try to make a case,
that, guys? Go post some dirty shit on the Wild Bill's page.
Science has proven the Bible.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Bible wrong. And man, it enrages them when I bring up the thousands of PhD level scientists who believe the Bible. Every church should have a subscription to Acts and Facts. Man, these things are just cool. Now, homosexuality is the bread and butter of the atheists today. Oh, don't worry about all the suicides, murders, and terminal illnesses. Or they declare that God is some kind of evil monster, and then they will wrench some obscure scripture out of context to try to prove their point.
Wow. Obscure scripture out of context. No.
And he says that homosexuality is the bread and butter of atheism. I'm not sure there's even a link between atheism and homosexuality, other than homosexuals are probably feeling repressed by religion.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the one commonality. I've known atheists who are homophobic. I've known Christians who are gay, gays who were Christian. I don't think there's a big causal relationship between atheism and homosexuality. But, it's like, why even say that to him? Why even specify that? It's just, we know it's bullshit. Every word he says, I could see JF like smiling at, like, oh my God. Oh my God. He's laying it on so thick. He's laying on even thicker. Holy shit. Just misstatement after misstatement.
Isn't that the proper reaction to one of his videos?
It is. Because it's just like he lives in an alternate fucking universe. He doesn't even understand what an atheist is. He's totally devoid of reality. He's just, this disjointed, rambling bullshit. It doesn't have anything to do with anything that's actually happening anywhere. It's just like this total delusional, Wild Bill headspace.
Now we're gonna move on to Wild Bill for America.
Oh God, not this dickhead in the pink Ellen hat.
Fuck yeah.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. Well, the most lawless Attorney General in American history has stepped down, and every American who loves and respects the USA breathed a sigh of relief and are now waiting for the investigations into Eric Holder's violations of the laws he was supposed to enforce. Unfortunately, his departure now allows the most lawless president in American history to appoint another Attorney General.
Is he really the most lawless president?
Yeah,
And
the previous president invaded 2 other countries. One which there was no justification at all.
I can't even like respond to this guy with that fucking hat on his head. I feel bad for whoever has to help him set this camera up, and like I bet his wife does it. And all I can do when I watch a Wild Bill video is just feel bad for whoever's like around him and helping him do this. Like, who has to sit there and listen to him ramble on and on about stupid fucking shit all day wearing that fucking hat?
you know, I didn't think people actually dress like that unless it was Halloween until I moved to the Southwest, and then I realized that people actually dress this way, and there are giant department stores that sell Western wear and shit like that. I couldn't believe it. I laughed my ass off.
I was gonna say that like this is obviously a park, so people have to walk by and hear this crazy shit. Like in his last video we did, he actually had people walking by and they're like, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah.
Like, can you do this at his fucking house? You know, it's like you have to go and like people are going to the park to chill, and it's like, and the most lawless president we've ever had, Obama. You know, it's like, oh god.
Are those palm trees in the background?
It does look like.
So
it.
Where does he live? Do they have palm trees in Southeast Texas?
I don't know. If you watch his videos, you'd have to believe he lives like a little bit of everywhere, because he's been out in front of like snow-capped mountains. Here he is in front of palm trees. Like,
yeah.
Where is this man? And who's traveling with this man, helping him film this incessant bullshit?
Gee, what kind of person do you think he'll choose? Well, we have some clues. The new Attorney General appointee is a black female named, believe it or not, Lynch.
Okay, there's plenty of people with the last name Lynch.
Oh my god! And he's got to bring this up. This is that subtle racism, right?
Yeah,
it's
she's
black
a black
female.
Yeah,
named.
I don't hate black people, but they all niggers. It's like
She's named Lynch, and that's what we do with nigger. I mean, she's named Lynch.
And rumor has it that Al Sharpton recommended her. Considering the track record of the Obama administration, it's very possible that the appointment of Ms. Lynch could be the beginning of a new attack on American values. Charles Krauthammer, one of America's most prominent psychiatrists, has analyzed Mr. Obama, and he predicts that Obama is going to do something reckless to get revenge on Americans for the recent elections, where Obama's Democrats got pounded like banana-stealing monkeys.
Getting pounded by a banana. That made me laugh. Sorry.
Pounded like banana stealing monkeys? Like, where does he even come up with this colloquialism? Like, where does this even come from? Like,
who knows?
Why I can understand, like, the South has these little, you know, like my mom calls squirrels boomers all the time. I have no idea what the fuck that means, but I didn't know what a squirrel was till I was like 19. But like, where does banana pounded like banana stealing monkeys come from?
I've never heard that before, so I have no idea.
With Ms. Lynch as Attorney General, the term getting lynched might take on new life. But this time, it won't be black people.
Oh my god. Okay, that wasn't subtle at all.
I can't even believe that. Like, just the the utter lack of any kind of subtlety on his part is shocking and awesome.
Unless, of course, she targets the...
Yeah. I like how he threw that. Like, he was being subtle about it at first.
patriotic ones who stand shoulder to shoulder with those of us who want to end racism in America. Racial violence against whites and Asians has exploded during Obama's tenure, and even now some are desperately trying to keep the Ferguson racial fiasco going.
It's not a racial fiasco that, I mean, it is racially motivated, but it was because someone was murdered by a police officer.
Yeah.
It was because of racism on the part of the police officers.
Well,
So-
I kind of I don't agree with the term fiasco. I mean, it was definitely racial. But yeah, I don't know. Fucking Wild Bill. everything. Once again, everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, Wild Bill, you and your crazy bullshit.
yeah.
Why won't the liberals allow racism to die out in the USA?
What?
Stirring up racism
What?
has been...
What?
You just claimed that white people are going to be lynched by the new attorney general, and it's liberals that aren't letting racism die in the United States.
Yeah, he's making this video, but claiming the exact opposite of. Oh, he's so stupid.
And very profitable for the Democrats. A lot of people vote Democrat because they believe the Democrats will take money from the people they hate.
Okay, he just said that in the midterm elections, like basically they got pounded into whatever his stupid phrase was. But now he's saying now people vote Democrat. It's like people vote Democrat because they probably agree more with what the Democrats are saying than the Republicans. But it's not like either political party has done much of anything to begin with.
Pounded like
And-
banana stealing monkeys. I think
Yeah.
that was a subtle,
Yeah.
subtle racist quip there too.
Probably so.
Give it to them. And to keep getting those votes, the Democrats must keep racial hatred alive. But it's getting harder for them to do that because people of all colors are starting to rebel against politically manufactured racism. The race-baiting vote is in danger of vanishing. And that would mean the end of liberal Democrats in office. Enter Ms. Lynch. What is she going to do? Well, I predict that one of her first acts will be to target white law enforcement officers who forcibly stop crimes committed by black criminals.
I want to say that Wild Bill has the most subtle advertisement ever. Like the lifting up of his mug, which I'm sure you can buy, you know, if you go to his page. He just constantly lifts up that stupid fucking American flag mug with wildbillforamerica.com written on it.
And it's like a nice sip of freedom every time I'm making a video.
I don't even
Available.
drink out of it. I just hold it up.
Yeah, available at wildbillamerica.com for only $19.95.
And the left-wing media will join right in, trying to turn every incident into another Trayvon Martin-style fiasco. The more violent...
Another instance where a black person was murdered that was unarmed.
Why are people upset the police, are civilians murdered someone and they got away with it? I don't understand.
I know, shocking, right?
It's just a big fiasco.
Once they incite, the more likely white citizens will be forced to defend themselves, which will provide even more propaganda material for the race baiters. This kind of nonsense is what America gets when we walk away from the God and country values that founded this nation. You want to push back against evil policies like this race-baiting nonsense? Best way to do that is for us as Americans to once again declare ourselves to be one nation under God and to act like it.
I want a little counter every time he does that. Ding, ding,
So
ding.
the only way to get rid of racism, which he believes is manufactured, we need to go back to being one nation under God.
Well, we need
That's
to
the
get
solution.
back. We need to get back to the God and country founding of our nation, which was founded by people who were running from theocracy.
Well, if
by
there's
the
one
way.
thing, if you've ever read the Bible, in the Bible, everyone is always, gets along perfectly. So,
Yep.
I mean, if we just all do what he said, like he says, we just follow, God and read the Bible, there's there's never been a message of division in there. Never been people slaughtering each other.
Nope.
Never.
And we should definitely get back to the deist values of a gigantic chunk of our founding fathers who believed that if a God exists, it wanted to have nothing to do with anything that we do. Yeah, that's the God that our country was founded on, was a deist God, if any God at all.
He wants
I love this painting of the founding fathers, like they were all just like these super pious, Christians wearing flannels and stupid little fucking black 10-gallon hats.
They didn't own any slaves either.
No,
because racism is manufactured by the media.
Well, that was more racial manufacturing. See, we were bringing black people over here as a work program. I mean, look how much better off black people in America are today than they would be if they were back in Ubuntu, wherever they're from.
You're onto something there.
Yep.
Oh, Wild Bill, you're the gift that keeps on giving. All right, so
WildBillForAmerica.com.
the next video we have is a really long one, so we probably won't spend too much time on it. But this guy believes
the level of hypocrisy in this video is just stunning.
You don't have to worry about none of these things.
Moving on to Wild Bill.
You actually don't have to worry about any of those things either.
Yes, he does. He's black.
Finally, after years of crying about institutionalized racism with zero evidence, turns out there may actually be evidence that racism might exist outside the twisted brains of flaming liberals. Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here. The New York Center for Disease Control has reported some shocking examples of racism. Here's what they said. Quote, "If you are a white woman, your risk of being diagnosed with HIV is pretty small, lower than the odds of dying in a car crash. If you are a gay black man, the chances of getting an HIV diagnosis are closer to a coin flip." The article went on to reveal that 43% of black men who have sex with other men will be diagnosed with HIV. For Hispanic sexual perverts, the rate is 22%, and for
and Hispanic sexual perverts that have sex with other men.
The Hispanics are better at wearing condoms. I guess they just don't make condoms big enough for the black cocks. Sad.
Yeah.
Sad what happens to them.
Sexual perverts who have sex with other men, the rate is only 10%. There you have it.
Us white people are very
Biology
cautious.
is racist. Time to file a civil rights lawsuit against God.
It has nothing to do with biology.
Biology is racist. That he's really stretching.
Time to file a civil rights lawsuit against God.
This disease or virus or whatever can spread to anybody. It's just a matter of like the behaviors of those population groups. It's nothing to do with biology. It's not like black people are more prone to get AIDS or something.
Yeah, it's probably just they're probably engaging in more risky behaviors and not using sexual protection.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't need to be sex. You can pass on clean needles. All that needs to do is it needs to touch your bloodstream, and then you're fucked. So.
Oh yeah, there's a variety of ways to get AIDS, but the most common way is through sexual contact.
Well, yeah, it's because we all do it. So.
Well, don't laugh. God-hating liberals would have sued God a long time ago, except that they have no idea where to find him so they can serve him with a summons.
Neither do you. Why don't you teach me?
Where's God?
Wild Bill knows.
Where's God? When shit goes down.
He knows where God is hiding.
You're really singing a shitty ICP song right now.
The greatest ICP song of all time.
Okay.
Okay.
I think Miracles is better, dude.
I don't know about that.
Do you notice and recognize miracles?
You guys are both wrong.
Another.
I wonder if the dude in the last video had
stab
AIDS.
people, yo.
I stab people.
Which one? There's two.
Yeah, there is two.
I
The
cannot
first
believe you're talking about this.
No, I think the second one's better. They have a great line in that song. I love Waffle House. I stab people there. They're so shitty and dumpy, they don't even care. I love that line.
And it's true.
It is true. It's
Question.
the truest statement of all time.
Is God, the designer and controlling force behind biology, homophobic? In other words, is God mentally ill? The HIV virus is only one threat faced by men who gamble with their lives by engaging in homosexual acts. When you figure in...
Only homosexuals get HIV.
Well, God created that virus.
It's more prevalent in that community because that's the community it first arose in. And obviously, the black community has not done as much to protect itself, probably because they're, tend to be in more impoverished areas, don't have the same access to contraceptives or sexual education or any of that shit.
Okay, but you have to remember, he believes God is the creator of everything, the universe, every single thing God created.
That's just
so
wrong.
God created AIDS.
I'm not going to entertain that notion.
But I mean, under his worldview, that's what that he's basically saying God wants him to get AIDS and die.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
Then
what
why
he
does he
believes.
give
Of
it to
course
straight
is.
people?
What?
That's straight people who dared to have sex with someone who had sex with gay people somewhere down the line.
That must have been. Yeah. Wild Bill's still sporting that early '80s attitude about AIDS, that it's the gay plague. It's all just the faggots.
Gay measles.
Syphilis, rectal cancer, herpes, on and on and
It's
on,
God's
including the mental
judgment.
destruction that results in tragic numbers of suicides by homosexuals. It pretty much demonstrates
I'm
that
sure you
homosexual
find it real tragic. I'm sure you're real shook up about it, Bill. I'm
behavior
sure that's real
devastates
sad for you.
every life
course
it
he is. They could
touches.
convert to Christianity.
Now, to listen to the liberal left, they act like God set some kind of trap for them and is now punishing them because of who they love. Nothing could be further from the truth. God designed the human rectum to be a toxic waste dump, and if you don't want to get sick, hey Ryan, if you don't want to get sick,
You're saying hi to your boyfriend mid-gay rant?
Wait a minute. Can you imagine being this guy's neighbor and walking by and hearing him going, they decided to make the human anus a toxic waste dump. Oh, hey, Ryan, how's it going? Holy fuck, man. Oh.
That's just my neighbor Bill. He likes to get out there and make his videos for the YouTube. Personally, I think he's a nut bar, but he ain't so bad once you get to know him.
play in a toxic waste dump. God laid down the law on that, and every person who plays in the toxic waste dumps are violating God's clear
So
rule.
wait a minute, Bill, you ostensibly straight guy. Are you telling me you've never fucked a woman in the ass?
It's a toxic waste dump,
Impossible.
TJ.
I mean, God.
TJ, sex is only for
Poor guy.
procreation.
Right. I hope he hasn't procreated, though. He's never mentioned kids in any of the videos I've seen of his. Maybe he's infertile.
I don't think so, or they've left his life.
Yeah. Maybe they got
Imagine-
brainwashed by the liberals.
I imagine Bill just kind of like waits around until his cock is like just not masturbating or anything, until his cock is just ready to explode at the first sight of vagina. And then he just like prods his wife and he's like, honey, it's time for me to dump another runny load of semen in you. And she just kind of assumes the position. He strokes twice, blows a big old load. Like, how sad is your life, Bill? Get in some ass. I bet your wife will like it too. Play in that toxic waste dump, baby.
You won't get AIDS, we promise, probably.
And as the book of Romans puts it, they are receiving in their persons the due penalty for their error.
Yeah.
So no, God is not homophobic, nor is he racist. Actions have consequences. In fact, God has
Okay,
such great
well,
love.
why did God make the consequences worse for black and Latino people than for white people? Is there like a hierarchy of how offended he is by homosexuality depending on the race of the people doing it?
Yeah.
God works
Does
in
that make
mysterious
sense?
ways.
God's like, okay, well, you black gay men, 43% of you get AIDS. Hispanics, I'm not quite as grossed out by two Hispanic dudes going at it, so 22%. White dudes going at it, I guess I'm not even really that offended. I'll only curse 10% of you with AIDS. Like, does that make sense, Wild Bill? No, it doesn't, does it? Oh,
well, nothing about his worldview makes any fucking sense to begin with. So what does it matter what the rhetoric is?
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Love for
Just making a
mankind that
video
he
about
gave
my
his
anus.
only son to die on the cross, taking the punishment for all of our sins. If we will admit our sin and turn from that sinful life to life in God, we can be reconciled with God Almighty
Wow, really?
and live in eternity with him. But sadly, most will reject that magnificent gift because they love other men's rectums more than they love their Creator.
That's
And
it.
believe it or not, those of us
Gotcha.
who choose to obey God and use our bodies the way God designed them to be used, we are the ones modern society labels as mentally ill. Imagine that.
You are mentally ill because you believe in something with no evidence. So yes, you do seem more
We live in
mentally
a
ill than.
magical fairy in the sky. That seems pretty crazy. I don't know, Bill.
Oh. Bill's just mentally ill because he's standing on the front porch of his suburban neighborhood with his neighbors walking by, describing what the anus is. Like that yeah, you're mentally ill,
waste,
Bill.
Do you think he like goes up to them and has conversations with them like this?
Probably.
Like, do they suffer the everyday occurrences of Wild Bill?
Yeah, they're like, hey, Bill,
How's the wife? She's
You guys
doing
wanna hear
good.
a horrible joke?
Listen, the man's anus is a toxic waste dump.
TJ, at some point before
You guys
want to
hear a really horrible joke?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the only STD you can get from phone sex? Hearing aids.
Oh! Shit, fucking piece of shit. TJ, at some point,
Hearing aids.
You need to you need to tell that bank story, TJ. At some point.
Oh my God! Yes, you have to tell that fucking story.
Maybe it can be story time with TJ.
You know what? Let's tell that in the post show.
Yeah, I'll tell that in the post show. You're gonna hear my weird bank experience with this creepy ass lady.
It is fucking crazy.
It is pretty nuts.
Show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stay tuned for the post show.
All stars now.
That joke is old, Ben.
Show. Yeah.
Come on, Ben. But yeah, I'll tell
It is
that
old.
weird ass story in the post show, so you guys can.
This is a really
download it
fucked up
on
story, too.
SoundCloud and shit. Oh yeah,
It's creepy.
Paul's ego doesn't want to do story time with Paul every Friday because he's afraid of running out of stories. Just let you guys
Fuck
know.
you, TJ.
What a fucking crybaby.
Fucking Paul.
A crybaby? I'm
Yeah.
trying. Look, I love the segment. I'm trying to preserve the segment. I'm not an endless font of experience. Most of my
just- you
days,
should be.
the highlight is when I take a shit.
Make some shit up, Paul. Come on.
Well, you better get the fuck out and have some experiences then, Paul.
It's time to make
Stop
shit up
falling down
whole
sta-
cloth,
yeah.
Paul.
Or do
Whole
that.
cloth. Make shit up whole cloth,
Whole cloth, Paul.
Do one or the other.
Bill bites.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is Bill's new format where he covers little. He's doing what we're doing now, basically. He covers little news stories.
Bill.
You know
Oh,
Bill.
he does?
You know Bill.
He took our format?
Yeah. Watch.
Hello, everybody. Wild Bill for America here, and no, that's not my hair grown back. The neighbor's cat has returned.
Okay, what kind of grown-ass man's neighbor's cat is always at his house?
Yeah, what?
It's like the fourth video where he's been like, oh, neighbor's cat is back in my house.
I'm so annoyed by this neighbor's cat.
He's been doing this for years. He's
He
been
probably
hunting this
doesn't know
fucking
what to
cat
do.
forever.
I mean, he shot the neighbors several years ago, and the cat's got no. And he keeps giving it food. And he doesn't understand why it doesn't just stay at home.
Man, I didn't see Wild Bill in a little bit.
Yeah.
Welcome to Bill's Bites. Let's check the news together. I see
right.
Pakistan has sentenced a man to death for Facebook posts that insulted Islam. Man, you can bet
Look how
That's so
pleased
funny.
he is
Is
that somebody was
Yeah.
executed.
Damn. Fuck yeah.
And yes, a man was executed for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, is that even surprising? It's Pakistan. It's a dog shit country.
He's
no one wants
jolly.
to live there.
He's a warrior for Christ, though. You can
tell.
get all over him.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
honestly,
got the fucking
you know,
Christ shield there.
all
the
we
left
need
of
is
America are
more of
agreeing
these
with it.
things, and he can Deus Vault all day.
envy. Oh, how do we get that in the USA? There's a lot of people we need to put to death. Well, patience, you
I bet that was a perfect impersonation of whoever said that.
godless
Oh,
admirers
it was
of
perfect.
Stalin. One of these days you might get your wish. The godless have a long history of putting their political opponents to death, and the way the moral standards in this
So do
nation
the
are
godless.
collapsing,
The Godful as well. I don't know.
I mean, I don't mean to fucking try and share that burden with you, but the Godful don't exactly have a great resume.
Oh no, they do. They
Now
totes do.
find me someone who worshipped nothing at all, who killed millions of people. Then I'll be impressed.
nothing would surprise me anymore. And I see the hardcore
Just for
leftists
fun.
at Evergreen College are still at it. Apparently they are not only anti-white, they are
Imagine his
anti-Christian.
surprise.
No surprise there. Here's a video of a small group of Christians who came to the college to do public reading of Scripture, and the students surrounded them, and they're in their faces screaming the F word over and over and over. You can see this on Breitbart.
I'm sure that the, I mean, like, I don't want to defend those assholes at that college because they are pretty crazy.
Hold on, let me run right over to Breitbart, Bill.
But I mean, like, what kind of fucking sermon were these people trying to give, though?
Oh,
Were they there to be like, God hates faggots and you're all going to hell for your sinful ways?
If you want to be honest, they were probably just there to test this, like, no white people allowed policy and be like, well, we've got a reason here. Let's go over there and pray.
We're going to go pray.
Well, it's kind of scary when you think. I mean, that it does seem like a secondary evolution of atheism plus. It's like if you give Black Lives Matter militancy to atheism plus, you get evergreen hipsters with baseball bats.
Oh, shit.
Luckily, all atheism plus people are fat neckbeards like us, so.
Cool.
I don't think PZ Myers is going to lead an uprising anytime soon. I think we're...
Oh my God.
The students are saying that they will not tolerate people like that coming to their campus. And I see one pudgy student got hauled off in handcuffs, and as he was being stuffed into a cop car, he was screaming about non-binary people being killed. Man, I had to look that one up. That's a new term to me. Apparently, non-binary is the new catch-all term for all the gender-twisting nonsense. All the people that do not fit into the male-female categories. You know, the ones who are living in rebellion against their God-given gender, which was assigned to them in the womb. The people who are...
It was a sign of them in a womb, dude.
Why does God sometimes fuck up and ascribe an indeterminate gender to a baby and have the doctors have to do a surgery to decide what the baby is?
It all comes back to the book of Job, because just as
Job,
he's supposed to be raising his knife to slice his own dick off, God is supposed to reach out and say,
any sort of trial God gives you is just him testing you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is that God's got a really fucked up data plan, so getting in touch with you right as you're about to stab your own genitalia, he doesn't get back to you right away. So eventually he does when you get sent to camp, which is why we need the camps.
Living in rebellion against the moral laws of God that govern all mankind. I salute those brave Christians who ventured out to Evergreen College to bring God's word to the students who did want to hear it. The Bible in 1 Timothy 4:13 calls for the public reading of Scripture as well as exhortation and teaching.
Wow, this is a fucking scintillating...
This fucking sucks.
Dude, Wild Bill, you're awesome.
I'm just waiting for the cat to start licking its ass.
There's a video I made a long time ago. I was so freaking upset. This dude I knew, he's my cousin.
The dude I knew, he might... What is this?
This is a dude, like, the dude that sent this to